to keep yourself without kidney stones.
For more information, please visit wakemed.org.
Stay informed with The Rundown, the daily newsletter from High School OT that delivers high school sports news and insights straight to your inbox. Brought to you by High School OT and powered by our sponsors Blake Orthopedics, First Carolina Bank, and Smith Douglas Homes. Subscribe to The Rundown at highschoolot.com.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile and save up to $600 a year. I've been scouting these big carriers for a minute now, and I've seen them pull the same play 1,000 times. They promise you the world, then hit you with a price hike right when the game gets tight. But Boost Mobile, their $25 a month unlimited wireless plan is the most consistent player on the floor. No contracts, no price hikes. Unlock the savings today at boostmobile.com/unlock. Based on average annual single line payment of AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile customers compared to 12 months on the Boost Mobile unlimited wireless plan as of January 2026. For full offer details, visit boostmobile.com.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Storage Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Canes light the lamp here.
I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Highs this afternoon will reach close to 100 degrees. Heat index values pushing as high as 105. Also, a few strong storms are possible in our far northern spots. We'll see more high heat and some storms on Friday.
Get a check of your money news at this hour. The Dow up 841 points to 50,760. The S&P 500 up 101 to 7368. And the NASDAQ is up 454 at this hour to 25,624.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. It's a hockey night in Carolina, everybody.
Let's go.
Emphasis on in Carolina. It is a home Stanley Cup final game night for the Carolina Hurricanes. And like the old school mailmen and mailwomen out there, rain, sleet, snow, hail, or scorching surface of the sun.
Yep.
We are outside the Lenovo Center bringing you the action. We are in the Raleighwood area just across the street from the Lenovo Center, Carter Finley side, and we are ready. But we still have about 5 hours to get to until actual puck drop. 4 hours of that will be here on the Drive, getting you ready, getting you set, getting you amped. As I've been saying all day, there's two main components to being in the tailgate world here today. First, an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Yeah.
And second, proper hydration.
Yes.
Those are the two things we need to focus on. High energy, Game 5 series tied Stanley Cup final energy, and proper hydration, making sure physically you're good to go for the long haul. It's a marathon, not a sprint,
exactly.
everybody.
We're just getting started. We're 5 hours till puck drop, people. Like, pace yourselves. Pace yourselves.
So with that, here on the Drive, we start every show the same way, and we're going to start with the Big 3 at 3. Starting with number 1. All right, number one. There it is. As always on remotes, I'm going to talk over the production, and we're just going to power through because that's what you do. Number 1 is, it looks like Brandon Bussi's back in net.
Looks like it.
Freddie Anderson was not at morning skate, was not on the ice for morning skate for the Carolina Hurricanes. Rod Brindamore did say that he is available and skated prior to morning skate. So he informed that everybody is available, but all of the nonverbal cues, who's at morning skate, who's in the starter's crease, who does the team seem to be Rallying behind, say, Brandon Bussi in net for the Canes. Second start in the postseason in his career. The first being the Game 4 victory just a couple nights ago in Vegas. It is truly one of the cooler stories in the NHL. It is truly one of the cooler stories in sports that a undrafted, should be deemed a rookie, but isn't technically waiver wire pickup is in this situation. But unfortunately for the Canes, cool stories don't get you like, a 2-0 head start or anything in this game. Not as if 2-0 has been a good head start to have in this series.
You know what makes it a cool story? When you have a guy like Brandon Bussi, the undrafted first-year NHL, 27 years old, and he wins. That's the cool story.
That's definitely a better story.
Yes.
Definitely a better story. And really, it comes down to so many things, right? Bussi's going to be part of the story, but it's how do the guys play in front of him? How does Vegas attack him, right? He is opposite-handedness from Freddie Anderson. He is a different goalie temperament-wise. He plays different. His athleticism is different. They're both big dudes, but they're different goalies.
How they handle the puck and those kinds of things and their decisions with the puck are also very different.
So there's a lot of context to it, but Brandon Bussi is going to have this win or loss attached to his name today.
I think with Bussi, I know we're going to get to Keandre Miller here in just a second talking about Bussi, but the fact that Bussi got a taste of playoff hockey in what I call a low-stakes situation coming in game number 3. Hey, you're down 4-0 going into the third period. If you lose the game, you're supposed to. You're down 4-0. But he finally got the jittery feeling, the butterflies of knowing you're going to start a game. He also got that out of the system. I think having live game reps back under his belt is a good thing. Having handled the situation of being a starter in this situation is a good thing. I think he'll only be better as a result because of it tonight.
Regardless of how this series ends up, there's certain moments we're going to look to as turning points when the series momentum shifted. Logan Stankoven's goal to get the comeback started. Game two.
Yeah.
2 for Brandon Bussi would be the Mitch Marner penalty shot when he had come in game 3 and was able to make the save. And the Mark Stone breakaway in the first period of game 4. The first one. The second one, obviously, different beast. But that first one, I think, showed everybody a little bit different here, right? Just Brandon Bussi's a different guy. He can make those saves.
That Jack Eichel save in the third?
Another big one. Another big one. I mean, this is a series where you start listing turning points, and it's like what used to happen to me in high school. Teacher says, highlight, they read the chapter, highlight what you think's important, and I look back and every line is highlighted, and I'm like, wasn't very selective there, was I?
No.
What was the name the turning points in this series? You look back and every play is highlighted, and you're just like, yeah, I guess every play was a turning point in this one. Every power play, every save, every goal, every clear.
Yeah.
Every play. Keandre Miller, speaking with the media, was asked what Bussi brings to the table in net. This is what the defenseman had to say.
Bus has been a staple for us back there, and he's done a great job. What he's been asked to do, and when he's stepped up, he's been nothing but what we've expected, and he's been a really calming presence back there, and comes up and makes the big saves when we need him.
It is important to say, it is new in the postseason having Bussi back there over the last couple games.
Yeah.
He started more games than any other goaltender for the Canes this season, in the regular season. So they, like, when he says we know what he brings back there, we're comfortable, whatever the wording was, he means it. They have a lot of time on ice with Freddie Anderson, and obviously from the regular season with Brandon Bussi as well. Let's go ahead and jump from number 1 in the big 3 to number 2.
Number 2.
What's Jordan Staal have in store for us today?
Right.
It's 5 goals in 4 games to open the Stanley Cup final. It's a goal, at least a goal, in every game thus far in the Stanley Cup final. From the captain, it's net front presence, it's face-off wins, it's power play, it's penalty kill, it's physicality, it's leadership, it's enthusiasm, it's supporting his team. What's next for Jordan Staal? What could he possibly do to add to what has already been a tremendous series for the big man?
Hat trick. That's it. Hat trick.
There's I guess hat trick, and obviously the ultimate end goal, which is
hoisted.
Which is the thing that's been eluding him for his seemingly 2 decades in Carolina, and he's almost there. It is a truly exceptional performance that he has put together through 4 games, and I think it is a lesson in don't go out there thinking, oh, I'm going to be the hero.
Yeah.
Go out there thinking, I'm going to make the right play, and I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm going to try to help my team, and I'm going to make the right play, and I'm going to put my body on the line, and I'm going to sell out for my team, and I'm going to keep nothing in the tank, and I'm just going to do the right thing, and I'm going to do what Rod asked me, and I'm going to do my job. And you might end up the hero, and you might end up the guy that scores the go-ahead goal, or the guy that scores a couple of them, or the guy that etches his name into some very, very rare territory as far as some of the Stanley Cup single series statistical neighborhood that he has found himself in.
I thought he had a great answer after game 4 when he was asked about, hey, 37 years old, you're 16 years between, or 17 years since winning cups and all that kind of stuff. You're scoring all these goals. What does that mean to you? He's like, I don't have time to think about big picture. I'm just focusing on the next game, like, and just in the game, the next shift, and honestly, just the next play within my shift. And you can tell everyone on that team embraces that exact same mentality. It was funny. He was asked this morning after morning skate. He was asked by someone from WRAL of is there anything, because how even keeled he is, how even tempered he is. Hey, is there anything that stresses you out? And he goes, my kids. Like, that was his answer.
As every parent nods in agreement.
Exactly. As soon as I said that, you went, But I think that's the thing about him, is that his leadership not only is coming from his production on the ice, but his mindset is obviously permeating through that locker room as well. And this team, no matter what the situation is, it's just what's next.
And think about what he would have said last time he was in a Stanley Cup final.
Oh, God.
Do you get stressed out? It might have been like, my brothers annoy me.
Yeah,
right? It would have been a completely different stage of life. Now, obviously, all these years on, 6,000 something days later, he's in a different spot. He has a different mindset. And then, heck, it's working for him.
Yeah.
That's number 2. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3.
Admittedly, if we were just like numerology synergy, this should have been number 2. But I wanted to add one kind of point of emphasis. The Canes have to slay the second period beast.
Yeah, they do.
Right now, it is a dragon of some kind in their mind. I don't know. It could be like an impending, like, oh no, it's happening again thing going on. The stats back it up. They, in goal differential, lead Vegas in the first period by 2. They're getting smoked in the second period,
9-1,
and then they're smoking in the third period, 10-2.
Yeah.
So it's followed a very similar, whether they've been able to hold on to win, or they've collapsed in the second and it's cost them. It's gone on now for the entire series, where that second period is standing out like a sore thumb from, even some of the first periods where they haven't come out ahead on the scoreboard. They still dominate puck possession. The ice is tilted in their direction. The shots on goal are tilted in their direction. Then the second period, it's not that. And it's just so rare to see for one of the more consistent teams of this era, let alone this year, in the Carolina Hurricanes.
I actually asked Logan Stankoven about that this morning. If Paul Eihander, our man running the boards back in the studio, could pull up that cut about the second periods, because I had asked Stankoven a question previously about keeping the focus on just the game, and obviously you're 2 wins away from the Stanley Cup and all that. And then he actually he mentioned being better in the second period. So I asked him this. I asked him, so, okay, well, what goes into improving the second period? Here's what Stankoven told me this morning.
Just with the long changes, they seem to do a good job of just playing it simple, and they go along with some of their forwards. So I think we had to count our numbers in front of us and maybe just clean up some of our changes and just maybe try and play it safe.
It is the funny part about it is there are, like, kind of what he was referencing, like specific hockey reasons.
Sure.
Then there's, if you like, the vibe of like the second period being that oh, it's happening again, and I think you fight the vibe with the hockey reasons, right? You clean up, you do what we were just talking about with Jordan Staal. Focus one play at a time, one shift at a time, one touch at a time, one defensive play at a time, and then hopefully by the end of it, you're going into the third period where you have all the confidence in the world with. Just a 0-0. I don't need a +2. Just give me a zippy, a nothing, no advantage, a draw in the second period, and I'll consider it a win for tonight.
Likewise.
That is the Big 3 at 3, presented by Maynard Service Company. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, a day like today. You want your air conditioning to work. You want your cooling system to work. You darn sure don't want to find out today that it's not working. But if it does happen, if the absolutely terrible occurs to your cooling system, Maynor Service Company, MAYNOR services.com, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on hot days, all across the triangle. Maynor Services. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We look at the guy in goal, Brandon Bussi. What does he have for an encore from his Game 4 win? Expected to be in goal here in Game 5 tonight. Stick around.
Our state's future begins with our students. That's why the North Carolina Education Lottery has contributed over $12 billion to education. Through scholarships, school construction, support staff, and pre-K programs, lottery dollars move our state forward, helping students become the best versions of themselves. Visit movingncstudentsforward.com and share how your student or school community has benefited for a chance to earn $2,000 for your story. Must be 18 to play. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. So good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Pepsi products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Hey, this is Luke with Newcomb & Company. We're a residential, commercial, plumbing, HVAC company who's been serving the community for over 70 years. Honesty is the biggest policy around here. You know, we take pride in everything we do, anything we touch. We're not one of those companies that come and throw it in and then you can't get a hold of them again. We're there with you hand in hand. Here at Newcomb & Company, what stands apart from other companies is we actually do more than just AC and heat pumps. We do boilers, geothermals, furnaces, radiant floor, anything that is odds and ends that nobody else can touch is what we thrive on. At Newcomb & Company, we do same-day service. That's also another thing that helps us stand apart from other places is we do same-day service because we have enough professionals to get out to these houses to solve what the problems are. And we're on 24/7 on emergency basis, weekends, nights, holidays, you name it, we're there.
Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. This feels like one of those moments. We are live outside the Lenovo Center, by the way, getting ready, Stanley Cup Final, Game 5. This feels like one of those moments where Dennis has to explain to me the significance of what we're listening to.
Welcome to... I don't know. I don't know go from here on this one.
Okay. You want to cut a promo of some kind?
I might, actually.
I assume that's a wrestling reference.
It is, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
It is. That's true. Hey, the wall, Brandon Bussi, break the walls down.
Okay.
The walls of Jericho, the walls of Bussi.
I like the connection.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get a crash course in some of the wrestling stuff just so I can be on the cool
You
kids
don't
crowd
listen
around
to
here.
Paul and I when we have conversations about wrestling. You're right there.
I'm not saying I don't listen. I'm saying I don't always understand.
Okay.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Here's the deal, everybody. Brandon Bussi, it looks like he will be in net. I would not ask Rod Brindamore if he will be in net because you might get a wrestling like a suplex or something from Rod because he's not telling, right? He's not letting anyone in. But the actions, right? The who's out there for morning skate, who's in the starter's crease for morning skate, tells us Brandon Bussi is at least expected to be the goalie for the Canes tonight, which does lead us to how does that impact the series, right? It leads us to he came in, obviously, the third period and the 2 overtime periods of Game 3, and then he remained in for the win in Game 4. He did enough, right? He made enough saves. He didn't make every save. He made enough saves. He wasn't perfect. He was good enough for the win, and that's all he has to be, right? 1 goal better. That's all he has to be. But we would be not telling the full story if you don't address kind of what he has going on. Meaning he will be the first rookie, and I know he's not a rookie, the first-year player to make his first 2 postseason starts in the same Stanley Cup final.
That's pretty awesome.
And then you add on to that how he's not even, I would say, like a normal first-year player that makes his debut in a Stanley Cup final or in a playoff. He is undrafted. He is, 111 AHL games, something like that. Just a couple of years ago, he was playing games. He had 4 or 5 contests in the ECHL. He was on waivers earlier this year. He was claimed and he was thrown into this situation. So I still believe this, right? It's he's not a backup goalie. He was the starting goalie this year. He started 39 games, more than Freddie Anderson, more than Pyotr Kochetkov, obviously. But you still want to almost, if you can, treat him like the backup who everybody is going to do everything they can to take as much as you can off his plate. Right? That's the Canes system anyway, is they try to win while asking the goalie to do as little as possible. But it has to be doubly, triply, quadruply true on a day like today when, as desperate as the Canes are and should be for one more win, Vegas is in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
Right? They are both 2 games away from hoisting the cup. And while we laser focus in on the Canes, you're going to get the best version of Vegas as well. And some of the players during their media today for Vegas simply said, look, but Bussi was great in game 4. We need to make it more difficult for him. I would expect them to fire away. I would expect them to put as much pressure on his puck handling as possible. Just if you're not sure what to do, send it back there and make Bussi make a good decision because he struggled with that at times this year. There's simply it changes things when you have such an inexperienced goaltender in net for your team.
Expect relentless pressure from the forecheck from Vegas tonight. Expect that. Fully expect if Bussi's slightly out of his crease, hey guys, a little bit of contact. Like, hey, if he wants to step out of his blue paint, hey, I have a right to skate in this area outside the blue paint just as much as you do. You might get some contact on Brandon Bussi tonight. Do not be surprised if you see that tonight. Because, again, you want to try and rattle him and get him off his game. You have him thinking about something other than where there's that puck. That's the biggest thing. You want to get him thinking about something else. Well, am I going to get contact if I slide to my right? That's the big thing if I'm them. If I'm Carolina, you kind of take a page out of Vegas's book in the mindset of do not give them the middle of the ice. Just simply don't. Anything between the dots, your body on body, stick on puck, anything between the dots, and you force them to the wall in the defensive zone.
There's especially, and I know it goes without saying, but just it's the image that like pops in my brain when I close my eyes, especially Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner in the middle of the ice, that
scary.
That game 3 is the 6-minute stretch. You just got to be on top of it. Here's the most impressive thing about Brandon Bussi to me. The dude so far, right? And obviously everything can change, but so far, I've never been given any kind of inclination that he was rattled. That goes to regular season games when he's thrown in. Remember that road trip where it's like, if Piotr's not there, he might get a start. And then all of a sudden he had a bunch of starts really quickly. There was all the talk about he's from Long Island. They're going to be playing in MSG. Henrik Lundqvist, who apparently was his guy, is going to be there. Played really well. All of a sudden, he's getting his first career shutouts, and he's doing all of these things, and also first career struggle patches. Right, first he wins. He's the fastest goalie in NHL history by number of starts to 11 wins. But after the Olympic break, he went into a dip. Right, so we saw him at the pinnacle. We saw him on a dip. And his mentality stayed the same. I was trying to think of the way to describe this. And, right, I talk about being a parent. My son is just getting into the youth sports world. And it's funny, right? Because I like to think I know sports pretty well. And I'm completely aware that, how good you are from like 8 years and under does not mean what round you're going to be drafted in a professional sports league.
Believe it or not, that is the case.
But like parents can't help themselves. And I'm sure I do it, but I try not to. They see something and they think like, oh, that's going to project to this sport, right? Their son or daughter might, have a natural kicking ability. And they're like, oh, we should get him in soccer. Or maybe this is the best example, right? If they do anything left-handed, pitcher, right?
Yep.
And it's just like, there it is. And if I were that kind of crazed parent and I was looking for some kind of clue that would say, boom, here's where we're steering the kid, and I wanted them to be a goalie, I don't know if I'd look for anything physical. I would look for like do they get rattled when someone steals their toy? Like if they lose at Candyland, are they flipping the table, or are they already strategically thinking about what they didn't do right and they're going to do better next time? Do they have that amnesia? Are they naturally calm in pressure moments, right? If you're doing little family games and it's a team thing and it's like, all right, you're up and we have 3 in a row, can you go for 4? Do they panic, right? Like goalies need that, and most goalies have it. Bussi appears to have it in spades as far as just the moment. Whether, I'm not saying he's going to do well in every moment, but it won't be because his eyes were as wide as saucers and he was terrified, right? He's going to be in a pretty good space, and I think that is very difficult to teach, which is why I'm like, if you see that trait, I don't know, get your guy skating a little bit, right? Get your youngster out there with the junior Canes if you see that mentality that Bussi has shown. It's the most impressive part about what he's done thus far.
Now, if you do have a kid that's 7, 8 years old, and they, as soon as something goes wrong their way, you take their toy and they just start fighting you, you're a 4th line winger. like that's what you are, or you're a 3rd pair defenseman. You understand your role.
Hey, and you need both.
Yeah,
you need both.
You need them all.
Need both. By the way, that's actually one of the reasons why I don't think we'll talk about it a lot today. But I didn't absolutely sound off all the alarms when I saw. It was yesterday, a report from Pierre LeBrun of The Athletic that the Canes were calling about Sergei Bobrovsky at the trade deadline, and had a quick conversation about Jordan Binnington at the trade deadline, because for certain athletes that would be like, oh, no, they didn't think I was good enough. I think Bussi would be like, they called about Bob? Yeah, it makes sense. Like, you mean the 2-time Cup guy? Yeah, okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go back to warming up. Like, he would be able to handle that without being rattled. Which, by the way, and I also want to say this, I think you could write that article about darn near any possible trade target.
True.
Eric Tulsky called, heard what the price was, and moved on, or had a couple more calls. Like, Eric Tulsky calls everyone about everything because he doesn't. And he said this on our show, actually day 1 regular season. We were out here just a couple 100 yards from or 100 yards from where we sit right now. And he came out to talk to us, and he said, the thing that frustrates me the most, and this is paraphrased, but almost exactly what he said, is when you see a trade and you go, gosh, I wish they would have called me. I would have beat that.
Yep.
So he does everything he can to avoid that, right? Sergei Bobrovsky might be on the market. He's going to call up, ask about the price, because he doesn't want anyone to get Sergei Bobrovsky for a steal, right? If you're going to sell him on the low, he might have been interested. As soon as he heard, and I forget what the report was, they asked for a first. Pierre LeBrun thought it could be had for a second. He went, all right, never mind, click. And they didn't have any more conversations about it. That's not, Freddie, Piotr, and Bussi need to be replaced. That's, let me gain all the information possible, and go from there. So I'm glad that Bussi, I don't think, would be rattled by something like that. But also, if he is, I think you could talk him down very quickly by just saying, Tulsky called about defensemen. He called about forwards. He called about 4th line tough guys. He got Nick Delorier, called about everybody, because that's just what he does. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, I know there's those of you out there worried about this. I do have on my red G-Shock, which some of you blamed. I didn't wear it for game, 1. And then the Canes lost, and you blame me for it. So respecting your superstitions, I have it on. If you want a red G-Shock of your own, or what about a pre-owned vintage Rolex, maybe a Hamilton, an Omega, you need to check out Bailey's Fine Jewelry, specifically their Fox and Bailey watch shop located in the Village District of Raleigh. Yesterday, they had a cool hockey event, by the way. There was hockey swag. There was a brand new Norcane watch that was just released, where one of the mini dials, one of the sub dials on the watch, is a face-off circle. It's an NHL collab. So they're the official luxury sport watch of the NHL, and they have all the official markings of a really, really cool, if you know, hockey fan luxury watch. That's all out there at Norcane, which, by the way, is co-founded and co-owned by Mark Straight, who many of you know, former 100-point guy. If you're in the market for a watch, Fox and Bailey Watch Shop has everything. If you're into the hockey collab or you're not, they have something for you. Check them out. Bailey's Fine Jewelry, Village District location in Raleigh. Let them know you heard about it from me, Tim, right here on 99.9 The Fan. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it is time for the Dean's List from what feels like the surface of the sun, but is really just the parking lot outside the Lenovo Center. Getting ready for Game 5. Stick around.
It's bow time. Ordering Bojangles Bow Bites is the easiest choice you'll make today. The bite-sized hand-breaded chicken is fried to crispy perfection, making it perfect for sharing, snacking, or when you're on the go. Just don't call it a nugget. The only hard part is choosing from our 6 dipping sauces. We've got a sauce for every kind of craving, from our creamy house-made ranch to our sweet and spicy peach honey pepper sauce. It all depends on what kind of mood you're in. Head to your nearest Bojangles today and discover the dippable, shareable, and craveable Bow Bites. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to head on over to Bojangles to try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. Bite-sized hand-breaded chicken fried to crispy perfection. On the go, they're perfect for snacking or sharing. Dipped in your favorite sauce like creamy house-made ranch or peach honey pepper, they're the perfect way to satisfy your craving for flavor and value. Try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. It's an easy choice to make when it's bow time.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
When it comes to your roof, it's all about quality above with peace of mind below. Hi, this is Holly with RoofWorks. We're proud to be in our 20th year helping families and businesses keep the roof over their heads as economically as possible. We work on every type of roof, gutters, and skylights with quality repairs, maintenance, and replacements for your home, your business, and multifamily. We offer warranties with every new roof and financing options for homeowners, and we're now serving Southern Pines as well. Visit us to learn more at roofwerks.com.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are within the radius, I would say, of where all the excitement will be happening here today at the Lenovo Center. Just behind us as we sit here in the Raleigh Wood area of the tailgating portion, which is over by Carter Finley Stadium inside the Carter Finley gates. It's toasty. I want everybody to know that. When I was driving in, my car thermometer was floating between 97 and 100 miles an hour, or 100 miles an hour. That's not what my car was floating at. 97 and 100 degrees is what my thermometer was telling me. So that's going on there. I also want to let everybody know we have some great news. We've been doing first goal scorer predictions for a couple years now, and we are happy, ecstatic even, to be partnering with one of our absolute favorite sandwich shops, East Coast Subs shops, Penn Station.
That's right, Penn Station East Coast Subs.
So from now on and including the next year, it's not like we're picking this up for the last 2-3 games. So the last 2-3 games of this series, and then also next year, Penn Station East Coast Subs will be partnering with us on first goal scorer predictions, which means we will take the 3 callers on air like we always do. Each of those 3 callers will receive a gift card to Penn Station and make their predictions here live on air, and we'll be competing for things, and we'll be eating delicious sandwiches. And I can tell you this, I had a sandwich brought to me here before our show got started, and written on the sandwich, it said Taylor Hall in the first.
That's right, it did.
So my sandwich for the second straight home game has told me Taylor Hall in the first for a first goal scorer prediction. So I say all of that to say happy to be partnered and have our first goal scorer predictions presented by Penn Station, but also have your first goal scorers ready later on in the show. We will be taking calls, and you can always send them in for bragging rights online as well. So that's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. In the meantime, here on The Drive, it is time for the Dean's List. Dean's List, where we throw a little extra praise, a little extra spotlight on the college sports world that we hold so near and dear here in the Triangle. First member of the Dean's List today, I'll get us started. NC State's legal team.
Oh, okay.
NC State is investigating potential legal claims against LSU tied to former men's basketball coach Will Wade leaving for his second stint coaching the LSU Tigers. That includes whether LSU violated a North Carolina state law.
Oh.
The letter cites a state law with potential financial damages.
This is across state lines. Is this a federal case now?
I do not. I'm not a lawyer and didn't sleep at whatever hotel I was supposed to be treated like
Holiday Inn.
If that's the one. According to NC State, it has received 3 email messages from LSU asking the school to, quote, sign a release of claims, close quote, against LSU in the Wade matter. If you're
trying to settle, huh?
If you are pestering about like, hey, you won't sue us, right? You won't do anything to us, right? There's something that could be done.
Easily.
That's just the way my brain works.
It's an admission of guilt.
I mean,
call it what it is.
It seems like it, at least. The letter that was cited in the article says they have not agreed and does not agree now to release LSU from any liability. That's what NC State is saying. So figure out if you got a case, lawyer up, and get your in a fight you would say get your lick back. Go get your lick back against LSU. I'm for it. NC State legal team.
Go for it.
Do you have any Dean's Listers you'd like to put in?
I actually have a few out here.
Let's hear 'em.
World Cup starts today.
Mhm.
The other day we had in Winston-Salem, Wake Forest University hosting Germany for their training for the World Cup. So Wake Forest made the Dean's List. I'm also going to throw UNC Greensboro, UNCG on the list. They've actually been hosting Norway for their training for the World Cup. So UNCG on the Dean's List. So I'm going to throw them on there.
There's a bunch of them. If I'm not mistaken, at Charlotte is the Scottish team there or something? Because they were watching Panthers practice.
Yeah.
They're like all of these colleges. I guess North Carolina is a central enough location. And also, I think they do want to kind of be where it's a little toasty so they get used to it.
Yeah, I guess. You came to the right spot.
So they're all training kind of across our state and getting ready for obviously, they'll be in North America for the World Cup. So this is home base for a lot of teams.
So there's that. So that's first one. And also soccer related, but also tying in with UNC football as well. I'm going to put UNC women's soccer on the Dean's List. The reason why I put UNC women's soccer on the Dean's List is because when UNC football plays against TCU over in Dublin, Ireland, week 0 of the college football season, that game's on August 29th. Well, the evening before August 28th, UNC women's soccer will have an exhibition match against Shelburne FC women the night before, which I think is super awesome and super cool.
I am a big fan of building as much off of your cool football moments for other sports. And obviously for like Duke, UNC State, like teams that have very, very high profile men's basketball teams. If there is any way you can turn a big game for your football men's basketball team into a big week or a big moment for your athletics program, I think that's huge, right? There's, I remember in college, if we had a big Saturday night game, you might have across the parking lot, we had our soccer field. You might have a big men's or women's soccer game that afternoon or maybe at noon. So you can kind of, tailgaters are getting there. You might pop in, watch the soccer game, just, build in some assists from your bigger sports.
Get the little World Cup music playing over here. Surprised not Jelly Roll doing. It seems like he's doing everything right now.
Hey. Get your money. He's having a moment. Get your money, lose your weight. Jelly Roll. That's his his theme. Do you have any more before I jump in?
Real quick, I'll
Go ahead.
also tie in on that Friday night before, or Friday afternoon before UNC plays TCU out in Dublin, Ireland. There's actually a high school football game that's going to be taking place. Ambassador Christian School from Huntersville, just outside of Charlotte, is going to take on Grapevine Faith Christian School, which is from Grapevine, Texas, in a game that afternoon, the Friday afternoon, I should say, before UNC and TCU play out there in Dublin. Again, super cool for those kids.
All right, and the last Dean's List, or at least from my standpoint, Jacoby Tharp, excuse me.
Okay.
He is an Auburn hurdler.
Okay.
Now you may be saying, like, Auburn, that has nothing to do with us. Well, in this case, I'm talking about him as a Team USA representative.
Okay.
So at the NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships, which are going on out there in Eugene, Oregon, in a prelim, so this wasn't even the final, he broke the world record in the 110-meter hurdles.
No way.
The world, not like U20, not the NCAA record. He broke the world record. He is the first individual since Dwight Stones in the high jump 50 years ago to break a world record in the NCAA championships. And do you know what's even more crazy about it? He's an unbelievable track and field athlete. Right? He's the defending champ. So it's not like he's some scrub that came out of nowhere. But the record had been set in 2012 by Aries Merritt. So that's a long time for a track and field record. And on the race, Tharp shaved 0.26 seconds off his previous best time. So his previous best was 13.01. He broke the world record in a time of 12.75, which in a 110-meter race is insane. Like that's like breaking a mile by 15 seconds or something like that. It is insane. So, Aries Merritt, who held the record, was also an American. Tharp has now bettered it to make it where the two fastest people, at least, I don't know who's third, the two fastest people ever in the 110-meter hurdle are American men. So
Brady McNabb probably could use that quarter second.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? If you want to know how important a quarter second is, ask Brandon Bussi.
Yeah, I know.
Go ask Brandon Bussi. He was asked about it after the game. They were like, "Did you know?" I had no idea.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it safe. Which, excellent veteran goaltending, knowing that the clock was going to run out like that.
Exactly.
And that's next level goalie. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the Dean's List, and it is dismissed.
Ring.
There you go. The bell doesn't dismiss you. Paul Ihander dismisses you. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, has to look more into the Canes and what maybe needs to be cleaned up from Game 4 if they want to win Game 5. But first, here's Dennis Cox.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick for my good friends over at Law Tigers. I'm not going to lie. With this hot weather and stuff out here, I'm not riding the motorcycle as much. It sucks because I want to go out and enjoy my motorcycle. It's actually something I did this morning because my motorcycle had been parked so much is that I actually took it for a short ride this morning. And actually, believe it or not, sitting and parking your motorcycle too long can actually be bad for the motorcycle. If anything, if you want an excuse to ride, it's actually better for your motorcycle to actually go for rides on occasion. You don't want to let it sit too long because the oil and everything that sits in the engine, especially the gasoline that sits in the gas tank, if it kind of gets old, it can get stale. And that's actually not good for the engine of your bike. And the reason why I say this is that when you go out on the road, you need to be able to trust your bike is going to operate. That's all part of making sure your bike is in proper working order. So I took the bike out on the road early this morning. It was still very hot, but still just to make sure that the next time when things do cool down, that my bike does work properly. And that's one of the things that you can do to be safe when you're out there on the road. But even if you do all the right things, accidents can still happen. And this is where Law Tigers steps in to help you. Law Tigers was built 25 years ago by people from the motorcycle riding community to help out people in the motorcycle riding community. That's why your case evaluation is always free with Law Tigers, and also you don't pay a dime until your case settles. So give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, if you're injured in an accident, even before you contact the insurance company. 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
When we come back outside the Lenovo Center in Tailgate World for Stanley Cup Final Game 5 preview, we talk about what the Canes need to clean up for Game 5. Next.
Looking for the ultimate playoff hockey headquarters? Head to Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex, your official member of the Canes Bar Network. Catch every playoff game with the sound on, ice cold drink specials flowing, and all the action bigger than ever on our massive 16-foot video wall. And when the final horn sounds, the deals keep coming with late night happy hour appetizers after 9 p.m. Playoff hockey, great food, cold drinks. Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex for playoff atmosphere where Canes fans gather to cheer louder.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf, built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT 2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier Factory Authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
It's Men's Health Month, and WakeMed wants to remind you to protect your skin to reduce your risk for skin cancer, sunburn, and premature skin aging. For any exposed skin, sunscreen should be worn. It should be broad spectrum to fight UVA and UVB rays, an SPF of 30 or higher, and be water resistant. Apply sunscreen 15 minutes prior to exposure and every 2 hours. So whether you are headed out to mow the lawn or to get in 18 holes, make sure you are covered, literally. For more information, visit wakemed.org. This is The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. If you are coming out to tailgate for Game 5 Stanley Cup Final, like we are, we're here, we're having a good time. I say this jokingly, but also 100% serious, so maybe it's not a joke at all. Two things for tailgate world. One, energy, enthusiasm. Bring the juice, right? The Caniacs need to feed off of enthusiasm and continue to build right up until game time, when hopefully the Lenovo Center roof can barely contain the electricity in the building. It's a home game. Make sure the Canes know it's a home game. And number two is properly hydrate. Wear light clothing. Sunscreen is your friend, right? There's very much like the hockey tailgate rah-rah, and then the also like, hey, this is very serious. It's depending where you're looking, which weather source you're looking at. It's between 97 and 100 miles, or 100. I keep saying miles an hour. Maybe I'm thinking Alexander Nikishin slap shots rather than temperature.
Exactly.
It's between 97 and 100 degrees out here today, and we're in the shade and it's hot.
Tech on the heat index, all that stuff. It's not fun. I'm actually wearing a like a fishing shirt, like a long sleeve like fishing shirt. Honor, shout out to the Big Rock tournament going on right now. Which, by the way, some massive marlins getting caught out there.
Even the marlins are like, can I get in the shade?
Yeah, no, for real.
You guys look comfortable up there.
Take me to the AC.
Including, and a lot of people are using this if you believe in like the universe sending signs. 919, the Raleigh area code. There was a big fishy, a marlin caught 919 pounds. So who is another fishy from Raleigh? Sebastian Aho from the Carolina Hurricanes. Maybe there's a universe kind of winking at us and saying, get ready for Sebastian Aho to have a big game or a big closing series in the last few games.
Well, kind of the big fish are getting it done, right? Jordan Stahl, which is Jordan Stahl actually might be the 919.9 pounder. That's Jordan Stahl.
We thought it was fishy, but it wasn't. It was the gargantuan oak tree was the actual sign that we were given. It is a record at the Big Rock, 919. It's the biggest one. And that's a tournament with a lot of impressive fishermen that show up every single year for a lot of years.
But the big fish been showing up. We've seen 919 pounds, 644, 597, 549, 530. We've had 500-plus pounders in the Big Rock, which means, Tim, it's about time Andrei Svechnikov gets going.
Okay.
Like, you're talking about, like, the big fish, the guy who's supposed to be the big fish. Andrei Svechnikov, your time to shine. 4 shots on goal this series in 4 games. 4 shots, and 3 of them came in game 3. That's not enough.
Well, let's talk about that, right? Because the right now what I want to do is it's not negative talk. It's what do you need to improve on? It's constructive criticism talk. Andrei Svechnikov, they've now for 2.5 games, whatever it's been, been more consistent with the lines that they're rolling out there outside of the Carrier injury. But they shuffled some things up in order, it seems, to get those top guys going, right? Aho, Jarvis, Svech. Aho is a point per game in the series. Jarvis obviously has a game winner in the series. Svech had the game tying goal in what came up just short of one of the most incredible comebacks of all time in game 3. Why are you singling out Svech as the guy who needs to be big fishing it out there and the 500-pound marlin of it all?
Because he needs to be, his physicality, his skating ability, his shooting ability, and his ability and his skill set in terms of being able to get to the front of the net and driving hard to the net. That's the type of hockey that wins you in the playoffs. There's a reason why we saw him last year lead the team with 8 goals in the postseason. 8. He led the squad last year in it, and they got to a conference final last year because he was playing direct and he was shooting the puck, and it was a no-nonsense type of game. Not trying to do too much, not trying to overthink it. It's just straightforward go. And that's exactly what this team needs to have, especially if he's playing alongside Sebastian Aho and Jordan Martinook. He needs to also be straight line go. Can't think about being a playmaker. Think about going to the front of the net.
Speaking of Jordan Martinook, who's on that line, he was asked about kind of big picture stuff and where their focus is. And when he was talking with the media, Paul Ihander back at the studio, if you can grab the Martinook clip, this is what the player that I consider the heart and soul of the Carolina Hurricanes had to say about their focus.
Very exciting to think about, but I think you're thinking about the next game. And I was saying last night, I don't even remember what the score of game 1 was. It's just like you get in this zone that you're kind of just in the moment of the day and the game and each shift. And especially the way this series has gone, I think each shift is so important, and the way that the swings have been, it's you just want to be dialed in on the game at hand.
Now, I could remind him what happened in game 1, but I won't. No. He's like, oh, no, we were up 2, and I blacked out. Don't remember anything else.
Yeah.
My confidence still really, really high.
I was standing there getting that audio when he said that. He's like, you see his eyes light up. He's like, I don't even know what happened in game number 1. It's like, I don't remember.
Fair. All right. It's you block out the trauma, right? And you just remember the good times. Here's an interesting question when it comes to things you need to clean up. The Carolina Hurricanes power play in the series, just raw numbers, have actually been good, right? 4 of 11.
I'll take that.
You'll take 4 of 11 every single time. I'm not great at math, but I believe that's 44%. That's not. I'm making stuff up. But the way I'm going with it is, I do think the ones where they don't score have been kind of really, really low. You know what I mean? There have been some very, very frustrating power plays. So if you're being nitpicky, if you're combing through their game with a very, very fine-tooth comb, looking for things that they need to kind of clean up and get right, I want consistency out of the power play, because they'll score a goal and it'll be awesome, and then they'll come back a period later with a power play and they won't even get a shot off, and they'll be clearing it themselves.
What was that?
And it'll be like, wait, that's That's crazy, right? I'm reminded of one of my dad's sayings whenever I golf with him. You hit a great shot, and then the next one you chunk 10 yards, and he just goes, same golfer. Because he reminds you that the same golfer can hit great shots, meaning me, and also horrendous shots, meaning me. And that's what I feel like with the power play right now, right? You'll have the same guys out there, and they'll stripe one down the middle, 330, be set up perfectly, nice little wedge into the green, and then they'll skull it over the green and into the woods. And I'm going like, really wish they could consistent that up a little bit. So, special teams, always going to be a part of a story. Goaltending and special teams. I think the Canes can clean it up a little bit, even with statistically raw totals. I'm happy with what they're doing.
And they've only allowed one power play goal.
Oh, and penalty kill.
That penalty kill has been fantastic. Especially with the unit that Vegas throws out there. They throw 5 forwards out there on the ice. They're not afraid. This is the way they rotate and constantly circle. But I think the thing that if I'm Carolina, you want to have consistency. Obviously, scoring on the power play is great. But like you said, consistency and then building off those power plays. Because let's not forget, when Jackson Blake scored last game, that was actually a couple of seconds after a power play had ended, because they were still able to work the puck in the offensive zone. Then Taylor Hall drives to the net, finds Jackson Blake on the back door. That was right after a penalty had expired. So technically an even strength goal, but that was all built off of the power play and how they were moving the puck. So again, you can build offense even though your power play doesn't score.
Their penalty kill has been good, borderline great for most of the postseason, and they haven't necessarily made it easy for themselves. They especially earlier on in the postseason, they were 3-on-5 a bunch. This past game, I know it wasn't a choice, but it felt a bit like, hey, look what I can do. Jordan Stahl decided to kill a penalty with like a minute and 10 seconds without a hockey stick.
Yeah,
he was just out there playing angles and taking knees. Again, not actually a choice. I'm joking about that. They weren't showing off, but it's, a bit of like, hey, I'm gonna tie one hand behind my back and look what I can do.
There was something about that penalty kill that really stood out to me, is that because Carolina, even on their penalty kill, will still pressure you out anywhere. And their way their 4 guys is that they just rotate. It's not like, all right, the 2 forwards are kind of high, 2 defensemen are down low, either in a box or a diamond, some way, shape, or form. They're constantly rotating. But one thing they did on the fly was when they realized that Jordan Stahl didn't have a stick, was that they just tightened up and they played compact. They adjusted literally on the fly in the middle of a PK about how they defended, and it worked. That was the thing that impressed most about me on that PK.
I've seen a lot of debate on, if you're killing a penalty and you break a stick, what should you do? Should you stay out there, try to do the no stick thing, or should you say, hey guys, give me 4.5 seconds. I'm going to skate over to the bench, get a stick real quick, and hopefully you can survive. Listen, Jordan Stahl, trust your instincts, my man.
Yeah, I know.
You've been around for a while. You know exactly what's going on here.
Especially second period, because it's a long change. As well, it's one thing that because we've actually seen Vegas do this. I forget who it was. It was maybe Mark Stone, actually, where he was on the boards closest to his bench.
Much easier decision.
And much easier. But then the puck was on the other side of the ice, and there was puck was being contested. It was a board battle. He quickly sprints over to the bench, gets another stick, comes sprinting right back in. Like, that's a calculated risk. You can't just leave for the sake of leaving, in my opinion.
I agree with that, especially if you have a penalty kill like the Canes that is so assignment focused, and everybody has each other's back and the rotations are strong. I mean, he got by just off of being exceptional spatial awareness.
Just being big.
That helps as well. Get big, Jordan. I can't help that. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Don't forget, everybody, start thinking. In this next hour, we're going to ask for them first goal scorer predictions. Be ready for it, and it's presented as of today by Penn Station. And I have another bit of information for you out there, everybody. The biggest tournament in world soccer is starting up actually today, and USA gets started tomorrow. Soccer's biggest event begins this week in North America. We'll have updates during the entire run, including previews of upcoming USA matches. The first tomorrow for United States as they go up against Paraguay. Our coverage of soccer's biggest event is presented by North Carolina Courage and Wake Orthopedics, your winning team for orthopedic care. That's exciting. I mean, there's so much going on right now. Very exciting. We're going to take a break. When we come back, a little football at 4 action. Are the Panthers, Carolina that is, taking a page from the Carolina Hurricanes in roster management? stick around.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Bull riding contest. I'm signing up.
You've never ridden a bull.
No, but I won playing a new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-off, and I'm on a roll.
But they're loaded with $50, $100, and $200 prizes.
Oh, I'm riding the Widowmaker.
Go for the win with new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-offs and digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds to win range from 1 in 3.72 to 4.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing Mountain Dew. So give me my good friends. Give me a
Grab some ice-cold Mountain Dew today.
Mountain Dew.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Mountain Dew products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Discover the thrill of precision and elegance with Omega at Bailey's Fine Jewelry. From the depths of the ocean to the heights of space, Omega's Seamaster and Speedmaster collections are crafted for those who dare to explore, with a heritage rooted in innovation and a timeless style inspired by sports, space, and cinematic legends. Omega is the gift for every adventurer. Find your perfect watch at Bailey's Fine Jewelry in Raleigh's Village District. Voted Best Jeweler. Learn more at BaileyBox.com.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at RitchieLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Storage Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Canes light the lamp here.
I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Dangerous heat is possible during Canes tailgating into this afternoon and early evening. Highs push to around 100 degrees with heat index values pushing well over 100. Also, some brief storms are possible late today. A few more storms on Friday.
Currently 99 degrees in Raleigh. On the markets today, the Dow currently up 929 points to 50,848. The S&P 500 up 127. And the NASDAQ rising 640 points. Money News presented to you by All-Star Dog Training. You've seen their dogs featured in college and professional sports. They can train your dog, too. Visit allstardogtraining.com and schedule your free evaluation today.
Let's move the chains. Time for Football at 4.
Football at 4 here on The Drive. And I'll tell you what. Feels like what I recall of like two-a-days from back in the day for football camp.
Yeah.
Where you walk outside and you go, whew, this one's going to stink, isn't it?
That's when you go, why am I doing this? Dude, easily have those days. Why am I doing this?
And as a former quarterback, as soon as you say like, oh my gosh, today's going to stink, every other position is like, for you?
Yeah.
You don't get to say that. And I go, fair, completely fair. Which is perhaps why, and we'll talk about this a little bit, the Carolina Panthers ended their mandatory minicamp a day early.
They did.
They said, hey, we've seen enough. I'm sure there were other reasons given. They tried hard. They executed well. We told them, if you go all out for 2 days, we'll cut it short. I'm sure that part of it was the trainer going, they're going to cramp. It's hot. Let's get them out of here.
The Panthers have a trailer next to their practice field where it's like a cooling trailer. I've actually stepped inside it before. It's really awesome, but it's like 50 degrees in that thing or whatever it is.
It's cold. I think it's like 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's cold. But anyway, so like if you're kind of feeling overheated, and they actually let media step in there too. So even if we're feeling overheated, dang, you know what? Just step inside there for like a minute or two, kind of let your body cool down a little bit. Then, you're right back outside. It's actually, I'm like, you know what? Can I stay in here for a little bit?
I did just look it up, by the way. 20 degrees.
20
can fit 30 players at one time with the set temperature at a chilly 20 degrees.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sports drinks and towels in there as well.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
I was going to say, this is like, a starving man, and you're just going like, nice juicy steak with mashed potatoes and asparagus, and you're just like, all right, let's stop talking about cooling while we're sitting out here in 99-degree weather. Although I do like the branding. 99.9 The Fan. You're listening in right here for Stanley Cup Final Game 5 pregame out in the parking lot outside the Lenovo Center. So with them cutting mandatory minicamp a little bit short, the stories are all mostly going to be from the media availabilities, what was said. And one of the things that came out of the mandatory minicamp is J.C. Horn, who is one of the highest paid defense backs in the NFL, exceptional corner for the Carolina Panthers.
5 INTs last year.
And put together a full, mostly healthy season, which has always been a task for him and will continue to be something we monitor. He was playing some nickel in mandatory minicamp, which means, bumping inside, being the extra defensive back. That's not to say he's coming off the field when they're not in nickel. He's playing his traditional outside in traditional personnel packages. And then when they bring on the extra, he's bumping in, playing a little nickel corner. They're testing that out with the breakdown being Will Lee, the rookie, being outside, something he's more natural at, and Mike Jackson, who's been the other outside corner the last couple of years with the Panthers, being at their traditional outside positions, and J.C. Horn playing nickel. Horn was quoted saying it's been kind of fast for him, but it's slowing down every day, so he's going through an adjustment period. If I'm a Panthers fan, if you're a Panthers fan, I can hear you saying, of all the people to mess around with, why are you messing with the usage of J.C. Horn? He's been good. He's really good. He does what he does really well. He's one of the best in the NFL out there on the outside. Why are you moving him? To which my answer to that is, remember Logan Stankoven of the Carolina Hurricanes?
Yeah.
Remember last year when he scored 5 goals in the postseason as a winger? Remember when they gave him a chance to be a second-line center, and everybody was very trepidatious about the move. Some even outright doubted it, but they gave him time. They let him work through the portions where it was probably a little fast for him, but it was slowing down every day. And now in the next postseason, as a center, he has, 11 goals in the postseason?
12?
12 would be tying Rob Brindamore for the most ever.
So I'm sorry, I'm predicting tonight.
Okay,
he's 11. Yeah.
So he's up to 11, and you recognize the reason why I was okay with them trying second line center is because no move is permanent.
No,
it was not 100% that he was going to end up. I mean, borderline production wise, your top line center in the postseason. Although Aho does other things exceptionally well. It wasn't a guarantee at any point in time that was going to happen, but you knew if it went horrendously, if it made a turn when you didn't want it to, you could always put him back at wing.
Yeah.
Right. You could always just bump him back to where he was, where he's had success, where he had already played as a winger in 2 conference finals prior to this year. You could keep him out there. And the same is true for J.C. Horn. If it never slows down for him at nickel, right? If the inside, there's too much around, his peripheral vision's messed with because now there's somebody on both sides. Like if all of that happens, move him back to outside corner.
Yep.
And find somebody else, Shaw Smith-Wade,
Corey
Thornton, Will Lee, whoever, to give them a shot at nickel, right? It's the same logic of it. Get your best guys onto the ice for the Canes. Get your best guys, your best combos onto the field for the Panthers. And if a little adjustment of a position can get more of your talent on the playing surface at the same time, give it a try, and you can always go back.
Here's how I also view this as a potential thing as well. The Carolina Panthers run a lot of zone defense. And what's been a big gripe from Panthers fans, and I'll throw myself into this mix as well, is that you don't let J.C. Horn cover the top receiver no matter where he is on the field, right? You don't let him travel with the top guy. Well, maybe if you're giving him some run at nickel, maybe you want to play a little bit more man-to-man, and J.C. Horn has to maybe cover someone that the top receivers lining up in the slot. We need you to cover him. We got to get some reps where you're in that spot too. That might be part of it. And if Ejiro Evero is willing to do that, I'm for it. I'm 100% for it.
By the way, the best wide receivers in the NFL, and I expect this from Tedero McMillan this year, there is no more Cliff Kingsbury style offense, which he gets criticized for, which was when they were in Arizona with the Cardinals, he and DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins lined up left widest receiver like 97% of plays. It doesn't happen anymore. Puka Nacua, CeeDee Lamb, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the best receivers in the NFL line up all over the place. They can play out of the slot. They can, like Puka Nacua, he could darn near be like a inline tight end and go crack down and block. He's so physical. They move him all over the place. And because of that, you need to have your best defenders be able to move around all over the place and try to counter the counter, if you will. So I like the move. And I want to emphasize that, because at a mandatory minicamp in early June, he lined up a good amount in the nickel or in the slot. It's not a like year contract, right?
Yeah.
It's not like all of us sign up for cell phones. You got a 2-year deal and you can't get out, right? It's, it's a 1-day contract to see what it's like a little bit further inside in the coverage. And he's good enough, smart enough, talented enough to do darn near anything in the secondary. So why not give it a try?
I'll even to build on top of that, you give it a try. And again, I think it adds more versatility to your defense, which I think is a good thing. Because like I just mentioned, if you can run man-to-man with J.C. Horn lined up there in the slot, well, then now you come up, J.C. Horn's lined up in the slot, they're man-to-man. All of a sudden it's zone defense. Now the quarterback's, wait a second, I thought this was going to be man-to-man. Now it's like the game within the game, the chess match, right? That allows you to do more stuff if you're E0 Evero, which I know is something that I've been clamoring for a couple of years now.
And versatility helps you, knock on wood, in the case of injuries. If players go down and it's, all right, our best backup in the secondary is an outside corner and he doesn't know how to play nickel. Well, okay, let's get our best players out there on the field, and J.C. Horn will potentially be able to fill in the gaps and continue to be elite. As far as other tangible news, I thought this was interesting. A couple of young wide receivers have fluctuated their weights a bit. Tedderell McMillan told the media today that he put on about this is I love like around 17 pounds this offseason. Just somewhere in the range of 17.45 pounds. 17 pounds this offseason. He expects to be a full go by training camp. He's been held out a little bit, had dealt with a foot injury, he's calling it foot soreness. But don't forget, this past year, he dropped a lot of weight and was having a hard time put it on during season.
Yeah.
So if he puts on the right weight and he maybe even puts on a few extra pounds, by the end of the season, you might be right where he wants to be. 17 sounds like a lot, but I don't think he was starting at sea level. You know what I mean? He was starting -10, put on 17. That's just, a more natural kind of weight for him.
I know he wants to play somewhere around 220. I think is about where he wants to play. I think he said last year he was around 205 by the end of the season. So I think it's also as well, it's not just it's keeping the weight on. Like, how can you maintain that during the course of the season? Because during training camp, you know this too, Tim, like you're going to lose weight quickly. I remember like the beginning of lacrosse, I would always go into like lacrosse season in college about 7 pounds more than I was going to play during the season, because I knew over the first 3 weeks of practice, I was going to lose all that weight. So it's all about maintenance. But if he could be stronger and more physical and even be tougher in terms of making contested catches, that's only benefits him and Carolina.
Absolutely. I sweat a lot, as you can see today. It's 97, 99 degrees out here, and you will witness firsthand if you're watching on YouTube. I'm a bit of a sweater, so we used to weigh in before and after practice, and it was like, how did I lose 11 pounds today?
It's insane. It really is.
And then you drink all of the water in the world, and you'd be okay.
Yeah.
But Xavier Leggett said the team wanted him to drop weight as well.
Yeah.
Dropped a good amount of weight down to about 220, 221 right now.
Okay, good.
So that's he was talking about his hamstring health, and he tried to make his hamstrings more bulletproof this offseason. Sometimes it's as simple as dropping 12 pounds. Just makes it a little bit easier on some of your soft tissue, ligaments and tendons and everything. So hopefully that works for him, right? Because that guy at full speed, it's an impressive full speed. And that's something he has to bring to the team. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's a little football at 4, obviously mixed in with some Canes talk on Stanley Cup Final Game 5, home game for the Canes day. Before we move on, Dennis, on this very same Game 5 day, has a message for you.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick for Loan Pronto. Folks, credit card interest rates, they're sky high. In a lot of cases, they're over 29%. And most people are only making minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or even get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved, and they saved over $1,500 a month. Here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates right near 3-year lows, so act now. Go to loanpronto.com, see how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have a cup check-in coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around.
One goal.
Let's go, Canes!
Hall coming in. Backhand, Dovership. Blake to the rebound. He scores! Oh, the Hurricanes are just pouring it on.
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Let's go, Canes! Aho now to Jarvis. Jarvis, you'll get the Giants scores!
Your official home for the Eastern Conference champion Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan.
Hey, this is Luke with Newcomb & Company. We're a residential, commercial, plumbing, HVAC company who's been serving the community for over 70 years. Honesty is the biggest policy around here. You know, we take pride in everything we do, anything we touch. We're not one of those companies that come and throw it in and then you can't get a hold of them again. We're there with you hand in hand. Here at Newcomb & Company, what stands apart from other companies is we actually do more than just AC and heat pumps. We do boilers, geothermals, furnaces, radiant floor, anything that is odds and ends that nobody else can touch is what we thrive on. At Newcomb & Company, we do same-day service. That's also another thing that helps us stand apart from other places is we do same-day service because we have enough professionals to get out to these houses to solve what the problems are. And we're on 24/7 on emergency basis, weekends, nights, holidays, you name it, we're there.
Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the 9th inning comeback, do you know how to time the beer run to still make it back in time for the stretch? If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are live outside the Lenovo Center. It's hot, everybody. Southern hockey weather. Speaking of how, like, 99 reminds me of two-a-days from my football playing career. My high school football coach, shout out to Coach Knox. What a high school football coach name. Every day, He'd step outside our locker room. It could be pouring rain. It could be 102 degrees. It could be dusty. It could be windy. No matter what, it could be snow on the ground. He would take a big, deep breath and say, "It's Seahawks football weather." I think of the same for the Carolina Hurricanes. It is 1,000,000 degrees out here. It's Carolina hockey weather. That's what kind of weather it is. Just if you're going to be tailgating, you're going to be hanging out, make sure that you hydrate and all those sort of things and get yourself ready. Prepare to have the best time you possibly can today here at the Lenovo Center. And also prepare for your first goal scorer predictions. Here on 99.9 The Fan, later this hour, we'll be taking first goal scorer predictions on the phones. And each of the 3 contestants that make on-air predictions will receive a Penn Station East Coast Subs gift card. So you definitely want to be ready for that, and you want to get your predictions right as well. With that being said, you might catch some insight into who's going to have a big game in our Cup Check-In. Our Cup Check-In, which is coming up in literal seconds, is served up by Carolina Ale House. Earlier today, Adam Gold talked with head coach Rod Brindamore. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Two or three games, 6 days max. Like, the finish line's there, and we just got to keep trying to fight to get there.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That once again, our cup check-in. Carolina Ale House serves up the cup check-in. Want to watch the Canes with a full homemade menu and frosty pints? Come to Carolina Ale House, the official Canes road game HQ. I'm Tim Donnelly, Dennis Cox here with me. Paul Ihander back at the studio, keeping us up and running. We are not in the studio because it's Carolina Hurricanes game day. It's a hockey night in Carolina. It's game 5. Dennis, you know what kind of game 5 it is?
Pivotal.
It is a pivotal game 5. The winner will take a commanding 3-2 lead.
Loser will be on the brink of elimination.
Loser will be on the brink of elimination. You may call every game from this point forward a must-win. All of the cliches are in the running for tonight's game. The series tied 2-2. Neither team has won back-to-back games in this series. Every game has featured a multi-goal lead that evaporates to at least a tie game. 2 of them being lost by the team that had the multi-goal lead. It is a absolutely, for lack of a better term, insane series thus far, where you cannot count out. Like, from our perspective, we want to be like, you can never count out the Carolina Hurricanes. In reality, you can't count out the Carolina Hurricanes or the Vegas Golden Knights at this point.
It's even.
They are, and they're both liable to score a bunch of goals in a short period of time. They're both liable to go on hot streaks, cold streaks. It's exactly what you'd want out of a Stanley Cup final. And thus, there are goods and bads, right? There are, you might say, cons and cons. Shall we play a game of HurriCons and Cons here on the drive? I think we shall.
But to play great defense, you need one thing above all else.
That starts with a W.
Confidence.
Confidence and concerns. That's how HurriCons and Cons goes. We need to know what you are most confident about and what you are most concerned about when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes. That's the question. It's up to you to come up with the answers. You can send them to us on our YouTube live stream comments, 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. Check out the live stream, jump in the live chat. Just make sure to subscribe to our channel while you are there. Dennis, we'll start with the bad news like we always do. What are you most concerned about for the Carolina Hurricanes?
I'm going to build off of what the man running the boards right now, Paul Ihander, said something on Next Up the other morning. He goes Next Up from 9 to 10 here on 99.9 The Fan. So I'm building off of this. Is that how Ivan Barbashev and Pavel Dorofeev haven't gotten going yet. And I'm afraid if those guys do, alongside Jack Eichel, if those guys get going, that concerns me. That genuinely concerns me because that top line has been, for the most part, has been held in check for the Vegas Golden Knights. And give a lot of credit to the forwards and really just the Canes as a whole. Obviously, Jack Eichel has not scored a goal this Stanley Cup final. That's a big credit to Jordan Staal. But if Barbashev and Dorofeev get going, even if it's on the power play, that concerns me.
I was just going to say, every power play, I find my eyes looking to make sure I know where Dorofeev is. I'm going like, this is a power play, dude. Where is he? Obviously, every one of Vegas's power plays, just because it's the shooter thing, right? You don't want to see anything go in for him because you don't know if that's the one that suddenly is going to get him going. So. Yep. I agree with that. My concern, goalie, and not just Brandon Bussi, although if you're concerned about the brand new super rookie undraft like that guy being in this moment, that's fair. But just the goalie room, right? Freddie Anderson wasn't at morning skate today. Now, Rod did say he'll be available. He was actually skating prior to morning skate. Mm-hmm. But Pyotr Kochetkov is now obviously dressing, which is something that hasn't happened much this year at all.
No.
Brandon Bussi he's got the world on his shoulders. He's handled it well, but it doesn't change the fact that the world is on his shoulders. So concern just being the state of the goalie, which, by the way, it has been for my concern for the last 2 months. Let's get to the more fun part. What are you confident about in the Carolina Hurricanes?
My confidence is going forward. They got to win 2 of 3, and you have 2 of 3 at home, which I think is massive because if Rob Brindamore, obviously the home crowd is a massive impact. It truly is, as opposed to the sleepy place they call T-Mobile Arena out there in Vegas. But you have the home ice advantage, not just because of the crowd, but because you have the ability to match lines better and match your defensive pairs if you're Rob Brindamore as the head coach. To me, that's where the factor really comes in, is when you get to a game 7. And as I predicted before this series started, the Canes were winning this thing in 7. So if you take care of business at home ice, you win this damn thing. That's it. Like, that's my confidence. You take care of business at home ice, where you've only have lost one time. Now, granted, I'm sorry, you've lost twice here at home. But granted, you are playing a heck of a team in Vegas. But you just got to take care of your home ice, and you are walking the streets of Raleigh with a cup in your hand.
That sounds awesome. My confidence, and I went over this a little bit yesterday, it's more of like a reminder to us to appreciate, is the Stankoven line.
Yeah.
Because, like, I thought back to early in the postseason, if Jackson Blake and Logan Stankoven each scored a goal in the same game in just the first round or second round, it was cause for, like, ticker tape parades. Everybody was so excited, and it was so adrenaline rushy. Last game, in a absolutely got to have it game 3 of the Stanley Cup final, they both scored in the first 5 minutes of the game, and it felt like everyone went, good, the Stankoven line did what they need to do and just moved on, and everyone was really excited about Stahl and really excited about Bussi and really excited about these other things. And I'm going, like, we haven't been so neutralized, so numb to those guys scoring a goal each, right? And obviously Taylor Hall's a big part of that, so I include him in the line. He now has a tie for the most road points in a single postseason in Carolina Hurricanes history. Like that line, Stankoven has 11 goals.
Yeah.
Jackson Blake is participating in both of those, right? None of those records that I just mentioned are set by themselves. He's helping, but then also he's got a bunch of goals and assists himself. Those players, that line, I don't want it to be taken for granted, I guess is what I'm going with. So I'm confident in them, but I'm also appreciative of them. In the same way, like the penalty kill has done so well this postseason, that at times they've made us not as worried about the power play, because you're still like winning special teams. When there were moments this postseason where the top guys maybe weren't scoring goals, we were able to give them time and patience to figure it out, because the Stankoven line was picking up the slack. And I mean, I know that Vegas eventually came back to tie the game, but if you don't have that margin of error that you set with those early goals from those young guys, you don't win that game, right? You don't win that game without the Stankoven line playing really, really well. So I want to keep that rolling.
You mentioned Jackson Blake in that line. You know, Jackson Blake this postseason has 18 points in 17 games. 18 points in 17 games. And the rate at which he scored, so he has 6 goals, 12 assists. That is a 29-goal, 58-assist, 87-point regular season.
It's pretty good.
That's the pace in which he is playing right now, which I will 10 times out of 10 take that from Jackson Blake.
As a 22-year-old, by the way, like when you're equating those when you're doing like the on pace for 80 whatever game regular
82
season
games, yeah,
and 84 soon. When you start doing that math, you have to remember that a whole bunch of those games are not against playoff teams, right? A whole bunch of those games are not against some of the best teams in the NHL, which is all you face in the postseason. That's it. So remember that. We have a guest of honor coming.
We do as this man approaches. I mentioned that Logan the Taylor Hall stat line. He has 6 goals, 12 assists, the exact same as Jackson Blake. So they're literally both scoring at an 87 point per game season pace. If you look at what Logan Stankoven is doing this postseason in terms of, if you extrapolate this over the course of a regular season, this is over 17 games. This postseason, Logan Stankoven, 11 goals, 4 assists. That is a 53-goal, 19 assists, 72-point pace.
53-goal, 72-point pace is like you got to roll. You got to roll.
He's got
put the biscuit in the basket.
Yeah, he's scoring at a 53-goal pace like per season. That's insane.
Good for him.
Awesome.
So here's how we're going to do this. We have first goal score predictions coming up. Penn Station East Coast Subs is going to give a gift card to the 3 people that call in and make their predictions on air. We're very appreciative of their new partnership with us presenting the first goal score. So this is your last reminder to get to thinking, because we're actually going to do that at the beginning of our next segment.
Okay.
Which will be about 4:45, because we have a newly popularized Kane celebrity walking our way. If you are on the social medias, you might know him as not Dave Canales. He is rolling up here, and he is a bold predictor of the epic variety, and B, a man of honor because he has followed through on his promises. At Not Dave Canales shows up. At Not Dave Canales, do you want to give us your real name? Is that something that's out there?
Yeah, it's Bryson Carbley.
All right, we have Bryson Carbley joining us.
We're giving out government names. Okay, all right.
If you're unfamiliar with what's going on here, Game 2, when the Canes were down 2 goals going into the third period, he tweeted out, if the Carolina Hurricanes score 2 goals to tie the game in the third period, I'll get a warning flag tattoo. That happened.
Yeah, that happened. And to be quite honest, I've wanted the warning flag.
Okay.
So that one wasn't I would say, regretful one. But fast forward.
If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the tattoos on his arm. It's there.
Yeah.
It's real. This is not, licking stick tattoo moves. Then Game 3 happens, and the Canes are down 4 going into the third period. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, kind of playful attitude. No way it's going to happen again. He throws out there on Twitter, if the Carolina Hurricanes score 4 goals in the third period to tie the game, I'll get a Stormy tattoo. And you added, please, for the love of God.
Yeah. I was hopeful that it would happen, but no team's ever scored 4 goals to come back to win in the Stanley Cup Finals. Unfortunately, they didn't win, but they scored the 4 goals, so I had to keep my commitment. I was not going to jinx the Carolina Hurricanes, so I was not going to be some of those other popular people on social media that didn't follow through on their bets.
Yeah.
So, I got the Stormy one. It's the strutting Stormy.
Stormy, I love it.
Yeah. Cleopatra Inc. here in Raleigh did it.
Okay, very nice.
They've committed to the Stanley Cup because I have one more final commitment. I was like, guys, I can't do it every single game.
No, you can't.
I'm going to run out of real estate here.
Unless you're going to do it. You only got 3 games left, buddy. Like, I think you can commit to this.
Also, we don't want the Canes to fall behind multiple goals every game, which is kind of the pattern here. They fell behind multiple goals. You make your prediction, they storm back.
Exactly.
So I have your final. You called it your final act.
Yeah, my final act.
I'll read it and then we'll dive in. For your final act, if the Carolina Hurricanes win the Stanley Cup, I will get a tattoo of the Stanley Cup. And then you added, "Make me do it, Canes."
Yep.
That has to be like there was pressure, I'm sure, from the world saying everything you threatened with a tattoo happens. So stop. Like, why didn't you say if they come back from 4 goals and win, I'll get the Stormy tat? You just said if they come back to tie it, which is exactly what happened, and then they lost in double OT. Is this the like, all right, let me make sure I dot my I's and cross my T's here if they win the cup?
Yes, absolutely. That's the ultimate goal for the team and the fans, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, is for the Canes to win that Stanley Cup for the first time in 20 years. So I do have a break glass in case of emergency tattoo bet commitment that I've not tweeted. I'm not going to talk about unless they are down multiple goals going into the third period. Because like I said, I'm running out of real estate and it's not one that I necessarily want, but I will do, if it's necessary for the Carolina Hurricanes. But yeah, the Stanley Cup I'm excited for because it's going to fill in like it all and not be so spaced out. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm willing to do that one more time if I have to, but I hope that it's not necessary.
So Tim might remember this. We were actually out here on the plaza before Game 1 of the regular season, and I said with the whole Carolina culture stuff that they do that, I said if the Canes won Stanley Cup, I would get right here on the inside of the left arm. I would get Canes logo and stuff right here on the inside of my left arm. So if they win this thing, we got to go together.
Okay,
we'll get it done together. My guys up in Youngsville, we'll definitely do this thing. Yeah.
That's where I got the warning flag.
Okay, he actually texted me that picture the other day. Greg? Yes. Yep. Okay, so Greg's my guy. Yep. We'll go up and see Greg up there at Bad Fun. But yes, so I have that bet, and Tim actually remembers at the beginning of the season.
We have the audio for it. We'll run it back.
We'll run it back. It's on video. We have receipts. So if this thing happens, we'll go together. We'll get our tats.
That sounds like a plan.
Let's go.
All right, so we're talking with Bryson, a.k.a. not Dave Canales. I saw the Canes sent you tickets for tonight.
Yeah,
so awesome. So they Is that just, hey, we respect the loyalty, like we respect the honor? We want to, you didn't back out, you didn't delete your account and go into hiding, so they gave you a couple tickets?
I think so. They've seen it's been shared on the news quite a bit and like retweeted by Barstool Sports, and I think there's a lot of pressure to get me into the game from the crazy Caniacs. Like they believe in the bet as well, and they're like, we got to get this guy into Game 5. And the Canes reached out and DM'd me on Twitter or X, and we're like, hey, we hear you and we see you. We want to get you into Game 5. So yeah, they gifted my wife and I 2 tickets tonight.
Let's go.
Good move.
Yeah.
Good move by the Canes. Is there? Let me think of how to phrase. Do you have any other superstitions? Anything else that like? Do you believe that you are impacting these games?
It's hard. After the 4 goal in the third period, like I was like in awe. I was shocked a little bit. I was like, they're like, what's going on? I don't know if I necessarily 100% believe that it's true, but I wasn't not going to do it and jinx them the other way. So I would say I believe the opposite, that if I didn't do it, I was going to jinx the Hurricanes. And here we are.
Better safe than sorry, right?
Two more tattoos. Yes.
If it is real, you want it to work. And if it's not, all you did was get some tattoos for a team you love.
Exactly.
Now we're talking with Bryson here, aka not Dave Canales on Twitter. Twice he has put out if the Canes do this, and they've been pretty difficult comebacks, he'll get a tattoo. And he has them both on his arm. The Canes backed him up. He now has final act. If the Canes win the cup, he'll get a Stanley Cup tattoo. Now these are all Canes predictions. Your Twitter handle is not Dave Canales.
Yep.
Previously not Matt Rule.
Yep.
Not Steve Wilkes.
Have
not Frank Reich.
Panther fans started requesting?
Yes. I'm like, please, let's focus on the Stanley Cup right now.
All right.
If the Panthers make the playoffs again, it might be pulled out again. And which, I believe that the Panthers, they're on the right trajectory, and the team's looking up at least. And if they do go to the playoffs, I think I might pull it out again. And
okay.
I do want a Panthers tattoo. I've wanted one for a while. I just haven't followed through with it. So I think it might be the perfect scenario there.
We'll put this out here right now. On June 11th, if the Panthers win the Super Bowl this season, you and I will get Panther tattoos.
Okay, we got 2 commitments from Dennis. Okay, all right, let's go.
Now, have you put out what you want from the Panthers? I'm a no tattoo guy, but I'm fascinated in like how you make the decisions. Is it keep pounding? Is there the logo? Like what is?
I kind of want like a panther itself. Okay, and it's like sprawling out kind of. I've seen it. Like a couple examples online.
Okay.
Just like probably a blue panther sprawling out, maybe like on my leg or something is what I'm thinking.
If you're walking around, he has the Eastern Conference champion shirt on, sleeveless to show off the ink as he should. Red hat. I mean, if you're making your way around tailgates, I can't make this commitment because I'm here working. You shouldn't pay for a beer all day. Like
no,
like if you're out there impacting games with your predictions, you should be taken care of well by the Caniacs out there.
I appreciate that, gentlemen.
So that's just more a hope than a prediction. We also, speaking of predictions, this one people will be listening for. We play a game of first goal scorer predictions.
Oh yeah, I've participated.
So we need a prediction from you. Who scores the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes? And in what period? And we'll be okay if you don't say like, hey, if this happens, I'll get a tattoo. This can just be a first goal score prediction.
No tattoo commitment, but I'll go back to the well, man. Logan Stakeoven in the first. I think he's just been playing so well. Feels like every game he's scoring a goal. So I think that's a pretty safe one. So I'll go Logan Stakeoven, one of my favorite Hurricanes in the first period.
6 times this postseason, he's been the first goal scorer for the Canes.
That's crazy.
That is insane. Just 6 goals would be insane. 6 times being the first goal scorer is nuts. It's a Stankoven stat. Bryce, we appreciate you for stopping
by. Absolutely.
Good luck to you.
Good luck. Real handshake. I don't want to touch the tats, man. I don't want to mess those up.
I hope the next time we see you have like full sleeves and leg tats, because that means all your predictions are coming true, and they're all positive for the teams we care about. So
that would be something.
It's a weird wish, but I hope that for you. That's you. Bryson, a.k.a. not Dave Canales on Twitter. Give him a follow to track the tattoo bets, predictions, whatever you want to call them. Right now, we need first goal scorer predictions. So the phone lines are open, 919-860-5326. We'll take 3 callers on air, I should say. And they will not only get a chance to make their predictions, they will get a chance to get some gift cards.
Callers 9, 10, and 11, by the way.
Callers 9, 10, and 11 will not only win Penn Station East Coast Subs gift cards, they will also get to make their predictions on air. Penn Station East Coast Subs, where the grill is always hot, the fries are always fresh, cut. Monday is a power play. Snag a sizzling cheesesteak for just $4.99 every Monday at any Triangle Penn Station location. Penn Station East Coast Subs, fresh, hot, and always the best play. Get those calls in now. Caller 9, 10, and 11 will get their predictions and the gift card. Right now, Tim Donnelly here for Kalshi. The NHL playoffs are underway, obviously. The hunt for the Stanley Cup. I mean, we're in the final home stretch. And now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. Could have traded every game this postseason, every series, conference finals, and now, obviously, the championship. At the moment, the Carolina Hurricanes are trading, I want to make sure I give you as up-to-date numbers as possible, at 57% to win the Cup. That's going to be roughly $100 trade, would pay out about $170 roughly if it does happen. But as always, I want to remind you, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. You can trade in and out of your market as the probability changes at any time. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TIMD to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus. Restriction and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. We'll be back with first goal scorer predictions. Call in now if you want to win the gift card. If you want to make a prediction, 919-860-5326. Coming up next.
It's Hockey Night in Carolina, Stanley Cup Final Edition. It's Game 5 with Vegas.
Here's a chance. It gets you traffic. Check and they score! The captain again!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Now back at it from Bristol. A backhand, he scores! He scores again! Oh, captain, my captain! Writing a story in the Stanley Cup Final.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
Organize easy. Organize tough. Customize your work truck or van with Upfit Solutions from Van Products. Steel and aluminum shelving, toolboxes, data files, cabinets, drawers, conduit carriers, ladder racks, everything safe and secure. Everything built as unbreakable as you by Adrian Steel. Backed by the best warranty in the business. 3 years, 36,000 miles. Everything custom installed by Van Products so you know it's done right. From a single work rig to a fleet, choose custom installed Upfit Solutions from Van Products.
Hey, it's Tim for Men's Health Month. Here's a question for you. When's the last time you went to the doctor? Willingly. Now here's a stat. A national survey found 72% of men would rather do household chores like clean the bathroom than go to the doctor. But get this, the stuff most likely to take you out, heart disease, lung cancer, these silent killers are on their own timeline. So you've got to get in the game and get proactive. If not for you, do it for the folks who depend on you, your partner, your kids. Craft Body Scan is making it easy to do that with a special Men's Health Month offer just for our listeners. A couple's heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500, is just $99 with promo code THEFAN50. Quick, low-dose CT, no needles, no contrast, no referral. You don't even need to take your clothes off. 10 minutes, both of you, done. And $10 from every scan goes to the American Heart Association. Book today at craftbodyscan.com and use promo code THEFAN50.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf. Built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
This is The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. As I said, going into break, it is now time. We are outside the Lenovo Center, by the way, the location for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. And you are listening to 99.9 The Fan, also the location for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight. The only place you can listen to Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy on the call is right here on 99.9 The Fan, so don't go anywhere. Now, as I said before the break, it is time for first goal scorer predictions. We have our callers on the line, 3 of them. They're going to make their predictions, and they will all, win, lose, or draw on their prediction, receive gift cards to Penn Station East Coast Subs, where the grill is always hot and the fries are always fresh cut. Monday is a power play. Snag a sizzling cheesesteak for just $4.99. Every Monday at any Triangle Penn Station location. Penn Station East Coast Subs, fresh, hot, and always the play. We had them delivered today. Delicious. Fries delicious, sandwich delicious, and their first goal scorer prediction, which was written on my sandwich, a chicken parm sandwich, by the way. Taylor Hall was their first goal scorer prediction. Let's see what the callers do. We'll start with Rick. Rick, welcome to the show. Good luck to you. Give us the first goal scorer prediction and the period they will score it in.
Thank you. It's going to be Nick Ehlers in the first, but not in the first minute, in the fourth minute.
Okay, fourth minute of the game. I like this.
All right, and I like that you emphasize not in the first minute. People are terrified of first-minute goals after the way Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals and Stanley Cup Final turned out. So, Rick, you are locked in. Nikolai Ehlers in the first, but not in the first minute, in the fourth minute. Thank you for calling in. Good luck to you. Now, we have 2 Matts on the line next, so this isn't very personal, but we're going to go Matt 1 and Matt 2.
All right, makes sense.
Matt 1, you are on the line. Matt and Carey, is that what we're going with? Matt and Carey, a.k.a. Matt 1. You are on the line. Happy to have you. Go ahead and make your first goal scorer prediction.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Betts in the first. I think he's due, and I think the roof was going to blow off Lenovo Center. I think it's going to go crazy in there. He's just going to go to the wall and just drive to the net and do a little forehand, backhand.
I love that so much.
Would love to see that today.
I'm a full major league, the manager, right? I got a hunch he's due.
Yeah.
Give him the heater, Ricky. That's what we're looking for. So Matt and Carey, a.k.a. Matt 1, you're locked in. Svetch in the first. Good luck to you as well. And finally, Matt 2. Matt 2, welcome to the show. Give us a first goal scorer prediction and make it a good one.
Hey, guys. Huge Caniac. First time, long time. I'm going to say Jarvie, first period, shorthanded, and Miller's in the box for slashing.
Oh, okay. Keandre's in the box for slashing. All right.
For slashing. Shorties, they're so much fun. They're chaotic. And Miller's in the box for slashing. All right. Matt, we appreciate you as well. Good luck to you, and enjoy the food you get from Penn Station. All right, there we go. Rick Ehlers in the first, Matt 1, Svetch in the first, Matt 2, Jarvie in the first. Our callers are looking at big names. They think some of the top guys are going to get them going today in the first.
Hey, the big rocks catching big fish out there. We're going big game hunting as well. Why not? When it comes to goal scoring predictions, it's interesting that he brings up Matt 2, brings up Jarvis shorthanded. I feel like when Aho and Jarvis, some of their best shifts this postseason have come when they've been shorthanded. I'm like, we guys are holding onto the puck more shorthanded than you do at 5-on-5, which is interesting. But I think just those two together, we know what they can create on the rush, especially shorthanded. They might be due. They might be due for a shorty today.
I've joked, but it's, again, grain of truth, that we need to brainwash certain players on the Canes into thinking that they're always shorthanded.
Yeah.
I want you, if you bring the energy and decision-making from your shorthanded shifts to your 5-on-5 or even your power play shifts.
Yep.
That's the secret sauce right there. We got to make you think that you're shorthanded all the time. And Miller in the box for slashing. I mean, at least it's a little different. Normally when someone predicts a shorthanded and we make them say who's in the box, they just go, Svetch for roughing something a little bit more down the middle. So it's a little off the beaten path. Dennis, what are you seeing in first goal scorer prediction land on our YouTube live stream comments?
I've seen a lot of Sebastian Aho here early. We're seeing a lot of Logan Stankoven. Taylor Hall's getting a lot of love here as well. We actually have a Keandre Miller in the first period as well. And then obviously there's the big guy, the captain, Jordan Stahl, is getting a lot of love as well. Also, someone said Aho shorthanded. This one comes from Cassidy G. Cassidy G said, Aho shorthanded, Svetch in the box.
All right.
Going chalk here.
Here's the Stankoven stat. So we do first goal scorer predictions during the regular season, every single game day that we have a show. So we don't do it on Saturday, Sunday games.
Yep.
But every weekday, we do first goal scorer predictions. Postseason, every game, no matter what. And while we have the listener competition, and Penn Station's going to be giving stuff away. We're looking forward to that. We also have an internal competition, like just an office competition between all our 99.9 The Fan personalities. Now, I will say we do tend more so. There are some long shots. Like we have fun predicting the Robinsons, the Walkers, the deeper cuts. But right now, the leader is Victoria on the season with 6.
She is.
With 6 correct. And back at the studio, I can tell you every single one that she's gotten right. If you just picked Logan Stankoven for every single postseason game, just 17 games, if you just picked Logan Stankoven, no hesitation, every postseason game, you'd have 6 right.
As long as you get the period right.
True.
Because I've actually picked Stankoven the other day in game number 2, and the first period he didn't score the first one until the third.
Very good point there. But still, he has 6 first goals for the Carolina Hurricanes in the postseason. That's insane. So it's not a bad pick, is basically what I'm saying. As always, I look at the Twitter. I put out a tweet the morning of a game, and I ask for first goal scorer predictions. And then right about this time, I go ahead and bring it up, and I look for the most liked prediction.
Okay.
I also have a saying, nothing gets the people going like 95 plus miles per hour from Alexander Nikishin.
That's true.
The number 1 most liked Nikishin power play goal.
Really?
The number 1 most liked. Ehlers is the second most liked. Jordan Bleepin Stahl is the third most liked. For the love of hockey gods, Aho in the first, the next most liked. But number 1, and by a good margin, Alexander Nikishin power play goal. Nothing gets the people going like 95 plus miles per hour from Alexander Nikishin. And on a day where I believe last I checked, it was 99 degrees outside. Why not 99 degrees outside, 99 miles per hour inside? How about that? A lot of great goal score predictions. Happy to get them from all of you, and thank you for participating.
Speaking of the Heat, NC Citizen on a YouTube live chat earlier said 99.9 the Heat.
Hey.
Like, hey,
we have a lot of fans here as well. the air
literally
fans. So 99.9 the Fan. Dennis, we don't have yours yet. Who's your first goal score prediction?
Listening to this guy this morning after morning skate, and what he was saying about how they understand how big this game is and embracing these kinds of moments, this feels like the game that we will call and say, this is the Taylor Hall game. Like, hey, remember the Taylor Hall game? Remember like a few years ago, back Game 7, 2022, when in Game 7 against the Boston Bruins here at Lenovo Center, Max Domi had 2 goals. Oh, it's the Max Domi game, right?
Every time you play the Devils, it's the Jordan Martinook game.
Exactly. There's the Jordan Martinook game. Like, honestly, you'll remember Game 4 as that Jordan Stahl game. Tonight's the Taylor Hall game. He gets 2 goals and an assist tonight. Taylor Hall does. First period, Taylor Hall. But he's a 3-point night, multiple goals from Taylor Hall. This is the one where we go, yeah, this is when Taylor Hall put the team on his back.
Oh,
this is his defining moment.
He was MVP, wasn't he?
Yep.
He does have a Hart Trophy, doesn't he?
This is that night for Taylor Hall.
Penn Station delivered us sandwiches earlier today. When my sandwich tells me a first goal scorer, I tend to listen to my sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Taylor Hall first. It was written on my sandwich, and I'm rolling with it, so we're on the same page there. Paul and Max, Paul Ihander, who's producing this show, but also hosts Next Up with Paul Ihander, our program director. Jordan Stahl in the first. His producer, Max Gorin, Jordan Stahl in the first.
Wow.
We are still waiting on the Adam Gold Show duo of Adam Gold and Victoria Bodennecker, but we'll have those prior to game time, I promise you. Actually, Adam will do it live on air and pretty soon here. He'll be out here close to the top of the 5 o'clock hour. In the meantime, thank you to everybody for first goal score predictions, and check out Penn Station at any Triangle location. In the meantime, Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. Miller Lending. They want to help you out, right? There are certain situations, and I can tell you from experience, you can't help it. You're going to sweat, right? Right now, I'm going to be sweating today. But you don't want to be sweating when it comes to, what's my mortgage rate going to be? Oh, how am I going to come up with the closing costs? I need to get this house. I need it. I need a place to live. Miller Lending takes that sweat away with something they call a no-cost loan. And why do they call it that? Well, because there's no closing costs. There's no fees. There's no surcharges. It's right there in the name. They are the home of the no-cost loan. So go ahead and give them a call if you're in the market for a mortgage, or if you want to refi, if you did lock in that mortgage at the peak of the market not long ago. The number to call is 919-447-3377. 919-447-3377. Or visit them online at millerlending.com. Once again, millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We'll be back with the starting five, and we are expecting a visit here on the hot outside. He's going to come out of the air-conditioned Lenovo Center to chat with us. Adam Gold will be joining us. Stick around.
All the corner kicks, all the heart-stopping action, and all the soccer. Listen to 99.9 The Fan and Buzz Sports through July 19th as we bring you full coverage of soccer's biggest event. We'll have match updates, results, and news right through the championship and the awarding of the Golden Trophy. Our coverage of soccer's biggest event is presented by North Carolina Courage and Wake Orthopedics, your winning team for orthopedic care.
Hot summer days mean time on the water. Let Sound Station and Security make your time even better with our custom boat options. At Sound Station and Security, our Raleigh marine experts can help you for everything with your boat, from the perfect audio system to lights to video. We do it all custom, and we do it all from scratch. You're unique. Your boat should be too. Make sure everyone knows where the best party is this summer on the lake with Sound Station and Security. With 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Online at myhotsound.com.
At Wake Orthopedics Urgent Care, we spend days, nights, and weekends in 3 convenient locations providing specialized care for kids and adults. Sprains and strains, shoulders and knees, fractures, hammies, and more. All that and all without an appointment. Walk in or limp in, either way you'll get the care you need whenever you need it. Visit us today at wakemed.org.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing Mountain Dew. So give me my good friends, give me a Dew.
Grab some ice-cold Mountain Dew today.
Mountain Dew.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Mountain Dew products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
Waking up, getting ready, sitting in traffic. Let's face it, getting to work in the morning is a lot of work. But when you get a great deal on your favorite McDonald's coffee, becoming a morning person is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now get any size refreshingly cold iced coffee for $1, a delicious mocha for $2, and a frappe for $3. Available only during breakfast hours. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
They score! Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Storage Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Canes light the lamp here.
I'm WREL meteorologist Amy Wilmoth. It is hot out there today. Highs well into the 90s. Heat index in the triple digits. It stays warm tonight, partly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s. And then some late day storms possible on Friday. Some of those could be severe. We have another weather alert day because we have the threat for some late day storms Friday and dangerous heat with a high temperature of 101.
On Wall Street right now, the numbers have settled. The Dow up 929 points to 50,848. The Nasdaq rose 640 points. The S&P 500, 127. This hour's weather and money news presented by All-Star Dog Training. You've seen their dogs featured in college and professional sports. They can train your dog, too. Visit allstardogtraining.com and schedule your free evaluation today.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
I know it is.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are live outside the Lenovo Center, getting ready for Stanley Cup Final Game 5 action, which you can hear right here on 99.9 The Fan. And we have to give an extra thank you to Adam Gold, who's joining us for this segment, because the seat he normally occupies is in the air conditioning, and he's walked all the way out here in the heat to be with us and give us a little insight. So
it's 10 degrees cooler than it was in Vegas.
But
it's
a dry heat.
I'm just saying. I never bought that. It's not just that it's dry; it's that it was also for every day I was out there super windy.
Okay.
So it didn't matter. So yeah, it felt probably 15 degrees cooler than it does right now.
It's a
But
little
it's all right.
It's a little toasty here. It's Southern hockey weather.
I got a hockey game.
That is true. We're talking with Adam Gold here on 99.9 The Fan, and we're going to do the same thing we've done the last few times he's joined us, which is hit the starting five and let the stats kind of steer the conversation.
Okay, sure.
So we'll start the starting five, as we always do, with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I know you love this one because I gave you the same version of it last time.
Oh, excellent.
And you said, well, no, that doesn't predict anything.
Right.
When a best-of-7 Stanley Cup Final Series is tied at 2-2,
yeah,
the Game 5 victor goes on to win the series 74.1% of the time. That includes, ready for this?
Sure.
15-3, which is 83.3% record when the home team wins Game 5.
Yes.
So the Canes can take a commanding lead tonight. That's what those stats tell us, right?
They can. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but they absolutely can. I'm not going to ignore that. I said before Game 4, winner of Game 4 wouldn't lose again.
Ooh. Because we said pre-Game 3, if the Canes bring it back to Raleigh 2-2 or better, really like their chances of winning the Cup.
Yeah.
You're saying winner of Game 4 goes bing, 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 and we're finishing this thing in Vegas in Game 6.
That's what I mean. I don't have to be right. That was simply me maybe having. I don't know what happens Sunday.
What happens there stays there,
exactly.
except for period 2.
Exactly.
That comes with you.
So I think that the Hurricanes team that played the third period of Game 4 was the attention to detail period. That their defense looked better in the last 20 minutes than it has looked at any time over the course of the series, because it wasn't like they had the puck in the offensive zone the whole period. They had to defend in the third period, but their blue line looked better than it had all playoffs long, all series long.
Which does lead us to our number 4 stat.
1, 2, 3, 4 all together.
It has to do with the blue line, but it also has to do with Brandon Bussi.
Okay.
Brandon Bussi, if he does get the start today.
Come on, Rod. What are you doing?
Playing it close to his chest.
I know. He's starting him. I think so.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't, but hasn't been confirmed. He can become the first goaltender in NHL history to make his first 2 career playoff starts in the Stanley Cup Final and win both games, if he does that. There have been 3 in history that have made their first playoff start in the Stanley Cup and won their first one. He's looking to become the first ever to win his first 2.
I think it'll happen. Now, I don't believe that the goalie who had won the other 2 goalies that had won their first start in the Stanley Cup Final, I don't believe that's like pre-war. Right?
It is Hank Bassin.
Yeah.
Game 2, 1961.
Oh, okay,
and
that's not pre-war.
Alfie Moore, Game 1, 1938.
Yeah, that's pre-war.
Yeah.
61 is also A-war, just not the one we really reference. But yeah, so it's pre-expansion. It's funny to see Andrei Vasilevsky was on the list of those who made their first start in a final in 15. I think he was the last one before Brandon Bussi. He turned out okay. So I'm just saying.
The guy that just won the Vezina?
Yeah, the Vezina was weird, man. Here's the thing about Bussi. He earned the Game 4 start. He might have started anyway, but he earned the Game 4 start by how he performed in the third period and in overtime of Game 3. And to me, he earns the Game 5 start. I mean, heck, let's just go with one save. Getting across on Eichel, which, as good as Freddie Anderson can be, I don't think he gets to that one because Anderson's weakness is moving laterally quickly. And I don't know how Bussi got to it. That should have been a goal.
There's, to me, 3 kind of turning points for Bussi positively. 1, Game 3, the penalty shot on Marner, which obviously...
That was his second good save on Marner to that point.
Yep. This next one was the first Mark Stone breakaway in the first period of Game 4. And then the one you just described on Eichel. Those 3 right there are the difference, I guess. Like the ones that you got to make the one, you got to save one more than you should. Those 3 were the ones.
No doubt. Again, I know Rod is kind of messing around here because the 2 goalies are different. So I get it, right? Where you want to keep Vegas
style, everything.
To me, it isn't. I guess it has something to do with one's an offsider. Didn't realize they called him that. Just lefty or righty.
Southpaw.
Exactly. But for me, they also play so differently that I could see where not letting on gives you – I don't think it gives you an advantage because they've scouted both. And they've already seen Bussi now for 4 periods.
If Mitch Marner didn't say after Game 3 that he didn't notice they changed. And then when Rod's like, oh, if he's not,
they're not paying attention.
We got.
Maybe they don't know Bussi started.
We got
in Game 4.
We got to make this more of a mystery for Marner because he's not picking up the clues. That is number 4. Let's get to number 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Perfect.
There it is. Sebastian Aho is a point per game in this series.
Yeah.
I just like pointing that out, and I want to know, like, is he so good that a point per game is like incredibly disappointing, which would be a compliment, or is he actually playing better than what everybody is saying he is playing?
Well,
there's a lot of you. I mean, you're saying the venom like I am.
We have to have a conversation about Sebastian Aho. He has 4 assists in the series. The assist to Taylor Hall was,
worth 3,
unbelievable.
Should be 7.
But he has not been great offensively. I get it. But the notion that he's been terrible is so off base. He's not been as good as he can be offensively. So they need more from him in that area. Same thing with Andrei Svechnikov. Heck, same thing with Seth Jarvis, right?
Seth Jarvis is a real test case in if you score the one right goal.
Yeah.
It makes up for a lot of other underwhelming opportunities.
He had the game on a stick in Game 1 and 3 too. I mean, Carolina could have been up 3-0 in the series, right?
And Game 4, luckily he fought for it, got it back, and it ended up with Stahl.
And I give him tons of credit for winning that battle. The greatest line of the playoffs, Ray Ferraro saying on the broadcast that it looked like the Vegas team picture because all 5 Golden Knights who weren't the goalie were basically below the goal line with Jarvis. It was awesome. But for him to fight to get that puck back and keep that play alive, he deserved an assist. I understand why he doesn't get it because McNabb lost the puck. But Jarvis created the chaos by fighting for it and actually keeping the play alive. Then McNabb loses the puck to Ehlers, and the rest is the rest. But they've all played well. They just haven't played well the way we think they need to play well. But, man, we don't have to have a conversation about Sebastian Aho. He's plus in the faceoff circle, too. I mean, let's be honest. That's important.
It is.
He's also kind of quieted Jack Eichel down. Hopefully that'll continue tonight because I think that'll be a matchup.
There's doesn't make it better or worse, but I also say a lot of the chances that Aho has maybe been squandering are chances that he created himself.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, well, you give and you take, and no harm, no foul.
He has been, actually, if you look at it, I think he is 5th in the series in scoring chances created.
And he's just squandered some of them. Yeah. That's number 3. Let's get to number 2.
Just the two of us.
This is a stat just to get us talking about if there's something they can do to slow down Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner can become the 4th player over the past 30 years to record 10 or more points in a single Stanley Cup final. Daniel Briere, Connor McDavid, Sam Reinhart last year.
Good company.
Is there something they can do to slow that guy down? And by the way, they're all 12, 11, 10. So he's knocking on the door of passing them if he keeps up the pace he's been on.
Is this, I mean,
not let him to the middle of the ice, but is that more easily said than done?
He's going to get there. Is it possible? I mean, what can they do?
Pray.
I think that to me is where Rod will go with the matchup tonight in terms of the forwards. And I think you'll see Slavin and Chatfield primarily on that matchup. I think he's tortured Keandre Miller. I think Miller has been in position to make plays and has done well, except that sometimes the other guy's just better. And I think that's been the case with Marner. I mean, I could joke around about like kidnapping. Don't let him out of the hotel. Put a steel bar by his hotel room, but he's probably already in the building.
Turn the heat up in their locker room. Exactly. It'll be cramps. It's hot outside.
So, honestly, you do the best you can. He's an elite player playing at an elite level right now.
I'm glad you said that. Miller has been in position and done some good things, and sometimes the other guy just makes better plays.
Yeah.
I think hockey needs to be better at that with skaters, because like I played football, come from the football world. We say it all the time. Like, oh, he was in good position. Receiver made a great catch.
Right.
You see that with goalies sometimes. You very rarely see it with defensemen. It's almost always like, he's got to be there. And I'm like, I don't know. That offensive player is pretty good. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap and move forward.
I could be wrong here, but he defended Marner well on the goal that became the Carlson goal that made it 3-2.
Yeah.
Like, he forced the play behind the net, and Rasmus Anderson was just first to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And Anderson skated around and passed to Carlson out front. So, I mean, he did there's a reason Mitch Marner had 100 points last year. He's one of the best players on earth.
He's making a lot of money for a reason.
Yeah, Mitch Marner in his 9 playoffs with Toronto had 13 goals. He has 10 this postseason.
Well, how many does Toronto have?
None.
Yeah.
If he really digs in and plays well, he can get to Howden numbers, which is even more insane. But since we brought up the defenseman, and this is kind of a combo of the last two, talking Miller and talking Aho, I'm sure you've seen the venom that was out for Jacob Slavin early in yesterday's game.
Well, it's not venom. They just assume that he's basically, playing on one leg, which he might be. But, I mean, Dennis, you were in the locker room.
Yeah.
I didn't see a leg brace. I didn't see a knee brace. So, whatever. I mean, it's a tough series, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, Vegas is pretty good. But we're talking about the third period in Game 4. I thought Slavin might have been his best period of the final. I mean, he was great.
Yeah.
Really was great.
Which is a lesson there, right?
Yeah.
He'll figure it out. Just give him time. That is number 2. Let's get to number 1.
Go one!
Jordan Staal. I'm going bigger picture than even just this Stanley Cup final. He now has 7 career Stanley Cup final goals. The only active players with more in the championship round are Brad Marchand, Corey Perry, Sam Reinhart, Evgeny Malkin, and Andre Palat. You were the first. I'm giving you credit. This is me giving you some flowers.
Oh, thank you.
You were the first kind of, I think it might have been late regular season, but definitely early postseason. It's all blending together. That said, Jordan Stahl's the best player for the Canes right now. And I have to admit, I went like, well, he does the little things. We all appreciate Jordan Staal. I think everybody's kind of come around to the fact that he's the most important and he's playing the best for the Canes.
Yeah, and Rod Brindamore is sitting in his office hearing people say that going, I've been telling you that for
Actually,
5
you're right.
freaking years.
I said you were first. You were second.
Yeah.
Rod Brindamore was first, but you never know which coach speak. Turns out he was being completely open with that one. He won't tell us who's going to be in goal, but He'll tell us who their best player is.
Historically, Aho's their best scorer, right? He's been their leading scorer, basically. Maybe not goal scorer, but point producer in the last since the last 8 years. And he's actually, until last year, was their leading postseason point producer every year. And that should not be overlooked. But Jordan Staal, certainly this year, is their best player. And, I mean, credit to him, man. 37 years old. He'll be 38 at the start of next year. And I asked, who did I ask inside about it? I think it might have been Mike Rupp or Eddie Olczyk. And I asked him, do you think at age 37 he's thinking my last best chance? And I don't think he's thinking about it that way, but it'd be easy for people to say this is his last best chance. And it's also the chance where it's not Crosby's cup, but it's his because he's the captain. So
even if he's not thinking this is my last best chance, I think it's even in the subconscious. It was like 6,200 days between, and he at least knows his career won't go on another 6,200 days, right? If that's how long it takes for him to get back, because you mentioned it was Sidney Crosby's cup. I'm sure he looked around in that locker room after they won that cup and went, we're going to get to like 4 of these in the next 10 years.
That was 2 in a row.
Yeah, but meaning
that
winning,
was the second one in a row, though.
And I'm sure he's thinking, we're going to hoist this cup.
We'll do this all the time.
A bunch more times. And again, subconscious, he has to be looking at Jackson Blake, Logan Stanko, and some of these younger guys and going, trust me, that thought that you're having, like, oh, this is awesome. We're going to be here. Look at these contracts. We're going to age well.
Yep.
It might not happen that way. You might be playing for a different team in a couple of years.
He won't.
I agree with that, but I'm sure Staal didn't think he would be either.
And Taylor Hall said to Blake and Stankoven last year that, look, this ain't normal.
No.
This might never happen again.
And I think
it actually did happen again. So Hall was wrong. It did better.
And further, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all those two guys know, Stankoven and Blake.
God. Stankoven.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, 3 years in the league, in the playoffs, at least the conference final each time.
Technically a second-year player. He's been to three different conference finals in 2 different leagues. I do think there was a moment. Staal scores his second goal of last game, and his celebration is head down while he's laying belly on the ice, fists kind of up. And I looked at it and went, oh, that's a guy that understands in a way only somebody who's lived some life can understand the passage of time.
I'm telling you, it is amazing to watch him go to work every day. And I'm amazed, not amazed.
In the first? All right.
I enjoy watching him. I enjoy watching him play. I enjoy watching how the players around him think about him, react to him. It is 100% noticeable. And it does remind me of his head coach when he was the captain.
Let me go real big picture here, because what you just described about how everybody feels about Staal.
Yeah.
I got similar vibes. I think it was yesterday to the media. Staal was talking about Aho and saying when he showed up is when everything got going.
Yeah.
And I forget the exact wording, but he said something along the lines of, like, I want to win for a bunch of guys, but I want to win for Aho.
He knows what it means to him.
Exactly.
What it means to Aho.
And he talked about the stubbornness and competitiveness of Aho and how that's driven this era. You've been around the Canes longer than I have. Does it feel almost more, I'm having a hard time describing it, like almost high school-y, where like in high school you practice, you won't go to a game, and then with those same guys, you go to one of their houses and you play video games, or you go to one of their houses and you play pickup basketball.
Go to the sauna.
And then you wake up and you're in class and you're excited to have your teammates and you're 7 a.m. the next day and you're eating lunch, you're sitting at the same table. Sometimes pro athletes, it's more of a job, but this year's team, it seems more high school-y in the social part.
I think they have been that way. I think that's kind of the way Rod sets it up.
Okay.
It does to me. Family, definitely. It's not that family matters. It's that it's centered around it. And I do think that's part of the magic sauce about why when people come from outside, when they come to the Canes, why it's such an easy transition for so many players, because they do treat it Yeah, I mean, high school, like you're in a clique.
Exactly.
So it's a big clique.
And cliques within the cliques. It's not like everybody's hanging out with together.
No, but it's pretty close.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty close, man. It blows me away with how close these guys are. It really does.
Using the family analogy, do we have the crazy uncle on the siren today, Mike Commodore? Is he? Is
he's the crazy
little cousin Eddie?
You know what he is? He's not the crazy. He is the cousin that everybody gravitates to because he knows that's the good time.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody, Mike Commodore, he's the cousin that has the boat and that everybody goes to hang out with cousin Mike.
Thanksgiving, you want to be sit next to him at the table?
Absolutely.
All right.
He's probably got an airplane bottle under the table at Thanksgiving.
That's Mike Commodore. He's on the siren today. He'll get the people going.
I've heard he has a bathrobe.
That is, again, it's
full of
crazy cousin, crazy uncle vibes.
Yes.
Adam, we have yet to hear from you on first goal score prediction.
I was thinking somebody walk up and say Jackson Blake. I was thinking about Jackson Blake, but
we had a young man say Nick Ehlers as well.
I'm going to go slightly off the board and go Jordan Martinook.
Martinook, all right.
Okay.
Heart and soul type
First
game.
period.
Any other details you want to throw on there? I'm assuming if it's Martinook, it's a little greasy, a little gritty in front of the net, something. Rebound deflection type goal. Although if he wants to snipe bar down, go ahead.
It'll be rebound.
Okay.
Rebound goal for Martinook, first period. I actually think that the next 2 wins for Carolina, hopefully they'll come today and Sunday, will be very much greasy, grindy wins with those types of goals.
And just to update on the score, and I hate to do this to you on air, but I have to.
Okay.
You were the leader in our first goal score prediction for
regular
most
season
of the year. Both Max Gorin and Victoria Bodenecker got last game right. You are now in solo third.
It's all right.
But
it's okay.
To boost you up, I would say the most off-the-board pick that has been right this whole year, you did get a Bradley Nadeau first goal score prediction,
Yes.
correct? So that against the Flyers.
It's no fun to pick the same one every time.
Well, our first goal scorer is now presented by Penn Station,
right?
Which is a big deal. And
Although I had the same sub.
There are
East Coast subs, yeah.
There are sandwiches on the line now, so I think maybe some people are going to be going more chalky.
I had the club, the turkey ham turkey
I had
club.
a chicken parm. They wrote Taylor Hall first goal scorer on my sandwich.
Did they?
Yeah. So
all right.
I listened to my sandwich. My first goal scorer is Taylor Hall today. But my point is, it was an impressive hit on Bradley Nadeau, but you have fallen behind a little bit, and times run out. Only 2 or 3 more games.
I'm going to get all 3 right. All 2 right, sorry. And I'll take over the lead. Both right.
There we go. That's Adam Gold from here on 99.9 The Fan. He'll be with you for Storm Watch beginning at 7 for the 8 o'clock scheduled puck.
Soon.
Yeah, it's soon and inside in the air conditioning, so enjoy that.
I hope so.
There you go. Adam Gold joining us here outside the Lenovo Center for a breakdown in our starting 5 of all of the stats. Before we move on, and we have another guest joining us in the not-too-distant future. But before we get there, Dennis has something for you.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick for my good friends over at Law Tigers. Folks, it's hot outside. We all know that. We've been talking about it all day. We've been talking about it for several days. As a motorcycle rider, you still need to do everything in your power to do the right thing when it comes to protecting yourself out there on the road. I get the temptation to wear like nice, loose clothing, short sleeve T-shirt. Make sure you're still wearing protective gear. Do not sacrifice protection just for a little bit of comfort. There's plenty of gear that you can wear during hot days that can still protect you when you're out there on the highways or out there on the roads. Be safe because you never know what could happen. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, make sure you contact Law Tigers at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS even before you get in touch with the insurance company. Insurance companies, let's be honest, folks, they want to give you the least amount possible. Whereas Law Tigers, they're riders too. They understand what your bike is worth, what your gear is worth, but also they understand the dangers of the road. That's why your case evaluation is always free and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. So give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, will be back with one of the most important people for tonight's game, the tone setter of a different kind. Adam Lee Decker, Canes Anthem singer, will sit down with us here outside the Lenovo Center next.
It's Hockey Night in Carolina, Stanley Cup Final Edition. It's Game 5 with Vegas.
Here's a chance. It gets you traffic. Chipped and they score! The captain it again!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck Drop at 8.
Now back out in front for Stoll. A backhand, he scores! He scores again! Oh, Captain, my Captain, writing a story in the Stanley Cup Final.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
A bull riding contest. I'm signing up.
You've never ridden a bull.
No, but I won playing a new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-off, and I'm on a roll.
But they're loaded with $50, $100, and $200 prizes.
Oh, I'm riding the Widowmaker.
Go for the win with new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-offs and digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds to win range from 1 in 3.72 to 4.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Hello, I'm John Heister for the Heister Automotive Group. And we're constantly looking for ways to serve you better. One of the ways we do that is with something we call a Go-See. And that's where you select a vehicle from our inventory, and we have thousands, and we get one of our product specialists to bring that vehicle to you at your convenience. How do we do that? Well, it's simple. We have a group of employees that are evaluated based on the number of presentations they do. They're glad to do it. So it's just one more way we get off our keister and bring Heister to you.
Adam Gold in studio with my friend Patrick Day from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. A lot of people have work to do on their homes. They need a roof. They want windows, siding. You guys do everything. But people are also, I'm not sure I can afford it. The Aluminum Company is a great place to go. Tell us why.
Well, tons of times I'll go out to people's houses and they're thinking about doing a bunch of home improvements at once. Siding, roofing, windows are a big package, right? And the first thing they think of is, well, I'm going to need to go get an equity line or a second mortgage. One of the things we have is tons of financing options where you don't even need to go to your bank. We can do that in-house for you and run payment options for you. And lots of times the financing that we offer is a better percentage rating than you can get from your bank, and you don't have to go through all that mess to get to it.
I like that. Also, is there 12 months, zero interest?
12 months, zero interest, zero payments for 12 months.
Zero payments and zero interest at the same time for 12 months.
That is correct.
That is a double header right there. Aluminum Company of North Carolina, online, aluminumcompany.com.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9. The Fan continues outside of the Lenovo Center, where just a couple of hours now from this moment, Game 5 Stanley Cup final action will commence with puck drop. And joining us outside in the tailgate area, a local celebrity, a celebrity from his time as a finalist on American Idol, a finalist on America's Got Talent, and most importantly, especially on a night like tonight, Carolina Hurricanes anthem singer, Adam Lee Decker.
Year 9, baby.
Year 9.
Year 9. Here we are. Yeah.
You've been part of this whole playoff run.
It's been, when Rowdy came to the house, I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to get exciting,
And I mean, exciting is one way to put this series, but I'm sure the 9 years have their excitement in different ways.
Yeah.
Here's my question. 9 years, you're known for the whipping around the towel. If we go to your spot right now, is like every hand towel, does it have like Sebastian Aho's face on it and it says like get rowdy or something like that?
Yeah, the towels, there's sadly they're just collected in a spot in the closet, like as I contemplate what I want to do with them, as I just manage through trying to be a good dad, trying to be a good like partner, and just getting through the the ECFs and now the SCFs. It's just happy to be here with them, So,
hey, we're happy for all of the vibes.
Indeed.
This might be like, pulling the mask off of somebody in Scooby-Doo. What do you do during games?
Yeah.
I see you sing the anthem. Sure. Everybody gets jacked up. You walk off, and I'm wondering, what's the move?
So there's 2 whistles that happen. I watch the whistle. I've got a shoe change. I've got some shoes that somebody made for me for no paint, no stain. Adam Bailey, he's awesome. He made them for me, so I do a shoe change real quick and try to get that done so I can turn around and watch, put the hat on, and watch that to the first whistle, then jump up to the kind of the platform area, the second whistle, then run up, give some high fives, handshakes, and then go to the I've got a couple friends in a couple boxes and get to go hang out and hang with those people, and then go if anybody wants to do pictures or anything like that, like I'm all about that. But I'm here to watch hockey too.
All right.
I'm definitely watching hockey. So.
Well, then let's see how hockey you are.
Let's see. Talk to me.
Any superstitions? Hockey people love superstitions.
I mean, yeah. Like if you know, like if you guys are watching right now, but if you're listening, this is game 12 of this outfit.
Okay.
It's 100 and what? That feels like 107 degrees out. So
I'm glad there's a reason you're wearing all these layers, because I was looking at you like, what are you doing, dude?
The salt stains on the shirt under that nobody will have to look at until the final reveal after we hoist the cup. That's going to be the thing. But yeah, same thing, same socks, same shoes, same deal. Like just very, very much systematically keeping it the same, and just trying to get another rep in there, and in the most important time.
We're talking with Canes anthem singer Adam Lee Decker before he heads into the Lenovo Center and then fulfills his biggest responsibility of the day, gets the crowd into it. 9 years, you mentioned.
Yeah.
This year does feel like a culmination of at least the last 8, but definitely 9 will count it. You had something there?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just asking for maybe the favorite memories, players, teams, moments that you recall kind of in the build up to this.
Yeah, so I cried like a little baby, I'm not going to lie, for game 2 when we finally won an Eastern Conference win here. That was also my first Eastern Conference win. I was 1-8 and feeling great at that point. And also I can say that I'm 2-8 now. I'm 1-1 in the SCF, so hopefully to be 2-1 this evening. But yeah, that was kind of a big that was the biggest thing, like because like I didn't really want to talk about my Eastern Conference final record because everybody's like, oh, what's your record in the building? I'm like, well, I only know one of them. I only know one record, and but we're happy to have some wins in that action, and just so.
I love that you keep like the home record. You're like, I contribute to these. The ones on the road, you like don't have ownership of.
Correct. I can't do much, like some watch party stuff going on, and but I'm my wife will make fun of me. She's like, you're not a part of the team, and a lot of people locally think that I very much am. So I'm just happy to be, here. So
that's Adam Lee Decker, the anthem singer here at the Carolina Hurricanes inside the Lenovo Center. Are you prepared in a good way that this could be the last time you sing the anthem this season for this team? I say it in a good way because they win tonight. They win on Sunday. They're coming back with the cup. That's the last time you might sing it all season.
They're a great road team, man. I mean, yeah.
I know. And I think you'd be okay with that.
I would be totally okay with this. There was an opportunity for my parents to be in town. I'm from Syracuse, moved down here in 08. And there was an opportunity for my parents who were in town to come to Game 5 for that Philly game.
Oh, okay.
And I was not wishing that at all. I was wishing for wins. So, like, if we win it on the road, we win it on the road. It means we win it. I'm not looking for a Game 7. I'm not looking for an extra game. I mean, it's a heavy title bout right now, and there's going to be 9 rounds of, like, hopefully we're just going to come out on top. But no, this might be the last night. So hopefully it is.
Now, I cannot talk to you musicality at all. I'm tone deaf, right?
I bet you probably have a karaoke go-to when under the right amount of spirits.
Exactly. With the right juice to get me
yes,
there.
Exactly.
You sound great from my layman's ear, but I enjoy it. Is there a way to bring extra juice for a big game, or is that song? It's a hard song to sing. I've been told.
Yeah.
Is that song just it is what it is, and you just want to do like the consistent job?
I want to do my consistent job for sure. The only thing I'm trying to add is just another quality rep. I'm kind of where I'm at, want to be. It kind of feels obviously there's it's the Stanley Cup Finals, and I try to just not think about that so much at this point. But the next level was the Eastern Conference Finals, and this kind of feels the same. And I'm able to sit back in my heels, and there's a certain spot that I look at when I'm doing it, but I'm able to listen and hear and just kind of experience a little bit because I would say it's almost fun to do now. Of course, it's an honor to do it. It's a privilege to do it, But it's a lot of work, and it means so many things to a lot of different people, and I just it's never cruise control, but I definitely it gets this year it's been a little more simple each time, and I'm just happy to be a part.
What is nerves? What's more like in your head? Game 5 Stanley Cup final, which is coming up, or like, hey, finalist on America's Got Talent or finalist on American Idol, and you got to go up there and sing some Motown song that's, on theme?
Sure. So I'll just defer all that, because the biggest thing for me now, like what makes me more nervous, is like logistics.
Okay.
The logistics to get here on time, making sure the 40's doing its thing, making sure my kids are like, at the house before my wife comes home. We're just, everything's put in place. So like, as I'm going to be 43 June 25th, and it's like, I got 13, almost 11, or almost 13 and 10 and a half year olds. So what scares me the most today, like is logistics.
And, Jordan Stahl's in his second Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
He asked what stresses you out, and he said his kids.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So
I imagine Martin would say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. You get to a certain point and your stresses change a little bit. We play a game here. It's called First Goal Scorer Prediction. I don't know how you deal with predictions. I don't know if it's like can't pick a favorite child move, but if you're up to it, we'd love to hear who you think scores the first goal and in what period.
Ooh. That's a good question. It's been exciting to, because the first goal has been feast or famine for us.
Yeah.
I know you guys talked about it all the time. It's probably that second line, and frankly, it's either going to be Stank or Blake. Like it just seems to be the case because the first line is being covered so well, and they seem to have the momentum, and but I mean, like honorable mention to Ehlers too, because you're not quite sure who's gonna who's gonna find the opening. But that's the thing; it's such a game of cat and mouse with this series. It's beautiful.
It's why it's fun to do this game for the Canes, because there's a lot of options. It's not a team where you just go like, oh, that guy every single time.
I've been telling everybody this year that this, they've had a lot of good runs. Rowdy's had some great runs. There's been some great players here. This is the best team that I personally have seen and have been a part of. That is just like, there's line 1A, 1B, 2A, and 2B. Like that's how I see it. And it's just, the goals, like the goaltenders being stacked the way they are, and just next man up in the best way at this point.
All right, so now that you've been complimentary enough that everybody, when you see him walking in the hallway, you can be like, hey, I loved you up, but now you got to pick your one.
Yeah. Stank or Blake? Who is it?
Yeah, it's probably it's probably Stanky.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be Stanky for sure.
It's been a good pick thus far in the postseason.
Is it a power play goal? I have no idea. I don't know.
Feel free for bragging rights. You can throw on more. Is it 5-hole? Is blocker side high?
Yeah. It's probably blocker side high.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like that.
Adam Lee Decker. Good luck
Canes.
today. What's is it break a leg?
Break a leg? Don't fall down the steps when you're walking down, because there's a stair change down there. So make sure you don't become a meme.
Okay.
I think it's the
don't become a meme. Break a leg and wave the towel well.
Appreciate you guys. Let's go Canes.
All right, there is Canes anthem singer Adam Lee Decker joining us here on 99.9 The Fan outside of the Lenovo Center. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Kalshi, and I've been saying it this entire postseason. I'm going to continue saying it. The hunt for the Stanley Cup is on, and you can trade every game, or you can trade the champion odds, or you can trade the trophy odds for individual awards. You can trade every game on Kalshi. You can trade every single option. You can trade on anything. Right now, the Canes are trading at about 59% to win the whole darn thing. And that means $100 on a trade, pay out a little under $200 if you get it right. But as the odds and probability change, you can move in and out of the market at any time. That's right. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in or out of your position as maybe your own confidence ebbs and flows in that pick. For a limited time now, I have a special code for you. Download the Kalshi app and use code TIMD. That's TIMD to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Gambling problem, call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. We'll be back with, I believe, one of our favorite Carolina Hurricanes insiders. Canes team reporter Walt Ruff will be joining us, and we'll also have our two most important Canes. A lot to get to. Stick around.
Can't get enough of the Carolina Hurricanes? Check out my podcast, Iced Tea, hosted by me, Megan LaMontagne, as I take you behind the scenes and get exclusive stories about the team. This season, I've interviewed Seth Jarvis's brother, Caden, who talks about a young Jarvie growing up, longtime PA announcer Wade Minter, who spills the tea on how a mess-up made national news, and legendary color commentator Trip Tracy, just to name a few of the guests. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier factory authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
At Wake Orthopedics Urgent Care, we spend days, nights, and weekends in 3 convenient locations providing specialized care for kids and adults. Sprains and strains, shoulders and knees, fractures, hammies, and more. All that and all without an appointment. Walk in or limp in, either way you'll get the care you need whenever you need it. Visit us today at wakemed.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. So good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Pepsi products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Instant offense.
This hour of the drive brought to you by Law Tigers. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call Law Tigers before you call your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, as promised before the break. We are joined here in Raleighwood, which is the across the street inside the gates of the Carter Finley Stadium area of tailgating outside the Lenovo Center. We are joined by Canes team reporter Walt Ruff. Walt, appreciate you for making the journey out here into the heat to chat with us.
Of course, always going to come out and see my fellows pregame. This is ritual. We can't mess with this.
We can't.
Okay, if you're going to use the word ritual that early, how much credit for this series being tied coming back to Raleigh do you give to the brave gentleman that popped the top and went tarps off for the boys last time we were in the Lenovo Center right behind us?
Oh man,
the entire series changed when they popped the tops.
Listen, it did. There's no disputing that. I mean, this fan base is just in the best way possible, so crazy, and it's funny how something like that amazes us, but yet at the same time really doesn't, right? Because it's somewhat, expected. Who knows what we're going to see tonight? I don't know that I have a guess for it, but kudos to whoever started that one, because it certainly caught momentum, caught the wave, and got a comeback effort.
It's funny you bring up that we shouldn't be surprised. Starting after game 2, I've said it, everyone said it. A multi-goal lead is not safe in this series. It's going to be a 1-goal game late in the third. No matter what happens, that's going to be where this thing ends up. Yet then someone takes a multi-goal lead, and we're all flabbergasted again when whoever was trailing comes back to tie it up. Like, going into this one, do you just expect it, regardless of what happens, to be tight with 6 minutes left, and we almost shouldn't get worked up even if you're up 4 or down 4 early in the game?
Well, I don't know. On one hand, it's like the numbers suggest that this thing is going to get tight eventually, right? I mean, two of the better defensive teams all season long, and naturally, as the games get tighter and the series gets closer to the end, everyone's afraid to make that mistake. So on one hand, you're thinking, yeah, we're bound to see a 2-1, 3-2 game at some point, but then the history of this series suggests we might be in for a 9-8 final tonight. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but that's part of what we love, right? It's good for the game. It's good for viewership. We're getting a lot of new hockey fans this time of year, which I always love. So whatever it takes is good with me.
And it was funny when Taylor Hall was asked about that this morning, about the high scoring aspects of it and like locking things down defensively, or I guess it was people weren't expecting this. He's like, he just kind of laughed. It's like, I don't know. It's what it is. But he did say this morning that it's going to be the team that eventually does only give up 1 or 2 that's probably going to take this thing. Do you think Carolina with Bussi net can they get back to what we saw them do against Ottawa and Philly and Montreal?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, they did it most of the season with him in net,
That's
right?
true.
I mean, the guy started 39 games, and albeit I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, I'd be willing to bet his goals against average was somewhere around 2, right? So
2.47, I believe.
There you go, closer to 2 than 3. So. I think they absolutely can. You're right. It's about who's going to tighten up and give it up fewer high danger chances. That's what we've heard all series long, right? It's about tightening up. We even heard some of the guys delve into the more specifics early in the series, which we don't hear them do very often, of, protecting that inner slot area and things that Vegas gets to really well. So that's absolutely what's going to come down to, who can, give up the fewer better chances.
Let's talk Jordan Staal for a minute here. I find it funny, right? Him being one of the elder statesmen, right? 37 years old, that he's entering onto a bunch of lists with guys from like 1918 and 1938. And it's good. The jokes write themselves. Like, well, Jordan, these guys. Maybe Jackson Blake wasn't born yet, but you were buddies with all of these, Vancouver millionaires or whoever you're being compared to. Is it just, a turn the clock? Everything that he's doing, it's like, well, this is the first 4-game stretch of goals since XYZ time for Jordan Staal. What's gotten into the old guy?
I think it's just a byproduct of doing the little things right? Like, this isn't going to continue forever. Jordan Stahl's got another year left on his contract, regardless of what happens in these next 3 games. And I don't know that any of us are going to say, okay, Jordan Stahl's scoring 50 come opening night next year.
Unless he's going to do it.
Yeah, right, he might. But the ebbs and flows of the season, I mean, we saw it with Logan Stankoven, right? He couldn't find the back of the net to save his life from, mid-December till just before the Olympics, and then he caught fire the second half of the year. So it's just the natural ebbs and flows of the games to me, and very happy that he's getting rewarded, because as we know, he is a guy who does it all right. He's crushing it in the face-off dot. He's good on both halves of special teams. We know he's a shutdown forward. So for him to get that offense come with, which is, in that list of 5 things I just rattled off, maybe 5th in terms of priority to him, it's just good to see him getting it.
Speaking of 50 goals, Logan Stankoven's goal scoring pace this postseason is 53 goals over an 82-game season. That's insane. That's crazy.
And you know what? Let's err and call it 60, because he's not going to be playing against playoff teams in all of those games on the regular season pace. So
there's always the Tuesday night in Vancouver.
Just like you said, 247. We round down for Bussi.
Yeah.
We'll round up for Stankoven. He's on a 68 goal pace.
Unbelievable. This team wouldn't be here without the performances that he had specifically in the first 2 rounds of the postseason. It started back during the regular season. And to quote our general manager, Eric Tulsky, he was built in a lab to be a Carolina Hurricane, and boy, does it sure look it.
So ebbs and flows, right? If we're looking at a Jordan Staal or a Stankoven and going, hey, they're not going to stay the most on-fire guy in the world forever, the opposite would be true as well. Who needs to have an ebb? Is Ebb the positive one? I don't know. Which one's good, ebb or flow?
Yes.
Which one is ready for the positive version of an ebb or a flow?
I'm glad you asked. I have no idea. So,
right.
you're still looking for more from Sebastian Aho and Andrei Svechnikov. There's no two ways about it, right? They made the switch at center with Jordan Staal now being between Nikolai Ehlers and Seth Jarvis, which would mean Sebastian Aho between Andrei Svechnikov and Jordan Martinook. And we got to get rained on here.
Yeah, we might have to
Oh, the heavens have opened up a little bit. It's all right. We have a little.
We might have to move some equipment here
It's all right.
quickly.
You guys keep talking.
All right, there
You
you
guys
go.
keep talking. I'll try and fill as many minutes as
Honestly,
possible here.
as long as the headset stays workable, I might enjoy a little bit of a drizzle on top of the old dome here.
Yeah, this might not be too bad.
Head on top of my face and above the shoulders. I mean, it's raining now out here, which is fine considering it was 100 degrees not that long ago.
Yeah.
To get back into what we were discussing,
I also think this means you're stuck with me until the rain stops because there's no chance of leaving this tent in a full suit, by the way.
That's fair. I respect that.
That's honestly, if the heat breaks, it might be a more enjoyable.
We're doing this live on radio. If you guys can just go.
All right, let's go.
Scoot your chairs back a little bit. We'll be all good.
Let's get back to the hockey while we do so.
Yeah.
Aho and Svech. You bring up those two.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they were both a part of the quote-unquote top line, and there's been some line shuffling. Martinook along with them. Is it his spark? Is he the guy that's being tasked with finding a way to get those two guys going? Because whatever it was 2.5, 3 games ago, I forget exactly when they moved Jarvis and put Martinook in his spot. Is it his responsibility?
I don't know if it's his responsibility per se, but he does add a different element from Seth Jarvis. Now, that's the Captain Obvious statement of the day there, but from Jordan Martinook, you're looking for him to create some more open ice for those guys. We know Jordan Martinook's a relentless forechecker, as many guys on this team are, but it's going hard into those corners, winning the puck battles along the wall. You're not maybe expecting the fanciest play in the world, but winning a puck battle and getting it in the hands of the guys who score 20, 30 goals. That's what you're looking for in 48 in those situations.
We're talking with Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. Here's a $1 million trillion question for you. What's wrong with the second period? Like when we just look at the trends here, Canes are winning by a couple goals, the point differential or the goal differential in the first. They're winning by a bunch of goals, the goal differential in the third. That second is the opposite. They're getting beat by a whole bunch in that second period.
Yeah, it's weird, right? And I'll just defer back to what Rod Brindamore has said all along, and that being, these are the two best teams remaining, right? It shouldn't be one-sided. It shouldn't be going your way for the whole 60 minutes. And I know that sometimes it's one game maybe controlled by one team, and then the one team controls the next night. But in this case, you're right. There's been periods 1 and 3 belonging to Carolina. Period 2 belongs to Vegas. Now, therein lies some of the differences with Carolina needs to be getting more out of their first periods like they did in game 4. Games 2 and 3, they were significantly the better team, but they didn't get anything out of it, which is why the games became so challenging for them as they went along. Of course, I don't think they're doing too much structurally different in the second period. I don't know that you could call Vegas a slow starting team. I think they've always been good in the third period specifically, but Carolina's won that battle too. So I think it's just the nature of the beast at this time of year. This is what we want to see. This is the two best teams remaining in the National Hockey League. And so both of them are going to get theirs at times.
Talking special teams. The power play, I believe, is 4 of 11 in the series, which is very good. We'll take that. But for me, it's like have or have not. Some of the power plays have been rough to watch. And, from me yelling at the TV in my own living room, right? Like I know better. But have you seen the same thing? And if so, how do they get more consistent pressure out of their power play unit?
I do, and it goes back to a conversation I've had with Adam Gold many, many times after the first periods this season, and that's decisiveness. Decisiveness is always the key word. You got to know what you're doing and where you're going. You're not just using the extra ice around the perimeter. You can play ring around the rosy all day long, but you got to get pucks toward the net. And Tim, you perfectly brought it up. 4 power play goals in this series. Jordan Staal's got 2. One was a redirect in front. One was a putback. The other was Andrei Svechnikov's mess of a goal in game 3 to tie it up late. So you need those nasty, dirty, scrummy goals. So don't look for the perfect pass. I know everybody loves the Seth Jarvis one-timer to win it in overtime in game 2, but the reality of the situation is that's not always how it's going to be. We know this team is going to look for the flanks to the outside of the face-off circles for that one-time opportunity, but if you don't have it, that's okay. Let Shane Gostisbehere, let it fly from the point, or if it's Alexander Nikishin or Keandre Miller on power play 2, just put pucks toward the net. I know you don't have that big body like Jordan Staal all the time on the second unit, but you do have a guy like Mark Jankowski out there from time to time. So pucks to the net's the name of the game right there.
I think you hit the nail on the head with the name. It's Gostisbehere. because all those power play goals you mentioned, he either got the puck through that initial line of defense, so it got to the net, or he makes that perfect pass to Seth Jarvis again. But it all started earlier in that first power play where Stahl scored on the redirect. He was anticipating the shot, or at least the defense was, and he was able to get that pass off to Jarvis. To me, it starts with Gostisbehere at the point when it comes to the power play.
And he does such a good job of it, right? That's his bread and butter. He's an offensive defenseman. He walks the line better than most defensemen in the league. And I think even recently he's shown his ability to have that desire to fit pucks through from the point, and nothing better than seeing success, and that his unit has had lately.
I mean, on the pass to Jarvis, every Vegas Golden Knight eyeball was right on Gostisbehere. They were in a line to take away his shot, and that ended up with Jarvis going one-timer.
And a great sell job by Nikolai Ehlers on a jumping screen in front.
Yeah.
10 seconds or less. Was he selling it, or did he actually think Gostisbehere was going to shoot that?
I think
when
he
he
sold
jumped.
it.
You think that was an acting job?
I think he sold it.
All right. I thought Gostisbehere may have gotten him too, and then everyone went, "Great move, Ehlers," and he was like, "Yeah, I was selling that."
Maybe we'll never know.
I wouldn't tell if I were him. First goal scorer, quickly here before we let you go. It looks like the rain's holding off, and you can run inside.
Shane Gostisbehere, first period.
Oh, we were just talking about him.
Yep.
Ghost in the first power play. You want to throw that out there?
Sure.
Just for extra
I've
bragging
been
rights?
hammering defense for a while now. I don't know if it's hit, so we're going to go with him.
All right.
One last thing here. The playoff beards have been in full force, obviously, for the Carolina Hurricanes. Walt Rupp himself has an A-plus beard.
Thank you,
Just
Dennis.
want to point
Appreciate
that out.
you.
Jackson Blake, jealous of that one. Jackson Blake has been self-deprecating with
Yes,
that,
he
so
has.
I'm not just throwing random ricochet shots.
We've seen worse.
Walt, we appreciate you as always. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. You enjoy as well.
We will be right back here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. But before we do that, Tim Donnelly here for Maynard Service Company. Today is the perfect day to talk about everything Maynard can do. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. You may be like, oh, it's hot out, but I'll keep the windows open. Then it randomly starts raining. Got to shut all the windows, turn on the air conditioner, get the cooling system running. If it's not working, you just have a 100-degree day and you're stuck inside sweating. Maynard Service Company wants to make sure everything's running right, and that means fixing the big issues. If they break, if something goes down in the wrong way, give them a call, but also maintenance schedules, service schedules, so you avoid those situations entirely. They solve problems when they're small problems rather than after they become big issues. Obviously, on a day like today, you think of the cooling systems, but plumbing, electrical work, heating systems, whatever it is, Maynard Service Company is there for you all across the triangle. That's all of Wake County and 50 miles in any direction, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The phone number to call, 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993, or visit them online, MaynardServices.com, MAYNOR Services.com. We'll be back with our two most important Canes. Who is the pivot point, the fulcrum that this entire series could change on in a pivotal Game 5? We'll talk about it next.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It's bigger than all of us now, so watching the playoffs has to be a big deal, where you gather with fellow Caniacs to cheer on our team. And the place to do that is Carolina Ale House, the official Canes road game headquarters. Join the viewing parties at Carolina Ale House for every game during the playoffs. Big screens, full audio, fired up fans, and full homemade menu and frosty pints. Chicken wings and hockey? Hell yeah! Grab your jersey and your crew and get to Carolina Ale House for every puck drop. Find your location at CarolinaAleHouse.com.
Hey friends, Paul Lyhander from 99.9 The Fan for FanDuel. And on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game, because sometimes your player gets subbed off and, your bet goes with them, but not anymore. We've got this thing now called FanDuel's Super Sub. That's right, Super Sub. Eat that one up, folks. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute with FanDuel's Super Sub. Say it with me again. FanDuel's Super Sub. So you're in it, until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/Paul and get started now. FanDuel.com/Paul. That's Paul with a capital P. FanDuel's Super Sub. Just another reason to dig in with FanDuel. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile and save up to $600 a year. I've been scouting these big carriers for a minute now, and I've seen them pull the same play 1,000 times. They promise you the world, then hit you with a price hike right when the game gets tight. But Boost Mobile, their $25 a month unlimited wireless plan is the most consistent player on the floor. No contracts, no price hikes. Unlock the savings today at boostmobile.com/unlock. Based on average annual single line payment of AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile customers compared to 12 months of the Boost Mobile unlimited wireless plan as of January 2026. For full offer details, visit boostmobile.com.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle? Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right? No. Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. There's only one Ozempic. I told you it was catchy.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Storage Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Canes light the lamp here.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Of course, as soon as Canes team reporter Walt Ruff walks away, the rain lets up just long enough for him to get out of our reach here. It looks like this, according to Patrick Williams, who is on the AHL beat for NHL.com, Carolina has recalled Amir Miftakov from the Chicago Wolves, their AHL affiliate.
Interesting.
Miftakov, a goalie. Which leads me to, Dennis, what the heck is going on with the goalies for the entire Carolina system, right? Last game, Freddie Anderson didn't dress after being the starter for the first 16 games of the postseason. And Pyotr Kochetkov, who had been hurt for a bulk of the year, ends up being the backup to Brandon Bussi, who started in his first postseason start, got the winning game for. Amir Miftakov does this mean anything, or Chicago's still playing, so it is an interesting timing, to say the least.
Yeah, like you said, per AHL transactions, Carolina has recalled Amir Miftakov from Chicago. He actually stepped in for an injured Caden Primo for Games 6 and 7 against Colorado, and the Wolves are actually in action tomorrow night, Game 1 of the AHL Championship, playing the Toronto Marlies. This is, in my mind, the fact that Anderson had a maintenance day.
Mm-hmm.
Just before Game 4, the fact that Anderson worked out before morning skate today, so no one actually saw him, but worked out on the ice on his own, but outside of the rest of the group. That tells me, even though Rod did say this morning, hey, everyone's available, that he is dealing with something. Now, he might be available enough to play if needed, but this tells me he's dealing with an injury. And let's not forget, in the second period against Vegas in Game 3, on a goal that was allowed, that was overturned because of goalie interference, he did take a hit up high.
Yep.
I'm wondering if that's factoring into a lot of this as well. So even though Rod did say this morning everyone's available, this leads me to believe that Freddie Anderson is dealing with an injury, because otherwise, why would you recall a fourth goaltender to have on your roster if you had three that were healthy to play?
So
plain and simple.
Miftakov would be the e-bug.
Emergency, like in case this morning, I'm sorry, like
sick.
If someone wakes up sick, can't go, or someone gets hurt tonight, knock on wood.
Yeah, something
like all of a sudden,
crazy.
All of a sudden, during warm-ups, Kochetkov, my hip's not feeling good. Amir Miftakov should back up. Like that's what leads me to believe that Freddie is actually truly dealing with an injury.
All right.
Which has been the speculation. Which has truly been the speculation.
Been definitely part of the conversation. Although, and again, maybe Rod Brindamore just enjoys to see us scrambling out here trying to figure out what a claiming
all off the
recall of Miftakov means. But we have very little information on the goalie situation other than what Dennis just ran through for you. With that being said, to start the 6 o'clock hour here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan, we need to get to our two most important Carolina Hurricanes for Game 5. Not in any order, but they are the most important. Dennis, who's your first?
By the way, non-goalie.
Yes, goalies are ineligible from this game because, it'd be pretty boring if we all just went goalie.
Because obviously the goaltender. To me, the first one I'm going to name is because he's my first goal scorer. I think it's going to be Taylor Hall because it feels like to me this is going to be the game at home, Game 5, where Taylor Hall. He's obviously been fantastic this postseason, but this is the statement Taylor Hall game where we all sit back and remember. Hey, remember Taylor Hall in Game 5? Remember that Taylor Hall game in the Stanley Cup Final? When we look back on the Stanley Cup Final win for the Carolina Hurricanes, when we look back and go, man, remember that Taylor Hall game? Just like remember Game 4, Jordan Staal put his team on the back? This is the one where we go, man, Taylor Hall put his team on the back. I predicted it earlier. I'm going to say it again. 2 goals, 1 assist for Taylor Hall tonight. This is the Taylor Hall game.
Back-to-back games of guys that were playing in 2011, taking over the contest, showing all these youngsters a thing or two. Mine's also an older guy, not quite as old as maybe a Stahl, or I believe not quite as old as Hall. I'm going Jordan Martinook.
Okay,
it's in Raleigh. It's in the Lenovo Center. It's Jordan Martinook. It's heart and soul time. I every time I pick Martinook for this or and really any of the games that we play here in predictions, it doesn't have to be a goal. If it is, that obviously the place would go nuts. But it could be an unbelievable effort after a broken stick. It could be a hit. It could be just anything, right? Because he is one of those guys that is by any means necessary finding ways to help the team. And then I think a little extra at home, right? He is somebody that is so beloved by the Canes, by the Caniacs, by the fans that are joining us here outside the Lenovo Center. I think, the attention that an Aho gets or a Stahl gets or so many of these guys, they get that when you're on the road, right? Yeah. Because they're bigger names. But Martinook, when he's here in the Lenovo Center, is by attention, maybe not on par with some of those guys, but he's right there next to him. So I think Martinook is an important guy as far as what he can provide as a boost for the Carolina Hurricanes. Dennis, who's your second of your 2 most important Canes?
It's Andrei Svechnikov. I think he was actually on my list last game, if I remember correctly. And the reason I'm going to say Andrei again is because we know Svech has the ability to produce at this time of year. We saw it last year. He scored 8 goals last year in the playoffs, led the Carolina Hurricanes in goal scoring. He has, in this series, he has 4 shots on goal. 4 shots on goal. Now, he's attempted more, but he's not getting anything to the net. 3 of his 4 shots came back in Game 3. He did have the power play goal, which was crucial late in the game. That tied things up and forced overtime in Game number 3. But to me, Andrei Svechnikov needs to be more direct. He needs to be a shoot-first mentality, and he needs to be more physical. I think if you get that type of Andrei, the power forward Andrei Svechnikov that we all know, that we all expect, if you get that Andrei Svechnikov tonight, and for the rest of this series, these last 2-3 games, if you get that Andrei and he shows up, because if he starts scoring, watch out, because we know what Stahl's line is doing. We know what Stankoven's line is doing. We know what the 4th line can provide. If Svech gets going, this team is winning a Stanley Cup in 6. And I'll say I was wrong about the predictions because I said Canes in 7. But if he starts scoring tonight, they win tonight. And if they win tonight, they're winning this damn thing.
I'm big on accountability, and when you make a wrong prediction, you own up to it.
Yeah.
If you pick the Canes in 7 and they win in 6, keep that one to yourself. Who cares? It's a win is a win. It's a win is a win.
Hey, I called they were winning.
Yeah. You can take a lot of what you just said and package it onto, or just copy and paste it onto my next player. I'm going Sebastian Aho.
Oh, that's fair.
that line. I think Aho can get Svech going. I think Svech can get Aho going. So I don't care who the spark is as long as that line gets going. But also, like, the expectations, we talked about this with Adam Gold. The expectations for Aho are ridiculously high. He's been a point per game in the series. And you would think like he's I don't know, been in the box for 37 minutes based and has all turnovers and no positive plays based on the way some Canes fans are talking about him. He's a really good player, but you need to step up in these moments. So I think a goal scored would be nice. Yep. I think, as I said, him doing the things necessary to get Svech going would be nice. I think his impact on special teams is wildly important. I think his leadership is wildly important. I think his stubbornness and competitiveness is wildly important. I think Sebastian Aho needs to have a big game, and if he does, the entire series obviously would tilt in the Canes' favor.
I think one thing in regards to that when it comes to Svech and Aho is that with Svechnikov and Aho, I think they both recognize that the other one needs to get going. So they're trying to get the other guy going too much.
Yep.
I was like, how about you just shoot and then I'll get going based off you shooting. Like, I'm going to shoot, you shoot, we'll eventually get going together and eventually we'll find each other. But they both have to have a shoot first mentality.
I completely agree with that. When I say do the things necessary to get Svech going, I don't mean feed Svech constantly. I mean, take shots so the defense is respecting you.
Yeah.
And Svech has some room. Or get the shot on net. Carter Hart has not been great with rebound control. No. And let Svech crash the boards. Like, let him go in and find that rebound and finish. Those are the things that I meant when I said do the things necessary to get the other one going. Right? Just having good shifts benefits everybody on that shift. And doing it over and over and over again, and good things will happen. It's that mentality Stahl was talking about. It's one shift at a time, one play at a time, one period at a time, and you just keep that rolling, and you'll like the results. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are live outside of the Lenovo Center. Tailgating, I will say, the fans a little bit later to arrive today because it was 100 degrees.
Yeah.
But now the energy is ramping up. Maybe just a few minutes of sitting in the car with the air conditioning on before you left.
And that's fine.
But now it's going. That little bit of drizzle, a little bit of rain kind of cooled things down, and we're getting ready for some hockey.
By the way, that rain, those raindrops, there's zero trace anywhere outside that any drop of rain actually happened.
We just had to move all of our equipment for 5 minutes of rain, and then it's completely gone. Wow. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We will be back with more as we get you ready for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Pivotal Game 5 coming up next.
One goal.
Let's go, Canes!
Hall coming in. Backhand. Dovershave. Blake to the rebound. He scores! Oh, the Hurricanes are just pouring it on.
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Let's go, Canes! Aho now to Jarvis. Jarvis. You'll get the chance. Scores!
Your official home for the Eastern Conference champion Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan.
Hey, what do you say? John Forsland here for my friends at Buffalo Brothers. My favorite place to go in the Triangle for the best wings on the planet. How about this special? Every Monday, half-priced wings all day. Dine-in only. Now that's a deal, baby. Everything on the menu is amazing. Pizza, apps, and always great drink specials. Visit any of their 5 Triangle locations and their pet-friendly patio, too. Online, buffbrothers.com. Aw, man, now I want wings.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing Mountain Dew. So give me my good friends, give me a dew.
Grab some ice-cold Mountain Dew today.
Mountain Dew.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Mountain Dew products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, don't drag your feet. Life can just happen just like that. And bam, you are not here anymore and your kids are forced to live on and you don't have all your mess together. So don't drag your feet. We've seen it time and time again. And now that I have Jackson, I'm just worried about it, Coach. That's why they need to call you and set all this up.
Used to spend the summers up in New England with my grandparents, and I'd be moping around, and I'd tell my grandpa how bored I was. And I remember him saying, "Little Pete, enjoy it while you can, because life speeds up on you."
Amen.
And so I still remember that. So yes, things come quickly. So the important thing is to have a plan, and then we can make changes and adjustments to the plan. But if you don't have a plan, now you're scrambling. So let's get a plan put together that we can change as we go forward in life, or that it becomes permanent if that's how we want it to be if we're not here anymore. So a real plan with a real planning team, and we'll do it at no cost for the next 10 listeners.
Call my friend Coach Pete today, 919-794-7900, 919-794-7900.
Amanda Daughtry is a paid spokesperson. Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
June is Men's Health Month, and WakeMed encourages you to get a PSA blood test. Starting at age 45, men should be screened every 2 years. You may need to start earlier if you have a higher risk for prostate cancer or a family history of the disease. A simple blood test checks the level of PSA or prostate-specific antigen in your blood. If levels are elevated, your doctor may recommend additional screening. For more information, visit wakemed.org. That's wakemed.org.
Some of life's most meaningful moments are in summertime. Anniversary dinner, weekend getaway, sunset toast to another beautiful year together. Celebrate your story with a gift as timeless as your love from Bailey's Fine Jewelry. From classic diamond bracelets to elegant watches and stunning anniversary bands, Bailey's helps you mark every milestone beautifully. This summer, celebrate the moments that matter most. Visit Bailey's Fine Jewelry in Raleigh, Cary, Greenville, Rocky Mount, and Charlotte. Every woman wants a Bailey box.
Leaves, water, debris. Hi, this is Holly with RoofWorks. There are a lot of things that can wreak havoc on your commercial property, and we are proud to be there for our dedicated customers that depend on us. From helping to design and build the roof for new construction, to maintenance, repair, and replacements, we've got the experience that you can count on. At RoofWorks, we don't want to be the biggest, we just want to be the best. Visit us at roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to Spend More Time on Your Motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Less than 2 hours to puck drop Stanley Cup Final Game 1. Seems like we're right on the doorstep, and also it's a mile away.
Yeah.
We're outside the Lenovo Center where the game will be played. Home game for the Canes. The series is tied 2-2. Game 5 here in Raleigh. Game 6 will be in Vegas. If necessary, Game 7 back here in Raleigh. So there is a possibility, both good and bad, but obviously we're going to think good, that this is the last game of the year here in the Lenovo Center for this season's Carolina Hurricanes team. It's crazy.
Wild to think about.
It seems like we're on the doorstep. It also seems like it's a mile away.
I know.
See what I did there?
I see it.
That's a little comparison. Earlier today, Dennis, you were out at the media availability talking with some players. We have some audio set up. The most insightful things you heard from these Carolina Hurricanes.
So the biggest thing I wanted to get from players talking to them was knowing that you're so close. Like 2 wins away, and you're
like on the doorstep.
Yeah. You're right there. Like you can sense it. And Rob Brittamore uses the term human nature a lot. So I asked guys specifically, and we'll go to Keandre Miller here first. I asked him this morning. I said, "How do you know with human nature what's so close? How do you balance what's achievable, but also keeping the focus on what's right now and not and focusing on what's in front of you?" Here's what Keandre Miller had to say.
I mean, we just got to take it one game at a time. It's a obviously long year, long series. So I think just staying dialed in the now and just trying to bring our best tonight.
I mean, I talk about all the time. This entire franchise has taken on the image of Rod Brindamore. So when you ask those types of questions, you get Rod Brindamore answers.
It's a Jordan Stahl answer.
It's a Jordan Stahl. By the way,
yeah.
You tell me the difference, and those style of answers are very, very similar. In some ways, I think Jordan Stahl is actually more similar to Rod Brindamore than some of his teammates. Like, if they were to be hanging out, it just seems like Stahl's got some coach energy or captain energy, you might say. They're both captains. It is a very unified room as far as how they're looking at the journey they've been on and the journey that still remains.
I asked the same question to Eric Robinson and talked to him one-on-one. I actually thought his answer was pretty interesting. So here's Eric Robinson. Again, balancing big picture was still being focused on tonight.
It could be easy to get ahead of yourself this time of year. Sure, everyone has a process, but I don't mind letting the end goal motivate me, because that's obviously what we're here, what we're playing for, what we dream of, but all the while knowing that that's not going to happen unless you focus solely on tonight and taking it one game at a time. It's cliche, but it's really the only way to do it. So, yeah, we're all eyes on tonight.
You know what? There's always a little bit of different energy from the fourth line. Everybody's in line, and the fourth line is in line, but there's always a little different energy there.
So it was interesting, though. He said, look, I understand the big picture at the end. Like, he understands that. And that's obviously the ultimate goal. But to get to that, I have to do it this way. So, it was such a good he even mentioned himself the cliche answer of, one game at a time. But the one game at a time is what gets me to that end goal, which I do see. I thought it was really pretty open from Eric Robinson about that.
And by the way, if you watch that fourth line play, it's, talk is cheap, actions are more valuable. They play like that, right? They understand their role, right? Physicality, relentless energy. They're not going to be on the ice as often as some of their teammates. So when they are on the ice, they should be and are able to play with a little extra boost, right?
Yeah.
They're a little extra forecheck. They're a little extra, this pass might not get through, but I'm going to be speeding in case it does, right? Like all of those things, Eric Robinson, I think, exemplifies it really, really well. And, that outlook that he just talked about is probably a reason why.
All right, final one we'll play here. I asked Logan Stankoven the same thing. I was talking to him one-on-one. I asked Logan, being 2 games away from winning this whole thing, how do you keep your mentality on tonight?
Well, I mean, they're that close too. So I think we're excited to be back home in front of our fans. We know it's not going to be any easier, but I think I liked our start last game. So if we can try and kind of reciprocate that, and then I think if we can clean up our second periods, that's going to be key for us.
I mean, this is going to be weird to say. In gigantic big games, Logan Stankoven has a ton of experience. He's been to the Western Conference Finals, been to the Eastern Conference Finals twice. He's in a Stanley Cup final now. He's scored goals.
Yeah.
He's done the whole thing. Age and experience are not always synonyms.
No, they're not.
He is one of the more performing well in big games. One of the more experienced guys on the Canes.
He's a grizzled young vet at this point.
Yeah.
It was interesting. So going back to the Eastern Conference Final before Game 3 up in Montreal, they actually had Stankoven and Blake at the podium, and I asked both these guys. I asked both of them. I said, "You guys have done this multiple times now in your career." I said, "Stankoven, you've done this 3 times now. Jackson, you're 2 for 2." I said, "Does it get easier?" And they both said, especially Stankoven said, the games aren't easier, but you have a more understanding of how to handle the situation, how to handle your day-to-day, how to handle the moment of the game. That and having that more understanding helps them because the experience of doing it before. But the fact that these young guys have combined five conference final appearances, and now have each, gone to a Stanley Cup themselves. Taylor Hall has been to a Cup final twice in his career. That's it. And so it's just they are handling the moment so maturely. For guys that are 22, 23 years old, it really is remarkable to see.
They were both born in the year 2003.
That's insane.
Seth Jarvis in 2002, just to put that one in perspective as well. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9, The Fan.
Stop.
Nick Keeshan, 2001. It's just if we're continuing. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9, The Fan, coming to a close. We do have Carolina Hurricanes tailgate show
Let's
coming
go.
your way. Don't go anywhere.
It's Hockey Night in Carolina, Stanley Cup Final Edition. It's Game 5 with Vegas.
Here's a chance against your traffic. Shot and they score! The captain again!
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Now back out in front for Stahl. A backhand, he scores! He scores again! Oh, captain, my captain! Writing a story in the Stanley Cup Final.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
It's bow time. Ordering Bojangles Bow Bites is the easiest choice you'll make today. The bite-sized hand-breaded chicken is fried to crispy perfection, making it perfect for sharing, snacking, or when you're on the go. Just don't call it a nugget. The only hard part is choosing from our 6 dipping sauces. We've got a sauce for every kind of craving, from our creamy house-made ranch to our sweet and spicy peach honey pepper sauce. It all depends on what kind of mood you're in. Head to your nearest Bojangles today and discover the dippable, shareable, and craveable Bow Bites. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to head on over to Bojangles to try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. Bite-sized hand-breaded chicken fried to crispy perfection. On the go, they're perfect for snacking or sharing. Dipped in your favorite sauce like creamy house-made ranch or peach honey pepper, they're the perfect way to satisfy your craving for flavor and value. Try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. It's an easy choice to make when it's bow time.
A reminder during Men's Health Month, heart disease remains the leading cause of death for men in the United States, and high blood pressure can develop silently for years. In North Carolina alone, around 37% of adults report having high blood pressure. Here's a hot tip from Kraft Body Scan. Small, consistent changes, including walking more, improving sleep, reducing processed foods, and proactively monitoring your health, can significantly improve long-term cardiovascular outcomes. Learn about preventive care at craftbodyscan.com.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Creighton Blackwell with Coastal Credit Union and 99.9 The Fan, and we're here to celebrate the next Scholar Athlete of the Month. We are here at North Johnston High School, where we celebrate the newest Scholar Athlete of the Month, Camden Ford.
So obviously a multi-sport athlete, but what was impressive is her academic accolades as well. It's just the epitome of a student athlete.
Whenever we're here, and even if we're not having a good game, Camden's going to support us. Camden's going to give you help. Like, she's always going to be like, hey, you got this. Even if you think you don't yourself, like, she's going to tell you, hey, you got it. She's very smart in school and in the game. Like, she's very good at softball and all the other sports she plays.
We were in the conference championship game, and we had lost our point guard to an injury. And so I told her, I said, you're going to have to handle the ball tonight. And so it's not really her forte, but she came through with flying colors.
It definitely takes a lot of time management. I help with some sports camps here and just help people be more people and grow up to be people that people actually want to be around.
Congratulations, Camden.
For over 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326. That's AWARD to 919-860-5326.
Hey, Law Tigers was born from a passion for the open road. Over 25 years ago, we saw something that every rider knows, a community that has each other's backs. Law Tigers is built by riders, for riders, protecting what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com, because every ride you take, your freedom could be on the line. The Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle attorneys.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade on the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Right now, the United States is trading at about 1.5% to win the whole darn thing, which means opportunity. A $10 trade will pay out about $6,000 if they go on to win the world's soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're not just waiting for that last payout if it happens. You're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TIMD, that's TIMD, no spaces, to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi. Trade on the beautiful game. 18 plus, restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and availability markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulators.
Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5500.
5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Sound the siren. It's time for the Canes Tailgate Show, driven by Chapel Hill Tire. Complete car care.
That's right. It's time for Canes Tailgate Show.
Let's go.
Chapel Hill Tire, Complete Car Care. And that Let's Go came from Dennis Cox. I'm Tim Donnelly. We're outside the Lenovo Center, hour and a half from the scheduled puck drop for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Dennis, I have a bit of news that I'm going to file under the doesn't actually mean anything, but people will potentially discuss it for the next hour and a half.
Okay.
So on the Canes official site, they put out their projected lines. Okay. Now, I want to be clear here. I think if anybody from the communications department walked up to Rod Brindamore and said, like, hey, can you confirm these lines we're going to put on our website as the projected lines, they should duck. Because he doesn't name his lines in their internal meetings, let alone for fan consumption before a game. But the way they're listed, the first line listed, Stahl centering Ehlers and Jarvis.
Yeah.
The second line listed, Stankoven centering Hall and Blake. The third line listed, Aho, Svech, and Martinook. Third line, Aho. How are we feeling about it?
Fine. Like you said, Rod doesn't number. He doesn't. But here's the thing as well is that you can call either one of those 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't change how Rod approaches how he's going to do his matchups. It just doesn't. Now, when Eric Robinson and then Jankowski and that crew is out there, they're going to match up against the other team's quote unquote fourth line. It's called what it is. But 1, 2, 3 for the Canes, Rod's still going to try and do his matchups the exact same. It's not like, oh, actually, Aho, your third line now, you're not going to play as much. That's not going to be the case. Now, I will say something interesting, though. Rod will play the guys that are actually impacting the game in a positive way. If you actually go back to time on ice for last game in Game 4, time on ice, Carrier, Robinson, Jankowski, they were the bottom 3, again, just among the forwards. They were the bottom 3 in ice time. You know who was the next highest above those guys? It was Andrei Svechnikov. He had the 9th fewest ice time of all the forwards. He was 9th. So all the top 9 guys you just mentioned, all those guys, he was 9th in terms of ice time. Andre was. That's with power plays, even strength, all that stuff. Andre was 9th.
I will say, and we've said this a lot, exactly what you said is true about Rod Brindamore. He's watching the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He does not do what some coaches do. And it's more of a basketball thing where it's like, hey, you're going to play. You're going to sub out at the second media timeout. You're going to go back in 2 minutes later. We're going to get you the extra, 4 minutes before halftime. And guys, like, they can put on sweatshirts and put ice on their knee. Like they can do the whole thing because they know every game when they're going in and coming out. Obviously, you can't do that in hockey at all. But Rod does not go in with a hard and fast plan of how his lines are going to play. He might have a plan, but as the game goes, he's gonna pivot off of it. Do you think he has a plan for goal? Because he's not telling us.
He said it this morning. Don't ask me. I was in there in the locker room. I was in there in the presser. He's like, don't ask, because I ain't telling you anything. I'm not discussing my lineup. Everyone's available. It's Brandon Bussi tonight. Just call it what it is. It's Brandon Bussi's going to be in net tonight. He earned the right to do it. I think we all can speculate that Freddie Anderson might be a little bit nicked up, and that's okay. Bussi's ready to go. And I think he'll be even better today than he was last game.
It appears, and again, it hasn't been confirmed, and even on that projected lines list I just had on from their site, it says to be determined on starting goaltender.
Of course it does.
I would be wildly surprised if it's not Brandon Bussi. So let's operate under that assumption and move forward. Game 2, right? The Canes actually, speaking of their team-issued media, they tweeted out like a preview graphic today with 4 faces on it, and then I can bring it up. But my immediate reaction was, oh, that's a 1990s like thriller movie poster. Like it's exactly that. I can show Dennis.
I saw that earlier.
That is, and then I tweeted it out with a bunch of movie posters going like, it's exactly that. It's a 1990s movie poster.
If the fifth element, here we go.
If it's a movie, right? If the Canes are expecting tonight to be a movie, it's Brandon Bussi, the sequel, right? Because it's his second playoff start, and they won Game 4 with him in net. Do we need something different? Like, is it a ready for this? The Hangover 2, which is just the exact same movie, again with different lines?
Yeah.
Or is it a true sequel? Like Star Wars style, where you're introducing new characters, new worlds, and everything's different.
Empire Strikes Back.
Which one are we rolling with? Do you want to see something different from Bussi? Is this long-winded way to ask what did he do well and what does he need to polish up?
I mean, based off the result of last game, I hope it's a repeat. That's the thing. Like, it's just okay. I mean, Home Alone 2 lost in New York. Guess what? He still finds his way home, still finds his family. That's okay.
Can somebody start looking after that kid? No, I'm kidding.
I know, for real. I will say this about Bussi. This is what I think truly is going to happen in this game. Getting a taste of the net in a playoff game, let alone a cup final game, in game number 3, in a low stakes situation, didn't have to worry about, didn't have to think about it. Hey, you just got to go in and play. Oh, okay. And he played extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's like, okay, you get to start now. He got to deal with the jitters, right? And having to think about it, the mental preparation going into the game, going through his routine, which he hadn't gone through since the middle part of April. He had to get that feeling back again. Now he's got all that out of the way. Now you just can go play. You don't have to think about it. Just go play. You already know how to handle the moment. You've handled it. So just go do the thing.
There is something to be said for, like, I don't know. I obviously I've never played in a Stanley Cup final. But I think of it almost like when you move to a new area, you're moving away from a new area, and you think like, oh, this is my first time on this road. Oh, this is my first time going to this restaurant. Oh, this is my first time at this mall. And then you do that, and then eventually, you do it a couple times, and it's just no longer novelty. It's just, you're driving to work. That's at an intersection you stop at.
You no longer need the GPS.
Yeah, exactly. And there's going to be things he's going to learn. This game is not going to be the exact same. He's going to face different challenges. Vegas is going to throw different things at him. But as far as the mechanism of it all, just the nuts and bolts of a game day in the Stanley Cup final, he's now been through it.
Yeah.
And he was taking mental reps prior to getting in net, and now he has some real reps to lean on. Not to say it's going to go perfectly, but I just think you're more confident that, if there are struggles, it's not because, he was jitter-filled and wide-eyed and rattled. It'd be because you're playing a really good team and they got good offensive players, and, sometimes things happen. With that being said, Freddie Anderson was not skating with the team in morning skate.
Nope.
So we can update you on that. Rod Brindamore post-morning skate did say Freddie skated earlier, which he then said everybody is available. However, they did recall an AHL goalie, Amir Miftakov, just a little bit ago. So maybe there's some shaking up in the third goalie spot.
Yeah.
But we're not going to hear anything official until they absolutely need to tell us something official, because Rod Brindamore's played everything close to his chest.
Let me see if the Canes have officially sent anything out via the emails to us with an official recall, which I have not seen anything as of yet.
I've not seen anything from them either, although there are some what appear to be pretty reputable AHL beat writers that have put it out there, and it's come across the wires and things.
Because here's the thing as well. If the Carolina Hurricanes AHL affiliate, the Chicago Wolves, they're playing for the they're playing for the Calder Cup.
This is not like, we want Miftakov to get a little vibe. This is, you're taking him away from a team that has something to play for.
Whom, by the way, Caden Primo is hurt. So, okay, you got a Ruslan Kozayev is going to be the guy who will probably start for Chicago, because if Miftakov stays up. So those are all things you have to keep in mind. Like, it's not just, oh, yeah, you guys are still playing. We're just going to bring your starting goalie up. You just don't do that for the sake of doing it.
This is the Canes Tailgate Show on 99.9 The Fan, brought to you by Chapel Hill Tire, Complete Car Care. We will be back. Dennis, there's only one thing left to do.
What's up?
Make our picks. Actually, there's two things left to do. Make our picks, hydrate, cool down, get ready for a game. It's still a little toasty out here outside the Lenovo Center, but the energy is high, and game action is getting closer and closer and closer. We'll be back to make our picks coming up next.
Canes hockey is back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Canes on the ice. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official hard tea and lemonade of the Carolina Hurricanes. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Our state's future begins with our students. That's why the North Carolina Education Lottery has contributed over $12 billion to education. Through scholarships, school construction, support staff, and pre-K programs, lottery dollars move our state forward, helping students become the best versions of themselves. Visit movingncstudentsforward.com and share how your student or school community has benefited for a chance to earn $2,000 for your story. Must be 18 to play. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey friends, Paul Lyhander from 99.9 The Fan for FanDuel. And on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and, your bet goes with them, but not anymore. We've got this thing now called FanDuel's Super Sub. That's right, Super Sub. Eat that one up, folks. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute with FanDuel's Super Sub. Say it with me again. FanDuel's Super Sub. So you're in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/Paul and get started now. FanDuel.com/Paul. That's Paul with a capital P. FanDuel's Super Sub. Just another reason to dig in with FanDuel. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. So good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Pepsi products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Thanks for all you do. How's it going? We're just coming back.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is the Carolina Hurricanes Tailgate Show, Chapel Hill Tire, Complete Car Care, presenting. I'm Tim Donnelly, Dennis Cox here with me. We've been here live on air for now almost 4 hours, but we do that in anticipation of Stanley Cup Final, Game 5 action, which you can hear right here on 99.9 The Fan. Matter of fact, and I say this often, it's the only place you can catch the broadcast with Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy. During the year, it's obviously on the television broadcast. The first round of the postseason, they are on the television broadcast. But once you get to the second round, 99.9 The Fan and the 99.9 The Fan app is the only place to catch them. And they're becoming bigger and bigger celebrities. They wouldn't admit it, right, because they're humble guys. But their energy, their booth cams, everything about their broadcast and how they connect with the Canes is appealing to hockey fans everywhere. And you can hear it right here on 99.9 later tonight. Matter of fact, about an hour and 15 minutes from now, following Stormwatch with Adam Gold. As far as the nuts and bolts of today go, Brandon Bussi expected to be in net for the Carolina Hurricanes. Second start in his postseason career following Game 4, which was a win for the Canes when they absolutely needed it. The series is tied, obviously, 2-2. As it comes back to Raleigh, Game 4 and Game 3, we're on the road. And there's 2 or 3 more games left in this Stanley Cup playoff. Think about that. There's Game 5 tonight, 8 p.m. That's what we've been talking about. Sunday at 8 p.m. is Game 6. That's in Vegas. And then, if necessary, Wednesday of next week, June 17th, would be the Game 7, and that would be played right behind us here at the Lenovo Center. So, with time winding down, you're going to hear me say this a million times. In the biggest moments, you need your big-time players to make plays. The good news for the Canes is, and we've been saying this all year, they don't have 2 big-time players, right? Every team has their Mount Rushmore guys, or whatever you want to call it. But you can't watch this postseason and say Logan Stankoven, Jackson Blake, Taylor Hall are not big-time players. You can't watch the last 10 years and say Jordan Stahl, Sebastian Aho, Seth Jarvis, Andrei Svechnikov are not big-time players. Jacob Slavin are not big-time players. So you need all of them, or at least most of them, to have big games if you want to close this one out, right? The wins only get more difficult. And as I said at the very beginning of the postseason, the Carolina Hurricanes should be counting to 16. Right behind us, they have those on the outside of the Lenovo Center, those warning flags, the big squares, and then they put 16 spaces up. And with each postseason win, they fill one in. 14 are filled. Just 2 more remain empty. And I do think you're counting to 16. This is a team that should count cups as far as how successful they are, and it is pass fail. It is 1 or it is 0, and they're looking for the last 2 wins. One of them could come tonight, right behind us here at the Lenovo Center. With that game coming up, Dennis, we need to make our picks.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, start setting them up.
I just want to let you know that we talked about Amir Miftakov.
Mm-hmm.
On the NHL, like on the official Canes website, Amir Miftakov is listed on the roster. Goaltender.
That happened quick.
So he's officially listed. There we go. So I just want to make sure to throw that out there. So that's here's the thing. I hope we don't see Amir Miftakov in a game. Which, by the way, if he actually does play in a game this at some point and the Canes win the Cup, his name will be on the Stanley Cup for the simple fact that he played in a postseason game.
I believe as a goalie, you only have to dress. You don't even have to play.
It could be as a dress, yeah.
Because goalies, like a lot of backup goalies, never play, and they're huge contributors.
That's a really good point.
So I believe Pyotr Kochekhov's name will be on the cup if they do go ahead and win. I do believe that Pyotr Kochekhov would be on the list.
Okay, I'm going to go with a game prop real fast. Over under goals scored in this game 6.5.
Oh, I mean, you got to take the over, right?
Every game's had at least 7.
I'm going to talk like so many of the people covering this series. Mark Messier has been caught in this, where every game, because all of your logic is telling you, you're on the pregame going, there's going to be a game that's going to tighten up. There's going to be a 2-1. There's going to be a 3-1 because you've watched both of these teams play all year and you're conditioned into thinking one of those is coming. And then, usually by the end of the second period, sometimes the end of the first, he's right back at that studio desk going, I guess I was wrong on that one. Got to put my hand up. And Mark Messier knows more about hockey than any 12 of us combined will ever know and forget. So I'm tempted to say under, but the series has gone haywire.
It's still plus money on the over. Just saying. I would take the over as well. Hey, you say like you bet a streak, right?
You bet the streak.
You bet the streak
you
until it
be
ends.
Wrong once.
Take the over. All right, over under shots on goal. Logan Stankoven 2.5.
Over. I got caught in this in Game 4, but I think the Canes are at their best when a bunch of these guys are hunting their own shots.
Yeah.
We talked about Walt Ruff. Adam Gold's talked about it. You've talked about it. I've talked about it. the deference is admirable in like a human quality where you're worried about your friends before yourself. I need a little selfishness from some of these guys. So give me the over on Logan Stankoven, who is maybe the one guy this postseason that every game has been the appropriate amount of selfish, which is why he has 1 million goals and a few assists. Like that's, I want more guys to have that energy. And by 1 million, I meant 11, but it sounds like 1 million.
Same number, Seth Jarvis, over under 2.5.
Yeah, I want him to keep firing. And more so for his own, I want to know that he's super confident. Since he had the game winner in the second overtime game too. Since then, he has had some great days. Some really good looks that he has not been able to convert. I don't want him to hesitate at all. Every great A he gets, let it fly, Jarvis. So I hope it's the over, because that would just tell me he's not letting the results affect his process, right? He is still firing away.
Here's one for you. Andrei Svechnikov, over under 2.5. This is a man who had 3 shots on goal in game 3, but only has 1 shot on games 1, 2, and 4. So he has 4 shots total in 4 games. It's over under 2.5. You going over or under?
I am going. I really want to say over here, and a bug keeps like borderline jumping in my mouth every time I say it. Maybe that's a sign.
Yeah.
I'm going over. And
going over.
It's for what you said. I hope somebody, I don't even know who would go to him with like a cold glass of water to the face conversation. I want somebody, Aho maybe it's Jordan Stahl, maybe Martinuk, maybe it's Rod, maybe it's somebody he knows from Russia giving him a call. I want somebody to look at him and go, dude, puck's on net. Like, make it happen, Captain.
Just shoot it.
You are a physical, you have a physical advantage on most other people that you're going to be skating against. Go bull in a China shop straight to the front of the net and get some shots on net. That's what I'm looking for. And by the way, he has the second shortest odds to score a goal in this game.
He does.
For the Carolina Hurricanes. Like the predictors, the odds makers, the analysts, they never waver from Svech having the ability to. I want him to do it in a big way.
All right, let's go saves. Brandon Bussi, over under 20.5 saves.
What was that's a little bit more than last game, correct?
Yeah, because he gave up 3. I think he had 17 saves,
Yeah.
18 saves.
I think Vegas is going to make it a priority to just make him be more active. They might be a little less selective. They want to get more shots on goal. So I'll take the over on that. Similar amount of like high dangers, but just more,
more total,
traditional. Hey, here we go. Pop one into the glove. And let's go face off. Like more of those is kind of what I'm looking for.
Vegas had 21 shots on goal, so Bussi made 18 saves last game. All right, Carter Hart, real quick. Over under saves for Carter Hart. Vegas goaltender, 27.5.
I mean, this is the same predicament I caught myself in last game, which is...
He had 24 last game.
Which is...
or 23, I should say.
What I'm getting at there is, like, if I take all of the overs, I can't then take the unders on saves.
Unless they're all goals, baby.
Yeah, I mean, if he gives up 7, I would love to be wrong on this.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, he's the first, ever to give up 4 goals in 4 straight Stanley Cup final games?
4+ in 4 straight to start a Stanley Cup final. First ever to do it.
That's a tough situation. It's not where you want to be. So I'll take the over. Give me the over, and I'd love to be wrong because too many goals are scored.
All right, what's your final score prediction?
All right, I'm on a bunch of overs. I'm going 4-3, Canes win, OT.
OT?
OT.
Who's the OT winner?
OT game winner. It's his moment. Sebastian Aho.
Aho,
This is the one that's in posters. This is the one that's posted everywhere in the Lenovo Center starting next year.
I have 4-3 Carolina winning as well, not overtime. But my 4th goal, he also gets the first one, is Taylor Hall.
Hey, it's Taylor. You've called it the Taylor Hall game?
That's the Taylor Hall game today. He has 2 goals and an assist today. He has an assist on a Logan Stankoven goal.
But most importantly, we both just picked the Canes to win.
That we did.
This has been the Canes Tailgate Show. Up next, we have Adam Gold with Stormwatch, and then it's game time, baby. Thank you to everybody that came out here and tailgated with us. We'll see you tomorrow to break down the game on 99.9 The Fan. Until then, enjoy the game, stay hydrated, and go Canes!
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. You didn't switch to an electric vehicle for average, so why settle for average tires? Electric vehicles are heavier, faster off the line, and demand more from the road. At Chapel Hill Tire, we carry premium EV-ready tires. And right now, we are offering free installation on a complete set of Michelin, Pirelli, or Continental tires. That's a $120 value. With 13 Triangle area locations, we make purchasing tires easy and convenient. Book your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Bull riding contest. I'm signing up.
You've never ridden a bull.
No, but I won playing a new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-off, and I'm on a roll.
But they're loaded with $50, $100, and $200 prizes.
Oh, I'm riding the Widowmaker.
Go for the win with new Bucks Loaded Edition scratch-offs and digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds to win range from 1 in 3.72 to 4.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Experience legendary craftsmanship with an Omega timepiece. From the iconic Speedmaster that journeyed to the moon to the sleek Seamaster made famous by the world's most stylish spy, Omega watches are built for precision, adventure, and timeless elegance. At Bailey's Fine Jewelry in Raleigh's Village District, explore a curated selection of Omega timepieces that speak to your legacy. Whether you're starting a collection or adding your next chapter, find your perfect fit at Bailey's, voted best jeweler. Visit BaileyBox.com to learn more.
It's Men's Health Month. WakeMed Primary Care wants to remind you to schedule your annual checkup. It's important to know your health numbers related to cholesterol, blood pressure, blood sugar, weight and BMI before it leads to chronic diseases. Focus on your health and preventing disease by building healthy habits and getting that yearly checkup and those screenings that you've been putting off. To schedule your appointment, visit wakemed.org. Once again, that's wakemed.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Storage Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Canes light the lamp here.
This is Storm Watch with Adam Gold, presented by John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington, on your home for Carolina Hurricanes hockey. 99.9 The Fan. Tonight, the Canes host the Vegas Golden Knights at the Lenovo Center. Now, here's Adam.
There's a reason why the networks pay billions for live sports. The unpredictability, the intensity, the drama, the chance to see things you have never seen before. And through 4 games of this Stanley Cup final, that is exactly what they've gotten. Hi, everyone. I am Adam Gold. This is the John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Storm Watch here on 99.9 The Fan. And tonight, Game 5 of this rollicking roller coaster ride of a series between the Carolina Hurricanes and the Vegas Golden Knights is at Lenovo Center. as the Canes try to lean on their home crowd after an energy-draining 5-3 win in Vegas less than 48 hours ago. Think about what we've seen to this point. Every game has featured a multiple-goal lead. Every time it did not hold. We've had 2 overtimes, the fastest hat trick and the fastest 3-goal span in Stanley Cup final history in the same game, mind you. And for a series that was supposed to feature 2 of the best defensive teams in the league, we haven't seen much. 33 goals have been scored in this series between the two, and that is tied for the 3rd most all time. And don't get me started on all those goals that have been wiped off the board. We've also seen a goalie change to a player who had never started an NHL playoff game, as Brandon Bussi, who had not seen live action for 7 weeks, relieved Frederik Andersen halfway through Game 3 and followed that with a winning Game 4 performance. Bussi did what he did all season long for the Hurricanes after they plucked him off waivers from the Florida Panthers a week before opening night. He won 31 of his 39 starts during the regular season, so why would anybody be surprised that he would author another win even on this stage? I know. Undrafted, just a minor league goalie. Too old to be a prospect. Heck, too old to be a rookie, even though he had never played an NHL game. Unfazed, though. Grounded. And here's another word for him, clutch. And what to make of Jordan Staal, the 37-year-old battleship of a captain who became the first player in 44 years to score a goal in each of the first 4 games of a Stanley Cup final. The last to do it, 1982, Mike Bussi. That is incredible. Stahl's 5 goals in the first 4 games also puts him on a different sort of list. How about this? Only Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux have done that. This series has had everything. And Game 4, while maybe a little more normal, was no different.
Low shot out in front. Lively boards. They score! Right off the hop. Logan Stankoven. Oh, my. Is he having a playoff series? His 11th puts Carolina up 1. Kept in by Nikishin. Sent to Ehlers. Side of the net. Hall puts it through. They score! Jackson Blake. Another power play goal. And it's 2-0. Carolina. 3 minutes and 28 seconds into the first period.
That was the fast start that Rod Brindamore's team was looking for, and a series in which Carolina has dominated first periods. They haven't gotten quite enough out of them. Mark Stone would pull a goal back to make it 2-1, and then on the power play, Carolina continued their first period dominance.
Here's a chance against your traffic. Jumped and they score! The captain again! It's 4 games and 4 goals for Jordan Staal. Oh, what a series is he writing? And it's 3-1 Carolina, and that is a power play goal.
Speaking of dominance, the captain with a goal in all 4 Stanley Cup final games so far. Incredible. Second periods, though, have been a problem for Carolina. They had been outscored going into Game 4, 7-1 in the second periods. That's not good. That trend continued.
Now Sissons with it. They'll hand this puck off. Vegas into the Kane zone. Chuck is through the score. Brett Houghton, his 14th of the postseason, beats Bussi. And with 2:52 left in the second, we're tied at 3.
We end the second 3-3. 20 minutes to figure out a way to get a win. You are going to need help from Brandon Bussi.
Eichel, close save made by Bussi. Now can the Canes clear? It can't get it out. Kept in by Marner. And now Marner through traffic, saved Bussi, and now Slavin has time, and he will airmail this one the length of the ice.
2 huge saves. Jankowski needed to clear that puck. He didn't, but you didn't pay the price. That's great killing and 2 massive saves.
Incredible power play, incredible penalty kill. Staal spent about 90 seconds without a stick, but he got it back just in time.
No giveaway. Jarvis goes in backhand and Hart with the save. Oh, Jarvis all alone now. Back out in front for Staal. A backhand, he scores. He scores again. Oh my goodness. The captain is unreal. His second of the game. And the Hurricanes have got a 4-3 lead with 13:28. Oh, captain, my captain, Jordan Staal, writing a story in the Stanley Cup final.
13 and a half minutes to figure out had to not allow a goal. Brandon Bussi, you're up.
Marner out in front. Bussi gets across on Eichel. Rebound, and it's knocked away as Anderson had a look, but Gostisbehere takes it away, and the Canes will gladly take this icing as Martin fires it back into the Vegas zone. Oh, that is a monster save from Brandon Bussi.
In the dying moments, Nick Ehlers from long range.
A chance to clear. It bounces out, and it's going into the empty net. Bingo! Has gone up. Nikolai Ehlers is the one who gets the bounce with 54.8, and it's 5-3 Carolina. Yes, Trip Tracy, there is an empty net goal in Vegas.
Wow. Last half of the third period was as nerve-wracking a stretch as I've experienced for the Hurricanes. Felt like they were just kind of hanging on like a parent when his teenager's behind the wheel for the first time. The truth is that I thought it was the best period maybe the blue line has played all series long, and that is an encouraging sign moving forward. Coming up, we will check in with the head coach and center Mark Jankowski. This is the Stanley Cup Final here on 99.9 The Fan.
It's time to get your truck during the Make This the Summer event going on now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington. Be ready for summer adventures when you drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus, get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with the industry's best warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade on the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Right now, the United States is trading at about 1.5% to win the whole darn thing, which means opportunity. A $10 trade will pay out about $6,000 if they go on to win the world's soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're not just waiting for that last payout if it happens. You're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TIMD, that's TIMD, no spaces, to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi. Trade on the beautiful game. 18 plus, restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and availability markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulators.
Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
It's bow time. Ordering Bojangles Bow Bites is the easiest choice you'll make today. The bite-sized hand-breaded chicken is fried to crispy perfection, making it perfect for sharing, snacking, or when you're on the go. Just don't call it a nugget. The only hard part is choosing from our 6 dipping sauces. We've got a sauce for every kind of craving, from our creamy house-made ranch to our sweet and spicy peach honey pepper sauce. It all depends on what kind of mood you're in. Head to your nearest Bojangles today and discover the dippable, shareable, and craveable Bow Bites. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to head on over to Bojangles to try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. Bite-sized, hand-breaded chicken fried to crispy perfection. On the go, they're perfect for snacking or sharing. Dipped in your favorite sauce like creamy house-made ranch or peach honey pepper, they're the perfect way to satisfy your craving for flavor and value. Try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. It's an easy choice to make when it's bow time.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together, with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing mountain
grab some ice-cold Mountain Dew today.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Mountain Dew products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center, getting you ready for Game 5 in a 2-2 Stanley Cup Final Series between Vegas and Carolina. By the way, we still don't know for a fact who the starting goaltender is going to be tonight for the Hurricanes. Rod Brindamore today still playing coy, said Freddie Anderson skated before the Hurricanes' morning skate. Everybody is available, though Brandon Bussi was in the starter's crease, left early, and then was nowhere to be seen in the locker room after the morning skate. Here are a couple of facts that you might not have known. The Hurricanes have now won 8 consecutive Game 4s. That is true. Did you know that Carolina is also 6-1 in their last 7 Game 5s? The only loss since the opening round series in 2023 was last year's 5th game of the Panthers series. Statistically speaking, this series could not be tighter, which isn't surprising given that it's 2-2. Canes have one more goal than the Golden Knights. Scoring chances and expected goals essentially dead even in the series. The one category in which the Hurricanes do have a decided edge over Vegas, goaltenders used. And it's now time for our Cup check-in, served up by the Carolina Ale House. It is Stanley Cup time, Caniacs. Grab your jersey, grab your crew, skate to Carolina Ale House for every puck drop. So we bring in the head coach, Rod Brindamore, and I asked him, I said, I think Brandon Bussi has earned the start tonight, but I also want to know what you liked about him on Tuesday.
To me, he looked in control. Mm-hmm. That's what I liked. I mean, I gave up 3 goals on how many shots, but that's not the way we gauge it. I look at he made a huge save in the third when we needed it. Like that.
The save on Eichel going
across.
Yeah,
it was a good play they made. They did everything they were supposed to do, and we were there but not quite there, and that's what happens. And that could be game over right there. So, he was great.
So obviously the team's got confidence in him, but you skipped over the first part of that. Did he earn tonight?
Well, every start he's earned. So if he's in there, that's why.
I appreciate that. The turnaround.
Yeah.
One day in between. I was talking to Shane. Shane was cool. He was like, "Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get ready."
Well, that's the attitude you have to have,
right?
Like, what are you going to say? Oh, this sucks. I mean, it's not when in a perfect world you had the 2-day break. You'd rather have it on the travel.
Sure.
But same for both teams. So it's really that's why it's no excuse.
The gutty third period. I thought that was about as gutty a third period as I had seen this team play. And you play a lot of gutty periods, but what did you like from your team?
Well, I like because, we obviously gave up the lead, and we do a real good job of being able to just turn the page. And that's what this team's done over and over and over, where you think, okay, this could go a different way. And nope, and fought back. And obviously, just an amazing goal to the game winner. It couldn't have happened to a better guy, and kind of the way it happened couldn't have happened better.
And it's funny. I feel like this has been a perfect storm for you to be able to talk about Jordan. But I want to ask you about the way Slavin and Chatfield played in the third, because maybe through 2 periods as a pair, maybe not their best, but positionally, Jacob was.
Yeah.
I mean, in perfect position, it seemed like the entire period.
I agree. I think, listen, it's tough to play a perfect game here defensively. You got such high-end forwards over there, and they're big, and, they skate, make plays. So they're under stress a ton, RD. And I thought, you're right, the third period, especially the minutes they played in the third, we weren't messing around. So, they really did. They did pull it out.
All right, you've got experience on your team. But it's the experience, only 2 guys have been this far, and the experience even in the last round has not necessarily been good experience. What have you seen from them? Are they following leads of others? What have you seen from those guys who haven't been this far?
I don't really it feels pretty just like business as usual, and that's what's good. You want that. You don't want to look like you're either way too excited or too nervous. I don't see any of that. I just feel like it almost feels a little bit like a regular game, which is kind of what you want, because that's what you have to do. You have to prepare the same. The game is the same. It's just got the stakes are way higher. I mean, if you think about it, your job doesn't change.
Right.
It's just the intensity obviously is elevated.
How hard is it to not look at the finish line? And only 2 wins away.
Well, yeah, but that's a long time in hockey, you know. But you're right. We got whatever the maximum we got is 2 or 3 games, 6 days max. Like the finish line's there, and we just got to keep trying to fight to get there.
Head coach Rod Brindamore, Jordan Stahl, and Logan Stankoven have scored some big goals during this series. So too has Mark Jankowski. Well, he's got one. Third period goal, game 2, tied the game. That would eventually be won by the Canes in overtime. He's also part of a penalty kill that has gone 60 for 65 in the playoffs, may be highlighted by a third period kill in which the captain was without a stick for 90 seconds.
Yeah, we're trying to stay composed. Obviously, we practice stuff like that when someone loses a stick, what to do, and Jordo did a heck of a job, executing without a stick. That's a hard spot to be in, but I think everyone just knew what to do, knew our jobs, and we got it done.
How do you sum up what he's been like?
He's been everything. He's our leader for a reason. On the ice, off the ice. I mean, it's incredible having someone like him to look up to, and you can tell. He's really elevating his game. He's done it all year, but the Stanley Cup playoffs and the final especially has been unbelievable. So he literally does it all for us. Can't say enough good things about him.
What was the flight back like based on the euphoria of winning the game, because it was a gutty win, and all the energy that took, knowing it's a quick turnaround and you lose a little bit of time?
Yeah, it's been like that, going there as well. We didn't have too much time. So you're just trying to stay even keel. That's kind of been what we're trying to do all playoffs, not get too high, get too low. In the playoffs, there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be, momentum swings either way. So you just try and stay even keeled as much as you can.
What is your line? You guys have contributed a lot. When you hit the ice, how do you view your role?
We try to create momentum for our team whenever we can. Keep it simple, be good in the D zone, get pucks out, get pucks in, and then, be good on the forecheck, trying to create some ozone time and chip in offensively when we can.
What are you expecting out of this crowd tonight?
It's going to be electric, like it has been all postseason. It's been incredible. We love it. We feed off the fans here in Raleigh. So can't wait to see the fans and the crowd tonight.
Did you see any videos from the 2 games you guys played out there?
I did. That was incredible. It was just as loud as when we were playing here, and just as full. So it's awesome to see. The support we get from the fans is unbelievable. It's the best fans in the league for sure. So I love being able to see those videos and playing in front of them for sure.
One final thing. As you get closer, just 2 wins away, how hard is it to not think about the finish line and just stay grounded right where you are?
You try to do it as best as you can. It's kind of been like that all playoffs, just trying to focus on one game at a time. You can't get ahead of yourself at all, and you win a game, you lose a game, you can't look too far ahead. So just try and keep it like it's just another game, and just look at the task at hand here.
Mark Jankowski, number 77, he'll be in the lineup tonight. John Heister is the number 1 volume dealer in the Raleigh area, located in the small town of Lillington. Get off your keister, come to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep. When we return, we will dig in with Canes game analyst Trip Tracy. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final here on 99.9 The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Creighton Blackwell with Coastal Credit Union and 99.9 The Fan, and we're here to celebrate the next Scholar Athlete of the Month. We are here at North Johnston High School, where we celebrate the newest Scholar Athlete of the Month, Camden Ford.
So obviously a multi-sport athlete, but what was impressive is her academic accolades as well. It's just the epitome of a student athlete.
Whenever we're here, and even if we're not having a good game, Camden's going to support us. Camden's going to give you help. Like, she's always going to be like, hey, you got this. Even if you think you don't yourself, like, she's going to tell you, hey, you got it. She's very smart in school and in the game. Like, she's very good at softball and all the other sports she plays.
We were in the conference championship game, and we had lost our point guard to an injury. And so I told her, I said, you're going to have to handle the ball tonight. And so it's not really her forte, but she came through with flying colors.
It definitely takes a lot of time management. I help with some sports camps here and just help people be more people and grow up to be people that people actually want to be around.
Congratulations, Camden.
For over 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326. That's AWARD to 919-860-5326.
Progressive Plumbing, your plumbing heroes. Call 919-325-0180.
Plumbing issue? Call Progressive for 5-star reliable, family-owned service. Learn how we can help at callprogressive.com.
Progressive Plumbing, your plumbing heroes. Call 919-325-0180.
Organize easy. Organize tough. Customize your work truck or van with upfit solutions from Van Products. Steel and aluminum shelving, toolboxes, data files, cabinets, drawers, conduit carriers, ladder racks, everything safe and secure. Everything built as unbreakable as you by Adrian Steel. Backed by the best warranty in the business. 3 years, 36,000 miles. Everything custom installed by Van Products so you know it's done right. From a single work rig to a fleet, choose custom installed upfit solutions from Van Products.
Longer days mean longer rides. Make sure your bike, your ATV, your side-by-side, even your golf cart are the best around. From Sound Station and Security, we've got custom stereo systems, custom speakers, even video and LED lighting options for your bike, your ATV, and even your golf cart. Look the coolest on the road or at the lake, just tooling around. All available with installation from Sound Station and Security, with 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Online at myhotsound.com.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center. We're about 17 minutes away from knowing who the starting goaltender is going to be tonight. This is the Storm Watch as we get ready for Game 5. And I am joined, as always, here by Trip Tracy. All right, sir. I thought that so far through 4 games, and maybe specifically in Game 4, it was highlighted by all of the good qualities of the Hurricanes, the resilience, the refusal to give in to situations, the depth. I mean, where do you when we talk Game 4, what jumps out to you about what we saw there?
Well, the common denominator in all 4 games of this series, whether the Hurricanes have been rewarded or not, is they've been the better team in the first period.
Yeah.
And then we know the challenge that the second period has been. Great first period. And I was just talking to you offline. You know, Taylor Hall, when he had the breakaway at 3-1.
Sure.
You know, late in the first period,
right out of the penalty box.
Yeah. That's a big save at that point. And then, Vegas misses the buzzer there, that gives you the 3-1 lead. And then Vegas did what they've done in second periods. I mean, it's just a ridiculous leadership in action moments in what has been, Jordan Stahl just willing his team each and every game of this series. A couple other things that popped to me, doesn't matter how you get there, the fact that you're tied going into the third period, you got the save that you had to get on a brilliant pass from Marner to Jack Eichel from Bussi. You had iron go your way twice in that third period. And, for me, big extraction was that the Stankoven line, stem to stern, especially the first period, but they look like they have – it was their best game of the series, and they look like they have when they've been arguably the best line in the National Hockey League. Marner's been the best player, but, the way they played, Game 4 was their best. And I take a lot of positives from that, and I was in the elevator with Jackson Blake after his pregame meal before Game 4 on Tuesday, and I said to him, and whether it's meaningless or not, there's always intent to what I say. I said,
Right.
Jackson, I hope that you feel as confident as you look out there. And he said to me, Tripper, there's just not a lot of room. And I said, yeah, Jackson, but you're the type of player that even when there's not a lot of room, you can still take over the game. And, he's a point-a-game guy in his second ever NHL Stanley Cup playoff.
You said you were looking for a breakout from him.
And he dives in. Stan Coven's growth in the faceoff circle is a big story. Blake wins it, then he scores the power play goal. And then I want to compliment Nikolai Ehlers late in the game before his empty netter. I saw his parents and his sister in the hotel when I walked back after the game. And he wasn't used in these types of situations in Winnipeg. And I thought he made some really composed plays defensively prior to his empty netter, where he has the willingness, the courage, the feel to hold on to pucks when it's necessary. We've seen it in the neutral zone, in the attacking zone, but he did defensively.
In the corner defensively, right, absolutely.
There was no panic to him, and I told, his dad's a, really well-known coach in Denmark.
Okay.
And I told his family when I saw him in the lobby, and they were just really grateful that Rod uses him in these late defensive situations. So that's just a couple of things that popped to me in evening the series at 2.
I talked about this with Rod. The fact that the blue line, I thought through 2 periods the top guys had some rough moments, but not in the third period because Carolina didn't control the third period. They didn't play in Vegas's end like you'd like. They got the goal, but I could argue that Vegas was the better team, and Carolina had to defend in their own end. And I thought Slavin, Chatfield, Miller, and Walker were great.
The first thing I'll say is that I thought Jalen Chatfield was the best defenseman for either team in the entirety of the game.
Yep.
The second thing that I'll say is that Jacob Slavin built a game where he was dominant and Slavin-like in the third period that needs to be there from the get-go tonight. And AG, when it's such thin margins, I do think the Hurricanes have an edge on their left side, their top 2 guys, and to win this 2-2 series and to go in front of this series. Slavin's got to be the best defensive defenseman in the remainder of the series, and Keandre Miller, who's been dominant. At this point, he'd be a Conn Smythe candidate. Truly, I know. Excuse me, I had a cough. God bless me, and God bless the Canes tonight. But Keandre, he needs to get back to the level that he's played the entire playoffs. Like Brett Howden with Keandre's stick there, it's a great shot for a great goal scorer in these Stanley Cup playoffs. But Keandre typically gets his stick on that.
Right.
And then finally on the left side, and I'm looking at it obviously, Alexander Nikishin, you fight, you scratch and claw for home ice all season long for your own fans, but also for last change.
Right.
And so Nikishin, I thought looked like a rookie at times in games 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Now with last change, you have the ability to put him in good spots. So I'm specifically with these thin margins, one of the things that pops to me is Carolina's left side going to show that they're just better than Vegas is. And one of my other spots is, Andrei Svechnikov needs to be a vintage Andrei Svechnikov power forward tonight. But those are just a couple of things that are on my mind right now.
Andrei said earlier today, this is the biggest game of his career. He said it. So I think he is putting the onus on Andrei. Trip Tracy's here. All right, let's spend some time talking about Brandon Bussi. And we don't know. We'll know in 10 minutes or so whether or not Bussi is going to start. My guess is he will. I think he earned the start by the way he played in Game 4. What did you like? I thought he was screened on both goals in the third period, second period rather, but I don't know. But tell me what you liked about him.
Well, I liked the exuding confident nature that he played with. Again, I thought that, he had some good touches. Again, in the third period where, he got to help with, iron a couple of times. The save that he made on Jack Eichel was brilliant because that was an A-plus level pass from Mitch Marner. I absolutely believe he'll go again tonight. He's earned it. And the reason I have total conviction is throughout his season, where he's as big of a part for the fact that Carolina is playing this game in their own building with home ice as anybody is. How can he improve, even from winning the game and clearly, visibly, no pressure, enjoying the moment, which I think he shares with Cam Ward. Mark Stone has that early breakaway. Bussi makes a great save. Stone is so smart.
Yep.
The second breakaway he gets, you could tell he knew that challenge was coming.
Yeah.
And he catches it.
Yeah.
And even though I thought Keandre Miller on the Howden goal, after Bussi made a couple of huge saves on that penalty kill with a long change when Jordan Stahl didn't have a stick, I thought he was a little deep on Howden's goal.
Okay.
So feeling when to challenge and, really when, unless it's absolutely necessary, not getting caught deep, even with his size within the paint. But the biggest thing for me was, and why I have total conviction and why 10 out of 10 times I'd play him tonight, is because, his positive streaks seem to be prolonged,
right,
which you need
Yeah.
right now. And, when he fought adversity surrounding the trade deadline, his negative streaks seem to be a little bit prolonged. So I'm going with him tonight if I don't have a seat at the table, but no doubt about it.
All right, final thing. Trip Tracy is here. This building was full in the two games Carolina played in Vegas. Now, home ice hasn't really meant much. I mean, Carolina wins a lot of games at home because they're better than most of the teams they've played. Vegas has basically got, they're 7-3 on the road in the playoffs. So I'm not sure home ice is going to mean that much. Maybe it does in Game 7. But what do you think this is going to feel like tonight?
Well, I mean, I think I can share this. I was talking to the great one yesterday morning, and, he shared with me. And, I mean, I just sit there with my popcorn and listen when he shares the stories. And he's like, Trip, there were a lot of moments, during our years in Edmonton that I'm looking down at Mark Messier working this game,
right,
and he'd say, Mess would say to me, what are we playing for tonight in the grind of the regular season? And Wayne said, we're playing for home ice.
Right.
And, it's just cool when it's coming from the great one. And, Vegas is 7-2 on the road, so they're going to come in and play a really good hockey game. But for me and the Hurricanes fan base, the huge Caniacs, unique from this standpoint, they felt that they needed to will the team in the commercial break in Game 2 down 2-0 when Vegas was playing a clinical defensive period. One good offensive zone shift, and they got going. And then Logan Stankoven wills the team, back into the game, and Jarvis eventually wins it in overtime. In comparison to Montreal, when the series was on the line and that building was quiet, there is no doubt about it, thinking back, this is Game 5 to, the way Edmonton made it 3-3 and routed Carolina in Game 6, that the Hurricanes faithful, and this is not lip service, this is not me running for mayor, they make a difference.
Oh, yeah.
And you're hoping, after you battled all year long, to have games like this in your own building, and if Game 7 is necessary, they can be a really positive difference.
You're the man. Trip Tracy. All right, sir. Well, coming up, we'll hear from TNT's lead analyst, Eddie Olczyk. This is the John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Stormwatch on 99.9 The Fan.
Hockey fans don't just watch hard, they train hard. Whether you're chasing splat points or cheering for every goal, Orange Theory Fitness is where fans come to level up. Right now, get your first month of unlimited classes for just $99. You'll get expert coaching, heart rate-based training, and results you can feel with your first month of unlimited classes for only $99. Train harder, cheer louder, be game day ready. Book your first class today at orangetheory.com. That's orangetheory.com.
Hey, it's Tim Donnelly. And if you're like me, you're a storyteller. And you need to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. So yeah, if we're sitting around watching the headliner, we want to be talking about when we saw him at the dive bar a few years ago. Or if you stop your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, First of all, do that to me. I love that sort of thing. And then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Squirrels, nail pops, even bullet holes. This is Holly from RoofWorks, and those are some of the main things we see that cause roof leaks. It's never a bad idea to stick your head in the attic periodically and check sheetrock on the ceiling and walls. Finding problems early can save you hundreds to thousands of dollars. RoofWorks wants to help you stay ahead of the game with preventative maintenance for your home or business. At RoofWorks, we don't want to be the biggest, we just want to be the best. Roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. So good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Pepsi products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
Adam Gold, inside Lenovo Center. About 2.5 minutes away from finding out who's going to start in goal for the Hurricanes. Pretty sure it's going to be Brandon Bussi. Conversation, that's an easy word to say, around the Conn Smythe Trophy, playoff MVP, largely for Carolina, centered around goaltender Frederik Andersen or forward Taylor Hall prior to this series starting. But there are 2 names right now emerging for consideration. Of course, Jordan Staal would merit strong support should Carolina win the series. But Logan Stankoven, been fantastic for the Canes' 11 goals. And I asked Eddie Olczyk, who is doing the series for the league's national radio broadcast, for his thoughts on Carolina's dynamic second-year player.
Well, he's been right in the middle of a lot of the positive momentum swings and energy for this team, and he's done everything that you would want. He's got great chemistry, obviously, with Blake and Hall, and he changed. Again, excuse me for trying not to confuse all these games. I don't even know what the hell day it is right now.
I've been doing it all day, Eddie. All day I've been doing it.
So it was game 2 where I thought after a slower start in game 2, Vegas really. Yep. I mean, they had their way with the Canes. That doesn't happen to Rod's teams. And I'm taking game 1 out of the Montreal series out of it because you all know what that was. But they had them over a barrel. That's what I thought. And Rasmus Andersson, after one faceoff by William Karlsson, decided to reverse the puck and right into Logan Stankoven. And what did he do? He made a play. He got involved physically. They needed somebody to be that facilitator and that igniter, and he did. And he came from behind the net. And yeah, they got a lucky bounce, but they had nothing going on, Adam. That's the way I saw it. That's the way we called it, Johnny and I, on the radio side nationally. And as soon as that puck went in, you just knew that this thing was going to get really bumpy. And he was right in the middle of it. I've been impressed with the way he plays without the puck, and he just seems to be right in the middle of it, and has obviously high skill level, but he's been such an important part for this team to be able to go and be in the positions that they're in. And that's no disrespect to Sebastian Aho. We all know what Jordan Staal is doing unbelievably in these Stanley Cup finals. But when you do have a punch like that, and look at their really, really good centermen. I mean, you take Jankowski on the fourth. I mentioned Aho, that is, he struggled in these playoffs, and he's had some good. I thought he really played one of his better games was in game 2. I thought that he did do some really good things as that game went on, and then it seemed like in overtime he was just on the verge maybe of being, part of it. And then sure enough, he ends up getting an assist on the Jarvis overtime winner. So, but Stankoven and Staal, I mean, they've been dynamite, and but just really impressed with the way he's played.
Eddie Olczyk is joining us here in the Adam Gold Show. And the final question is about Jordan Staal, because, I mean, and I think every player should feel this way. You never know if you're going to be back here. But somebody who is 37 will be 38 when next season begins. Do you sense him playing like this is my last chance to do this, like where I don't think he's thinking about it in these terms, where it's mine. Like it's not Sidney Crosby's and Yevgeny Malkin's, and I'm on the team, even though I'm a big part of it. But this is mine. Do you sense any of that from him?
I don't. I think the consistency part, and I know Roddy talks a lot about it, about the professionalism and the way that he carries himself from day one that he walked into the door. I don't. I think that this is just Jordan Staal, and it just happens where, anytime he is scoring his goals, I mean, or anytime there's a big goal, it seems like he's the one that is doing that. And think about the goals that he has scored in the Stanley Cup final, and if you added up the footage of the totality of the goals that he scored from where he's been on the ice and putting it past Carter Hart, it might not get to maybe 12 or 13 feet, but who cares? Right. This guy has got 5 goals in the first 4 games, and he knows what his role is. Winning the faceoff, so important, especially on the power plays, the redirects and, the goal the other night. I mean, the second goal that he scored, I mean, losing his balance and still having the presence of mind and getting parallel on the ice and getting just enough up over in the glove of Carter Hart is just, I mean, that one will live, forever is a long time, Adam, but that one will live for that long, because that was just an incredible play by a guy that's been a great pro and has done it and has had a taste of it and knows what it takes to win. I mean, him and Will Carrier, I mean, that, really important guys that, that have done it, and to have those guys, it's an important part of the locker room. And when you have a guy like Jordan Staal, who's your leader and your captain and everything else, and he's scoring those type of goals, it galvanizes everybody. But I think this is just who he is, and it just happens to be where, the puck is going in at the absolutely most perfect time for him and the Canes.
Eddie Olczyk, who's doing the game for national radio, and we know who the starting goaltender will be for the Hurricanes tonight, as Brandon Bussi let him out of the tunnel. Pyotr Kochetkov will back up. So many people have described this series as chaotic. It's a lot better than some thought it would be prior to getting this thing going last week. The words used then were boring, unappealing. And nobody's going to watch, right? Well, about 5 million people per night are watching, near record levels for a Stanley Cup final. But after 4 games, no one would call this series boring anymore. They're talking about this being one of the best of all time. And I asked Johnny Lazarus of the Daily Faceoff how he would describe this so far.
I guess just unpredictable. Even when we were talking to Taylor Hall in the media room before, you ask him, can you expect another, 9-goal game? He goes, I don't know how that's possible, but it's just the way it is. And I think that's the hardest thing is we don't really know what the story is going to be going into every game, and that's the beauty of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all thought this was going to be the most predictable series that we could have possibly ever seen, and it's been the exact opposite. Game 1, Carolina to a T. They come out. They have a hot first period. Yep. Everyone knows that's going to happen. But what happens next? Vegas, who can't get a shot on goal, they score 3 straight, and just like that, Carolina's chasing the game that they're dominating, which makes no sense. Game 2, the opposite happens. Carolina has to erase a 2-goal lead going into the third. They look like they have nothing. And what have we criticized them for years? They don't have a guy who can come up and make a big play in a big moment. Who does that? Logan Stankoven. He changes the entire series right there because that could have been 2-0 Vegas going back to Vegas. Game 3, we all know what happens there. It's 4-0. I'm on the couch at home with my girlfriend. Carolina scores to make it 4-1. We go upstairs just to get ready for bed. It's 4-3 within the minute that I go upstairs. I actually missed those 2 goals, if I'm being honest.
Oh, really?
So, yeah,
okay.
I walked upstairs and it was 4-1. I missed the second and third goal. And then Vegas bounces back in a crazy way. Brandon Bussi comes in. New storyline there. Game 4, Bussi makes the save on Mark Stone. I know I'm rambling here, but
that's
Bussi
fine.
Makes the save on Mark Stone.
I've been doing it all day.
In the first period, Carolina goes up 2-0. If that's a 1-1 game, we don't know what that outcome is. Brandon Bussi, you can say he didn't look or he looked just as good as Freddie has, but that save right there to me changes the whole course of the game.
In this series, he's looked better than Freddie. There is some I know what people who cover this sport, they're kind of ticked off that Rod didn't tell us who's going to be in goal
not
tonight.
at all. I love it.
I have no problem with it. I get it. As somebody who I do a pregame show for every game, and it helps me to know the lineup because it helps me to prepare stats and matchups and whatnot. In the playoffs, not as much, but it does help the people who are broadcasting the game to know who the goalie is.
Well, I if I may interrupt just quickly,
sure.
I do think what makes this very unique is that Bussi and Anderson catch with a different hand. So the way that Vegas game plans is different because, I asked Shea Theodore about the power play if it makes you have different looks when the goalie catches with the right versus when they catch with the left. And if you're a right-handed shot and Brandon Bussi, who catches with his right, is facing you, it's hard to pick that short side corner because he's not doing the the whole reverse VH thing on the glove side. It's I'm not a goalie expert, but I know I'm a right-handed shot, and when I see a southpaw guy on the power play on my off wing, there's less room to shoot at, it feels like, because the blocker side, you can kind of pick your spot low or high. The glove, it's just a little bit different. It feels different. So I do think Rod is kind of keeping it tight because it does affect the way Vegas game plans, at least for the power play.
I also think that their styles, regardless of which hand they do things with, right? Their styles are different. Frederick Anderson doesn't move as well side to side. I think Brandon Bussi moves better side to side. Evidence, the save he makes on Jack Eichel with 7:20 left in the third period of Game 4. I mean, that's a goal probably if it's Anderson. Wouldn't be his fault, but that's a goal because Anderson doesn't move laterally as well. And if that's a goal, it's a tie game. And now you're in overtime in Game 4. It's a completely different thing. So I think that the guys do play differently.
Yeah, I actually had an analogy that I was kind of saying to my friends, how could you describe, what makes goalies different, right? Because the average or casual hockey viewer wouldn't necessarily be able to tell such a difference. And I was like, Freddie Anderson is the guy who keeps his jacket on for an entire wedding. Brandon Bussi is the guy who takes it off as soon as he walks in the room. He's on the dance floor, and you can't tell what he's going to do.
That is very true. That is very true. Johnny Lazarus from the Daily Faceoff, who joined me earlier today. But we do know now who the starting goaltender is going to be, and it is Brandon Bussi. Coming up, we'll get you the lineups, and you'll hear from Canes legend Eric Cole. This is the Stanley Cup Final, and it is the John Heaster Chrysler Dodge Jeep Stormwatch on 99.9 The Fan.
If you're exhausted, not just tired, but worn down, this message is for you. I'm Brandon Giggling, president of Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Across North Carolina, many people wait months, sometimes over a year, just to start sleep care. That wait isn't normal, and it isn't necessary. At Parkway, most patients are seen within weeks, with virtual consultations and home sleep studies that remove unnecessary delays. Sleep care shouldn't have to depend on how long you're willing to wait.
Parkway Sleep, your fastest path to better sleep. Start today at parkwaysleep.com. Sound sleep, sound health.
Hey, it's Adam Golden. I am in studio with my friend Patrick Day from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. Quality you can afford. What do you mean by that?
Well, isn't that great? That's
It's great. I like that.
So
as a motto.
we have customers all the time that call us out for windows, and they don't think they can do all of them at once. And you don't have to. We have 18 months zero interest financing. We have all kinds of plans actually. So whatever your budget is, if you're putting off windows because you don't think you can do it now, call us out and let us at least price it for you and give you some options of how we can make it easier.
800-672-4348, aluminumcompany.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade on the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Right now, the United States is trading at about 1.5% to win the whole darn thing, which means opportunity. A $10 trade will pay out about $6,000 if they go on to win the world's soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're not just waiting for that last payout if it happens. You're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TIMD, that's TIMD, no spaces, to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on the beautiful game. 18 plus, restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and availability markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulators.
Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
It's bow time. Ordering Bojangles Bow Bites is the easiest choice you'll make today. The bite-sized hand-breaded chicken is fried to crispy perfection, making it perfect for sharing, snacking, or when you're on the go. Just don't call it a nugget. The only hard part is choosing from our 6 dipping sauces. We've got a sauce for every kind of craving, from our creamy house-made ranch to our sweet and spicy peach honey pepper sauce. It all depends on what kind of mood you're in. Head to your nearest Bojangles today and discover the dippable, shareable, and craveable Bow Bites. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to head on over to Bojangles to try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. Bite-sized hand-breaded chicken fried to crispy perfection. On the go, they're perfect for snacking or sharing. Dipped in your favorite sauce like creamy house-made ranch or peach honey pepper, they're the perfect way to satisfy your craving for flavor and value. Try Bojangles' new Bow Bites. It's an easy choice to make when it's bow time.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center. Hurricanes and the Golden Knights, Game 5, 2-2 series. Been unbelievable theater and drama so far. Jordan Stahl, long been hailed as the example for how things need to be done by his head coach. Makes sense, right? Rod Brindamore kind of was Stahl before Stahl was Stahl. But now the whole hockey world's waking up to just how good the captain is. That's what 5 goals in the first 4 games of the finals will do. By the way, only 3 players ever have hit for 5 in the first 4 games of a Stanley Cup final. Stahl, Wayne Gretzky, and Mario Lemieux. That is not awful company to keep. I talked with Canes legend Eric Cole about what might be triggering Stahl's impact in the series.
I feel like he's emulating their coach
from back when, 20 years ago when we were going through it with Roddy leading our team as captain. I think he is you couldn't have asked for a better leader for this group, a better leader for a Rod Brindamore coached team, because he is somebody that just sets the tone, sets the example, sets the standard in everything that he does. He's such a great pro. Obviously, I had the pleasure of, playing with his brother for many, many years. And I can remember, that year that we won was actually his draft year. So he was coming around and, doing the whole tour that they do with the prospects and everything, leading up to the draft. And I mean, he's the original Gronk too. Before Gronk was a thing, he was the Gronk.
Right.
I remember Eric coming back to Raleigh once, or he was he's like Jordan's just he kicked our butts in workouts this summer. He's just a freak. He didn't Eric didn't have any other words to describe it other than we literally call him the Gronk. He's a big, strong man, and to your point about the whole skating and speed and everything, he's such a big human, but he's got a really long stride, right? And he's a lot. I think he's deceptively fast, especially for where he's at in his career and everything. But he was a handful to play against. I'm not gonna lie. He's big, he's strong, he's got reach. You go back, and if you ever watch back to some of Eric Stahl's goals that he scored here in Carolina, the reach is huge, right? I can't remember how many times, but I feel like I probably saw it close to 100 where Eric Stahl is below the goal line or behind the net, and he's got the reach to, tap a puck in or, make it find a way into the net. And Jordan in front of the net on the power play, he's been very, very dominant. It reminds me a lot of whenever Eric played the net front, usually next to me, because that was what I always did on the power play. His reach was just so incredible to be able to get to loose pucks, get to rebounds, and when you factor in that he's probably 220, 230, he's a big strong. Sure. He's a big strong man. He's a big strong man that makes even if it's someone that's the same matches up with him height and size wise, he's still he's stronger, he's more determined. He's a great leader for this team.
Eric Cole, a legend. His name is on the Stanley Cup. Wonder if he will be joined by other Hurricanes. All right, let's get to the lineups. Goaltender Frederik Andersen will stay upstairs for the second straight game. Forwards Jesperi Kotkaniemi and Nick Deslauriers, defenseman Mike Riley, all healthy extras. Let's get to the lineup. And they are brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Order free samples, timbertech.com. Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov, and Jordan Martinook. I know Aho doesn't have a goal in the series, but he does have 4 assists. Been a big part of handling fellow 2015 draftee Jack Eichel, but I get it. We do need to see some offense from him and Andre. Logan Stankoven between Taylor Hall and Jackson Blake. No issues here. 2 goals in the first 3.5 minutes in Game 4. The captain, Jordan Stahl, centering Seth Jarvis and Nikolai Ehlers, Eric Robinson, and Will Carrier surround Mark Jankowski. On defense, Jacob Slavin and Jalen Chatfield, Keandre Miller with Sean Walker, Shane Gostisbehere, and Alexander Nikishin. Brandon Bussi making his second ever Stanley Cup start, 1-1, 228 goals against, and a .900 save percentage. This has been a Stanley Cup Final edition of Stormwatch, brought to you by John Heaster Chrysler Dodge Jeep, thanks to Rusty Helser. I have been Adam Gold. Hurricanes, Golden Knights. Game 5 next.
The Carolina Hurricanes play on WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, Raleigh, Durham. 99.9 The Fan.
Carolina Hurricanes hockey is presented by Lenovo and is brought to you by Pepsi, Spectrum, UNC Health, Vector Security, North Carolina Education Lottery, Harris Teeter, Kia, and Cardinal Apparel. You're listening to the Carolina Hurricane Radio Network.
There's a reason why the networks pay billions for live sports. The unpredictability, the intensity, the drama, the chance to see things you've never seen before. And through 4 games of the Stanley Cup Final, that's exactly what we've seen. Hi, everyone. I am Adam Gold, and tonight, Game 5 of this rollicking roller coaster ride of a series between the Carolina Hurricanes and Vegas Golden Knights at Lenovo Center as the Canes try to lean on their home crowd after an energy-draining 5-3 win in Vegas less than 48 hours ago. Think about what we have seen to this point. Every game featured multiple goal lead, and every time it did not hold. We have had 2 overtimes, the fastest hat trick and the fastest 3-goal span in Stanley Cup Final history in the same game. And for a series that was supposed to feature 2 of the best defensive teams in the league, we haven't seen much. 33 goals have been scored in this series between the 2 teams, which is tied for the 3rd most all time. And don't get me started on all those that have been wiped off the board. We've also seen a goalie change to a player who had never started an NHL playoff game, as Brandon Bussi, who had not seen live action for 7 weeks, relieved Frederik Andersen halfway through Game 3 and followed that with a winning Game 4 performance. Bussi did what he did all season for the Hurricanes after they plucked him off of waivers from the Florida Panthers a week before opening night. He won. 31 of his 39 starts during the regular season were wins, so why would anybody be surprised that he would author another one even on this stage? Yeah, I get it. Undrafted, minor league goalie, too old to be a prospect. Heck, too old to be a rookie, even though he had never played an NHL game. But he's unfazed, he's grounded, and I think now we can say he's clutch. And what to make of Jordan Staal, the 37-year-old battleship of a captain who became the first player in 44 years to score a goal in each of the first 4 games of the final. Mike Bussi, the last to do it in 1982. Stahl's 5 goals in the first 4 games puts him on a list with only Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux. The series has had everything, and Game 4, while maybe a little bit more normal, was no different.
Low shot out in front, Lively boards, they score! Right off the hop, Logan Stankoven. Oh my, is he having a playoff series? His 11th puts Carolina up 1. Keep in by Nikishin. Sent to Ehlers, side of the net. Hall puts it through, they score! Jackson Blake, another power play goal, and it's 2-0 Carolina. 3 minutes and 28 seconds into the first period.
That was the fast start that Rod Brindamore's team was looking for, and a series in which Carolina has dominated first periods. They haven't gotten quite enough out of them. Mark Stone would pull a goal back to make it 2-1, and then on the power play, Carolina continued their first period dominance.
Here's a chance against your traffic. Shoot, and they score! The captain again! It's 4 games and 4 goals for Jordan Staal. Oh, what a series is he writing? And it's 3-1 Carolina, and that is a power play goal.
Speaking of dominance, the captain with a goal in all 4 Stanley Cup final games so far. Incredible. Second periods, though, have been a problem for Carolina. They had been outscored going into Game 4, 7-1 in the second periods. That's not good. That trend continued.
Now Sissons with it. They'll hand this puck off. Vegas into the Kane zone. Chuck is through the score. Brett Houdt, his 14th of the postseason, beats Bussi. And And with 2:52 left in the second, we're tied at 3.
We end the second 3-3. 20 minutes to figure out a way to get a win. You are going to need help from Brandon Bussi.
Eichel, low save made by Bussi. Now can the Canes clear? It can't get it out. Kept in by Marner. And now Marner through traffic, saved Bussi, and now Slavin has time, and he will airmail this one the length of the ice.
2 huge saves. Jankowski needed to clear that puck. He didn't, but you didn't pay the price. That's great killing and 2 massive saves.
Incredible power play, incredible penalty kill. Stahl spent about 90 seconds without a stick, but he got it back just in time.
No giveaway. Jarvis goes in backhand and Hart with the save. Oh, Jarvis all alone. Now back out in front for Stahl. A backhand, he scores! He scores again! Oh my goodness! The captain is unreal. His second of the game, and the Hurricanes have got a 4-3 lead with 13:28. Oh, captain, my captain, Jordan Stahl, writing a story in the Stanley Cup final.
13 and a half minutes to figure out how to not allow a goal. Brandon Bussi, you're up.
Marner out in front. Bussi gets across on Eichel. Rebound, and it's knocked away as Anderson had a look, but Gostisbehere takes it away, and the Canes will gladly take this icing as Martin fires it back into the Vegas zone. Oh, that is a monster save from Brandon Bussi.
In the dying moments, Nick Ehlers from long range.
A chance to clear. It bounces out, and it's going into the empty net. Bingo! Carolina has gone up. Nikolai Ehlers is the one who gets the bounce with 54.8, and it's 5-3 Carolina. Yes, Trip Tracy, there is an empty net goal in Vegas.
Unbelievable finish. What theater. Last half of the third period is nerve-wracking a stretch as I've experienced for the Hurricanes. It felt like they were just kind of hanging on like a parent when his teenager's behind the wheel for the first time. Jordan Stahl's long been hailed as the example for how things need to get done by his head coach. Does make sense, right? Rod Brind'Amour kind of was Stahl before Stahl was Stahl. But now the whole hockey world's waking up to just how good the captain is. That's what 5 goals in the first 4 games of the final will do for the Rep. By the way, again, only 3 players have ever hit for 5 in the first 4 games of a Stanley Cup final. Stahl, Wayne Gretzky, and Mario Lemieux, so that's not awful company to keep. I talked with Canes legend Eric Cole about what might be triggering Stahl's impact in the series.
I feel like he's emulating their coach from back when, 20 years ago when we were going through it with Roddy leading our team as captain. I think he is you couldn't have asked for a better leader for this group, a better leader for a Rod Brind'Amour coached team, because he is somebody that just sets the tone, sets the example, sets the standard in everything that he does. He's such a great pro. Obviously, I had the pleasure of, playing with his brother for many, many years. And I can remember, that year that we won was actually his draft year. So he was, he was coming around and, doing the whole tour that they do with the prospects and everything, leading up to the draft. And I mean, he's the original Gronk too. Before Gronk was a thing, he was the Gronk.
Right.
I remember Eric coming back to Raleigh once already. He was he's like, Jordan's just, he kicked our butts in workouts this summer. He's just a freak. He didn't Eric didn't have any other words to describe it other than we literally call him the Gronk. He's a big, strong man. And to your point about the whole skating and speed and everything, he's such a big human, but he's got a really long stride, right? And he's a lot. I think he's deceptively fast, especially for where he's at in his career and everything. But he was yeah, he was a handful to play against. I'm not gonna lie. Like he's big, he's strong, he's got reach. Like you go back and if you ever like watch like back to some of like Eric Stahl's goals that he scored here in Carolina, the reach is huge, right? Like I can't remember how many times, but I feel like I probably saw it close to 100 where Eric Stahl is like below the goal line or behind the net, and he's got the reach to, tap a puck in or, make it find a way into the net. And Jordan in front of the net on the power play, he's been very, very dominant. Like it reminds me a lot of whenever Eric played the net front, like usually next to me, like because that was what I always did on the power play. Like his reach was just so incredible to be able to get to loose pucks, get to rebounds, and when you factor in that he's probably 220, 230, like he's a big strong man. He's a big strong man that makes even if it's someone that's the same matches up with him like height and size wise, he's still he's stronger, he's more determined, he's a great leader for this team.
Eric Cole, Stanley Cup champ. We have the lineups, and we'll check in with Jacob Slavin on the other side. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final here on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
The Father's Day Summer Grill Sale is here at Atlantic Spas and Billiards on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Save up to $700 on a Kamado Joe kettle grill, or pick up a Green Mountain pellet grill at the lowest price of the year. This highly rated pellet grill comes with Wi-Fi, 2 meat probes, and all the grill accessories are 50% off. Atlantic Spas and Billiards is the billiard, dart, and game headquarters of the Triangle. Something is here for the whole family. Pool tables, shuffleboard, foosball, outdoor ping pong, and more. Atlantic Spas and Billiards in Raleigh and Wilmington.
He's setting up to play at Penn Station East Coast Subs.
Can I get a 6-inch hot grilled Italian sub?
He shoots.
Should I grab a bag of chips?
Nope. All our subs come with fresh cut fries.
He scores!
Everybody wins at Penn Station East Coast Subs with hot grilled subs for pickup or delivery. Fresh cut fries. 5 convenient Triangle locations. You're set up for a great meal any day when you do it the Penn Station way. Check out the menu and order online today at penn-station.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center, Game 5 straight ahead. Remember when Jacob Slavin was the most underrated defenseman in the NHL? So underrated that he was the defensive star of the Four Nations Face-Off 2 years ago and played a critical role in winning an Olympic gold medal this winter in Milan. I get it, yeah. Been a pretty good year and a half, personally, and now maybe more.
Feel good. I mean, we're in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You're tied 2-2. Both teams are 2 wins away, and you can't. I mean, this is what you dream of as a kid. So take it as it comes and have fun with it.
Everybody seems to want a big picture, everything, right? Asking you about your year and everything. Yeah. But isn't the beauty of this team how day to day you guys are?
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's great about us, right? We always talk about the day at hand, and Billy B is winning the day, going 1-0, right? And so, yeah, it's you want it. Sometimes you want to look at the big picture, but that is the good thing about us and our mentality is we try to focus on the day at hand.
Talk to me about the third period and what you guys did, because I thought that was as gritty the third period as you guys played in a long time.
Yeah, I think that's what we need, right? I feel like that's what we need to have every period and be able to do that full 60 is gritty. And, I mean, they gave their best chances, and they had some chances to score, and Bussi came up with some big saves. And so you need that, but you also you continue to put the stress on them, and they make a mistake and you capitalize. And so that's what this game is about, is it's a stress game, and whoever can make the least amount of mistakes and who can capitalize on the mistakes.
What has happened in the second period, though? Is that just a breakdown here or there? Because obviously we know what the numbers are.
Yeah, the numbers aren't great. I felt like last game we actually had a better second period. I felt like we got some chances. We got some ozone time, when I felt like before it was just stress on us the whole period. But I felt like we got some chances. We just didn't put them in the net. And then obviously they capitalize on two of their chances that they do get. And so I feel like for us, we just got to continue to have the mindset of simple hockey in the second period, but also we gotta make sure we're having good changes, because they love to stretch the ice in the second period, and they love to get behind us, and so making sure that we're keeping guys in front of us.
All right, final thing. I know they asked Rod if he was enjoying this, and he goes, "No, it's too stressful." Are you enjoying this?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to play hockey for a living. You're in the biggest stage of hockey. I mean, obviously there can be the stress of the game, but at the same time you're playing hockey, and so you're having fun. I think for Roddy, if he was out here playing, I bet you he would say he was enjoying it more because he could do something about it. But right now he's just standing behind the bench having to watch, and so yeah, it's just the competitor that he is, though.
Amazing. I wish you guys could have just seen Mike Commodore in a bathrobe, and I'm not sure he was wearing anything else behind the siren. Injuries and Scratches brought to you by UNC Health, official healthcare provider of the Carolina Hurricanes. Freddie Anderson upstairs with us. Jesperi Kotkaniemi, Nick Delorier, Mike Riley, Healthy Extras. Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov, Jordan Martinook out first. Logan Stankoven, Taylor Hall, Jackson Blake. The captain, Jordan Stahl, centers Seth Jarvis and Nikolai Ehlers. Eric Robinson, Will Carrier surround Mark Jankowski on defense. Slavin and Jalen Chatfield, Keandre Miller and Sean Walker. I would expect a heavy workload for that top four there. Shane Gostisbehere and Alexander Nikishin. Brandon Bussi makes his second ever Stanley Cup start. 1-1, 228 goals against, and a .900 save percentage. I'll turn it over now to Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy. Game 5. Stanley Cup Final, 2-2 series. I am Adam Gold. We will see you in the first intermission. This is Canes Hockey on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
Waking up, getting ready, sitting in traffic. Let's face it, getting to work in the morning is a lot of work. But when you get a great deal on your favorite McDonald's coffee, becoming a morning person is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now get any size refreshingly cold iced coffee for $1, a delicious mocha for $2, and a frappe for $3. Available only during breakfast hours. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Dauntless Transmissions has been the trusted transmission shop in Raleigh for more than 27 years. But why do they call it Dauntless Transmissions? Well, dauntless means showing fearlessness and determination. Now, the experts at Dauntless Transmission are dauntless when it comes to caring for your vehicle. Whether that means a total transmission rebuild, complex engine or brake service, or just a routine tune-up, your vehicle will be dauntless when they're done with it. Visit DauntlessTransmissions.com. Dauntless Transmissions, your local source for exceptional service.
Hey, sports fans, it's Trip Tracy. It is our time to take it all. We've been at the top of our game and resilient all season long. And just like our guys, TimberTech Decking is durable and resilient to stay at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech is designed to stand up to sun, rain, and years of gatherings. You get the beauty of wood without sanding, staining, or splinters. And it's backed up by industry-leading warranties so your deck will last year after year after year. Connect with a local contractor near you or order free samples at TimberTech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
It's time to get your truck during the Make This the Summer event going on now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington. Be ready for summer adventures when you drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus, get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with the industry's best warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
He's setting up the play at Penn Station East Coast Subs.
Can I get a 6-inch hot grilled Italian sub?
He shoots.
Should I grab a bag of chips?
Nope. All our subs come with fresh cut fries.
He scores!
Everybody wins at Penn Station East Coast Subs with hot grilled subs for pickup or delivery. Fresh cut fries, 5 convenient triangle locations. You're set up for a great meal any day when you do it the Penn Station way. Check out the menu and order online today at penn-station.com.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing Mountain Dew. So give me my good friends, give me a
Grab some ice-cold Mountain Dew today.
Mountain Dew.
Stop by Handy Hugo's for great deals on your favorite Mountain Dew products. Head to Handy Hugo's today.
At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Join our team in the fight against cancer at V.org.
We welcome you to game number 5 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Carolina Hurricanes and Vegas Golden Knights. Alongside Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco here on your Hurricanes Radio Network. This series tied at 2 after Carolina coming up with a 5-3 win in Game 4, thanks to 2 goals from their captain, Jordan Staal, and an outstanding performance when they needed the saves. They got them from Brandon Bussi in his first playoff start. It just happened to be in the Stanley Cup Finals. So, Trip, if you're Carolina, how do you get in front of this series for the first time and send it back to Vegas with a lead?
You've been rewarded or not, and that is that regardless of venue in the first 4 games, Carolina has been the faster starting team. So you start with hoping that that's going to be the case. I'm also looking at Carolina's left side on defense. Slight edge to Carolina in this evenly matched series. I'm hoping Slavin, Miller, last change, Nikishin at home, that they're going to be decisive. And just one individual called it the biggest game of his career. I want to see, with this building the way it's going, Svechnikov play like a true power forward tonight.
And here we go, Staal versus Eichel. And Vegas will get to the draw. It'll bleed into the Kane zone. Eichel bothers Staal. Staal tries to hack it out. Along the left wing boards it goes, and Carolina's Chatfield jumps out. And he'll pitch this one out for Nikolai Ehlers.
Staal just got blindsided in front of the Carolina bench. No call on the play. You know they're going to target him the way he's produced in this series. No call.
Takes himself right to the bench. And now a chance for Vegas as they'll move this in off the stick of Mark Stone. He'll lose it, and Vegas coming out, trying to throw the body early as Jackson Blake absorbs a hit from Barbashev. Now Hannafin tries to seal off Blake, but Blake will muscle through into the Vegas zone, then he'll lose the puck. And this will be flipped into the Hurricanes' end. This could make it for an icing. No, they'll wave it off. And Miller will bank this one for Walker. And Carolina's Blake will turn, but Mitch Marner with the intercept. Carolina, though, Blake with a good job to knock it back up for Stankoven, and Hall will get this all the way into the Vegas end. Hannafin with it now behind his net. Plays it up the boards. And Brett Howden, who leads the postseason in goals with 14, sends it across for William Karlsson. Karlsson has his shot blocked by Walker, and that goes over the tall glass into the netting. 18:44 here in the first period.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some conversation with the 2 veteran officials, Wes McCauley. Wow, Jack Eichel clipped Jordan Staal's head, hovering around the Carolina blue line. One angle looks like he clips his head. The other one shoulder to shoulder. Either way, it's away from the puck. So, yeah, missed call.
You know, Vegas will win the draw, trying to get the shot through. Can't do it, and it'll bounce, but not out. Dylan Coughlin will keep it in. Around the end boards, it'll be played by Colton Sissons. Sissons throws it to the other side. Martinook lost his stick trying to play this one away from a very, very tough Jeremy Lauzon. No points, but a bunch of hits this postseason. Now Svechnikov uses his speed, gets to one. His pass intended for Aho is going to be intercepted by Sissons. Now Sissons, he'll hit Chatfield, who keeps it in at the right point. Martinook has a couple of shoves as he'll hit Sissons, but the puck comes over the blue line. He'll ride the rail, but does not go into the Canes bench. And Vegas will settle it down. Shea Theodore, he's had himself quite a postseason. The defenseman for Vegas, 6 goals, 11 assists. He's got 6 points in the Stanley Cup Final. Mitch Marner leads the way with 8 for Vegas. For Carolina, it's Jordan Stahl with his 5 goals, a goal in every game. And 1 assist, 6 points pacing Carolina. As this puck is jammed up in the Hurricane zone to the right of Brandon Bussi. All the way on the left wing wall. Now it'll come free. It'll hit the stick of Martinook, so Dowd's got to go play fetch for it. He'll drop this one back for Keegan Colasar. 4th line for John Tortorella, trying to get a significant shift here, but Carolina can clear it out for Robinson. Robinson backhands this one, but played neatly by Shea Theodore, and he'll take coverage behind his net and wait to set the breakout.
And the most cautious start in the first 3 minutes in the game so far, with the stakes ramping up as each game progresses. Both teams, there ain't a lot of room out there, as you would expect at this stage.
Now Walker banks one in, but it goes to flex high over the glass into the netting. Stopping play with 16:49 left here in the opening period, and the face-off will come outside the blue line of the Vegas Golden Knights.
A slight delay because one of the linesmen will go and grab the 2 pieces of Martinov's stick, which led to an important clear. And because he didn't lose it, it was broken. And both teams seem to be dialed in defensively here and still at the top of the first inning. And this Stankoven line on the ice. They had their best game in Game 4, Mike.
Batted in by Carolina after winning the draw. Up the boards and out by Anderson, so Miller will have to settle it down. He'll play it up for Stankoven. Stankoven's pass goes off of Marner, but right back to the Canes centerman. And Carolina cannot advance in, and Vegas looking for room. Pass too far for Marner. Miller trying to break it up, and Howden is leveled by Sean Walker right in the right face-off circle. Carolina moving back the other way. Stankoven, sharp angle. Hart gets a pad to it. Hall, he'll come up with it. He'll shoot. Hart gets a piece. Big juicy rebound goes to the corner. Blake tries to get to it, but Vegas can skate this one away.
All playoff long, Sean Walker's found a way to finish the top guys on every opponent. Ottawa, Philadelphia, Montreal. And now, that's his second really good hit on Howden of this series.
Now a bouncing puck into the Vegas zone. Stahl will get to it. Into the corner to the right of Hart. He'll play it around the boards. Jarvis, he'll absorb the hit from Lausanne. Moves it around the boards, but right to Barbashev. Barbashev, he's going to go cross corner. A little soft serve looking for Stone. Stone gets a piece. Barbashev comes in on Slavin, who takes the hit to make the play. And now Jarvis, can he have an angle on Lausanne on a stretch pass? He'll pull up, back for Chatfield, right on save made by Hart, and the rebound cleared over the blue line.
That started with a cross-ice pass from Nikolai Ehlers to Seth Jarvis. Drop pass to Jalen Chatfield. Best early chance goes to Chatfield and the Canes.
Now Gostisbehere. Long pass for Martinook. He'll ease this one in. Svechnikov. He'll come up with the puck. As a life decision made by Rasmus Andersson, instead of turning with it, he fumbled with it, and the speed of Svechnikov caused that.
Yeah, that's hearing footsteps, and you want more of that from Svechnikov. Andersson knew Svechnikov was coming, didn't make a good play with the puck as a result.
14:45 remaining here in the first period. Still looking for a goal as Howden gets a modicum of revenge as he hits Svechnikov.
Carter Hart just nullified icing. Would have been icing, and he made an attempt to play the puck.
You keep it moving here, as this one will work its way back in the Canes zone. Walker to get it. His pass too far from Miller, but it'll force Vegas out of the Hurricanes' end. And a chance here for McNabb. He'll play it off the boards. Robinson knocked it down, but Carolina was offside. As Jankowski had drifted in the zone. Now Vegas will be offside with 14:05 left here in a quick moving first period in game number 5 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Carolina has several players that have exhibited that they just don't feel pressure. You go back to the body through the body hit. The Eichel on Stahl was questionable. Not the one, Walker on Howden, but then Nikolai Ehlers protected a puck just inside his own blue line, wires it on the tape of Seth Jarvis across the ice. Jarvis was well defended on the one-on-one, so he protected the puck and dropped it to Chatfield. Body save from Carter Hart. Best chance of the game so far.
Now Jankowski will face off against Dowd just over the Canes blue line, and a little misfire on the face-off there. Again, tonight's officials. Tripp has highlighted it. It's Wes McCauley and Chris Rooney.
Got to find a way to get a win against two great officials in McCauley and Rooney, as they've done all the odd games in this series, which have been Vegas' wins in 1 and 3.
Now this will be icing against Carolina. It's close to center ice, but 13:59 left in the first, and the draw will come all the way back into the Hurricanes end.
Yeah, so you've got your fourth line on the ice and your third defensive pair when you can't change off of icing. And John Tortorella, this is where you create a matchup advantage on the road when you don't have last change. Out comes Eichel loaded up with Mitch Marner and Stone. So this is an important early draw here for Jankowski, who I thought played his best game so far in Game 4 in terms of overall performance.
Here's the draw to the left of Bussi. Push back to the point. Anderson couldn't keep it in. So Carolina can get a small change here. As Goss's pair will play it. Nikishin flips it, not out. Anderson knocks this down at the right point. Stone wants to get it in deeper, can't do it. Stahl taking a look, tries to go across the rink for Ehlers, but a little bit behind Nikolai Ehlers. Then Ehlers is going to flip this one, and he was inside the Canes blue line, and you just heard Chip Tracy with a call. It is over the glass, and Carolina will be shorthanded on that delay of game. 13:36 left in the first. When we come back, the Canes penalty killers will have to do the job against Vegas, looking for a goal here in game number 5. Carolina and Vegas, zeros on the scoreboard here in the first period. And you're listening to the NHL playoffs on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
Mike Maniscalco here, and I'm hanging out with my good friend Paul Auclair, the owner of Deep River Brewing Company and proud sponsor of your Carolina Hurricanes. Paul, tell us a little bit about Deep River Brewing Company.
Deep River Brewing Company is located at 700 West Main Street in historic downtown Clayton, North Carolina. Our brewery and tap room are open Wednesday through Sunday. We have 12 beers on tap and food trucks on site daily.
And you can find Deep River beer at local bottle shops, restaurants, and grocery stores. If you don't find Deep River at your local watering hole, make sure to ask for it by name. And remember, drink local.
For almost a decade, the Hurricanes have trusted their t-shirt needs with Cardinal Apparel. Carolina Hurricanes alumni Shane Willis here to tell you Cardinal Apparel has expanded and relocated to better serve their clients across the state. Formerly known as Raleigh Screen Print, Cardinal Apparel will produce high-quality screen printing while working directly with customers. Don't waste your time online trying to order through third-party vendors. Save money and time working with Cardinal Apparel. Visit cardinalapparel.com to start your order today.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The Carolina Hurricanes shorthanded for the first time in this game. Canes penalty killers, 11 for 12 in the series. Overall this postseason, they've allowed 5 goals on 65 attempts, 92.3% on the kill. Vegas' power play, 12 of 58, 20.7% through the postseason to get to this point.
Nikolai Ehlers at the bench side of the rink was trying to flip it across the ice to Jordan Stahl and got way too much underneath it. See if he can come up with another big kill.
Stahl wins it. Slavin to Martinook. Martinook advances this down the right wing boards. He's going to push his luck around Marner. He'll hang on to it. Good play here by Martinook. And that's going to take some time off of the dog pug penalty to Nikolai Ehlers. Now the drop back as Vegas rolls with 5 forwards on their power play. Eichel on a give and go. Eichel back with it, sends it across. Oh, dear, Bussi! Oh, it went in the net. I thought Bussi pulled the Tage Thompson, but Vegas buries it. A beautiful setup, and Pavel Dorofeev has finally been heard from in this postseason series as he nets his first 1-0 Vegas.
That was a surgical power play entry from Eichel and company. Eichel got it to Tomas Hertl, who was posted up at the Carolina blue line, and Jack Eichel made an exceptional pass to Dorofeev. Exceptional. And the finish from Dorofeev went in and out of the net so quickly that you thought it might have caught iron, or maybe in desperation Bussi got a piece. But that's just an elite play from Jack Eichel. I mean, a surgical power play entry.
Well, now Carolina needs an answer here with a bump-up shift. Vegas, though, will knock this one down. Chance here for Barbashev coming in. He'll be shielded neatly by Sean Walker. Good defensive play in recovery mode for the Canes defenseman. And now here's a 2-on-1 erupting for Carolina. Miller on the other side. Drop back. Maybe a little bit too much on the pass there as Carolina had the chance. Hall tried to set up Miller.
Yeah, you know, Hall's the goals he's got. You want to take that puck to the net yourself if you're Taylor Hall. You know, Keandre Miller's done so much, but he's not a finisher. That's one pass too many.
Now Howden knocked off the puck. And Carolina trying to find their way back in the Vegas zone. Miller, rink wide. Stankoven chips this one for Svechnikov, played away by Kolasar. Carolina has to close their bench door to keep the puck moving, and they will. And Gostisbehere, this is icing as he was just on the other side of center ice. 12:05 remaining here in the first. 1-0 Vegas on the power play, Pavel Dorofeev.
Well, I mean, look at it like this. You know, in game one, you gave up the first goal and lost the hockey game. Game two, Brett Howden scored the first goal. And, you know, and in transition, like that power play entry goal was, and you eventually won. You don't like giving it up, but you've been here before and had success. You know, Taylor Hall, that is, you know, straightaway 2-on-1. His stick's in the middle of the rink as a lefty on the right side. That was just a pass he shouldn't have made.
And now it's Stone with it as play resumes. He'll drop this one back. Shot right on. Bussi makes the save, and the follow-up on Stone. As John Tortorella has loaded up a big line with Marner, Eichel, and Stone. And Bussi equal here. Now Carolina will drift back. Shot sent through to Carter Hart. He'll wave that one to the far board. Svechnikov fighting for it along with Aho. He'll play it back for Slavin. Slavin sends it back behind the net looking for Svechnikov. Jarvis back with this group for right now. This will be airmailed and sent into the Kane zone. Slavin will have to go get it and give it a one-touch. And now he'll start Carolina's breakout across for Chatfield. Now batted by Chatfield, back into the zone. Hurdles there over the stick of Chatfield, right to Colton Sissons. Sissons, he'll leave this one, and a shot by Dorofeev will be knocked away by Bussi into the corner. Sissons trying to work this out in front. Behind the Canes net it goes. Hurdle with it. Back to the point. Anderson shot. That's deflected by Bussi. It's still behind Bussi's net. Scooped up here. A chance for Hannafin. His shot gets blocked. That'll go to the left wing boards where Rasmus Anderson will pick it up. You know, this is the best that Vegas has looked in a period or two. Is now a chance to clear. Goes off the stanchion.
They've established their forecheck. Carolina did protect the interior of the ice pretty well. Ehlers with the puck now. He's going to want to mend for that delay of game penalty.
He'll play this one up the boards and a chance for Blake. Blake to Ehlers. Ehlers spins looking for Stankoven. Rebound back for Miller. Miller sends it to the side of the net for Blake. Blake sealed off by Rasmus Anderson. A chance to come up with a steal was Hall. He batted at it, but Vegas gets just enough to advance it. Barbashev with it now. Shot fought off by Bussi. Behind the net it goes. Stankoven will chip it.
That's two big saves for Bussi. One on Marner and there in the slot. Since he gave up the goal, he had no chance on Mike. The Hurricanes are passing up shooting opportunities so far in this game. You don't want to have that trend continue.
A little bit more than halfway through this opening period. 1-0 Vegas. Pavel Dorofeev's 11th of the postseason, but first in the Stanley Cup final on the power play is the only marker right now. Now Nikishin tries a backhand off the glass. That doesn't go anywhere. It'll be scooped up by Carrier. Carolina gets it to the Vegas blue line. No further. Batted back into the Hurricane zone. Nikishin with a tight turn. He'll skate this out. Now he'll try to connect with Jankowski. He'll play it across, but offside are the Canes as Carrier, they said, was on the other side of the blue line with 9:12 remaining in the first period. Vegas strikes first here in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. You're listening here on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. official healthcare provider of the Carolina Hurricanes.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Ambition comes in all shapes and sizes. At First Citizens Bank, we're fit for your ambitions, whatever shape they may take. Whether you're planning for today or tomorrow, we've got the flexibility and know-how to help you reach your goals. Because we're built for what you're building. First Citizens Bank, fit for your ambition. Learn more at firstcitizens.com/ambition.
In a world where AI is changing how people search and discover online, Walk West helps businesses get seen, heard, and cited. For more information about AI adoption and growth consultation services, visit walkwest.com. Alongside Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco here on your Hurricanes Radio Network. Trip, Carolina down 1-0 with 9:12 left in the first as Vegas on the power play has the only goal tonight.
Well, I mean, they've had the only special teams opportunity, and they took advantage. Beautiful entry, and Vegas's forecheck has been pretty good. In Carolina, I just think they've passed up shooting opportunities early.
Icing here on Carolina.
It's puck movement like that. Keandre Miller firing a pass across the ice, not on the tape. That would suggest that there's some nerves at play. And the Vegas Golden Knights, their sole focus was we need to have a better start than we've had in the first periods in the 4 games prior, and they have, aided by, that gift of a delay of game penalty that you don't want to take.
Face off now to the left of Brandon Bussi.
By the way, I thought Pavel Dorofeev was the best that he's been in Game 4.
Now, the fact that he had been quiet was a huge plus for Carolina with the postseason that he had. Came in tied for the lead in goals with Howden into this series, and that's his first. Now a chance here for Vegas out in front. Stone bats one on the backhand. That'll be knocked down, and paying the price out in front was Mitch Marner as Carolina can clear. As Eichel was still in the zone, Vegas threw it back in. Carolina gets it right back out.
This is all your eggs in one basket. Marner, with Eichel. So, Rod with last change. That's all the more reason to. You're comfortable with either top 4 defensive pairing, but you want the stall line against them as much as you can.
Now Chatfield bounces one into the Vegas zone. Theodore helps move it up the boards, but not out. Carolina can keep it in. Ehlers with a shot directed in front. He scores! The captain! It's 5 games. It's 6 goals in the Stanley Cup final. Oh, Captain Jordan Staal has tied it, and this place has gone bananas. What a series.
I ask you this, for a guy that has been a dominating, willful beast in Carolina's captain in this series, how soft have his hands been? Nikolai Ehlers took the delay of game penalty that Vegas scored on. You knew he'd amend for it. Beautiful look to Jordan Staal right in front of the net on his backhand, and with those soft hands exhibiting ultra confidence, Staal goes with elevation to redirect it to beat Carter Hart to the glove side.
He had 20 goals in the regular season. He has 8 goals in the playoffs, 6 in this series. He scored in every game, and the captain has been that leader here for the Canes. Now here's a turnover. Svechnikov snaps his shot, blocked by Anderson. Rasmus Anderson a little stung by that one as he did a bunny hop, and he'll make his way to the Vegas bench. Now Svechnikov, as Carolina will reload. This goes into the corner. Aho chases after it. Scooped up by Theodore. He'll find Sissons. Colton Sissons with some room. He'll dump this into the Hurricanes and icing on Vegas. Good luck hearing the whistle because this crowd is in full throat at Lenovo Center.
Jordan Staal is the man of the match, is the man of the series, and I've always loved that he calls it a game. He calls it not a game, but a match. with the World Cup coming here right now, and nobody's focused on the World Cup. They're all on this game. But Ehlers is a very accountable player, and he knew he shouldn't have taken that delay game penalty. And he's the guy that puts it on the tee for Jordan Staal, just like he had the primary assist on Stahl's game winner Tuesday.
Ehlers and Jarvis with the helpers. And Carolina and Vegas are tied at 1. As there's 7 minutes, 15 seconds left here in the first period. Now Jankowski drops it for Robinson in the Vegas zone. Robinson's backhander misses the near post. Fighting for it is Carrier. He'll play it back for Robinson. Robinson to the point. Nikishin, a little backhander. Shot swept on there by Robinson. Big save by Hart. Second chance. Gostisbehere doesn't get through. Had traffic out in front. And Vegas flips it out over the blue line. Intercepted by Robinson. But this line's going to make a change.
Important shift there. Energizing the building further from the Jankowski line. How about those saves? Bussi just stopped the puck behind his net. He made 2 good saves after Vegas made it 1-0 before it went to 1-1.
Now the big one with Barbashev all alone out in front. Now Hall rips a shot as he dragged that one back around Anderson, and it elevated over top of the net of Carter Hart. A chance, 6:25 left here in the first. Vegas, Eichel down the right wing boards. Eichel makes a move out in front. Shot that doesn't get through. Bussi had to be ready as jumping to the front was Marner.
Jack Eichel looks good early, doesn't he?
He looks like a man who knows that he hasn't shown up enough on the score sheet for Vegas.
Yeah, so, I mean, he beat Keandre Miller to the outside. You know, that shot blocked. Keandre usually not beat to the outside like that.
Now Vegas rims this one in. Bouncing puck settled backhand. Bussi makes the save on Dorofeev. Well, after the goal, Dorofeev has a little bit more confidence to try that move.
And Bussi should be smack dab into this game right now. He's made some good stops.
Now another keep in here by Vegas. Tough sledding for Carolina to try to clear the puck right now. Ehlers takes a big shove. Now comes back Coghlan with a shot right on Bussi. Makes the save. Canes look to clear. Jarvis seals off Lauzon, but he's able to keep it in to Carlson. Carlson, he's hit by Walker. Walker's hit by Howden, but Jarvis will take the puck. Jarvis, a 6-footer to Ehlers. Ehlers, little high flip that Hart will catch, and he will hang on. Oh, the Caniacs in appreciation of Captain Comeback. Jordan Staal has 6th of this Stanley Cup final as this game with 5:18 left in the first tied at 1 here on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
Hear that? That's the sound of digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. With instant wins, progressive jackpots, and bonus games right from your phone. It's nonstop chances to win like you've never seen or heard before.
Oh, yeah! Big money!
Visit nclottery.com to get in on the action. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Your Harris Teeter grocery haul can earn you savings on gas with our fuel points. Earn 1 fuel point for every $1 you spend when you shop with your Vic card on your favorite products, fresh produce, and organic brands. Track your fuel points in the Harris Teeter app and redeem your points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. The more you shop, the more points you earn. It's like getting gas money just for shopping like you normally do. Click to learn more. Harris Teeter, in food with love.
When you drive a vehicle so reliable it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see what you're capable of in a vehicle that inspires confidence around every corner. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available. Warranties include 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain and 5-year 60,000-mile basic. Warranties are limited. See retailer for details.
5:18 left here in the first period. Carolina and Vegas tied at 1 on our Hurricanes Radio Network. Thanks to our engineer John Brockwell in the booth. Rusty Helzer back at Master Control. And alongside Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco here on your Hurricanes Radio Network. And this series has yet to disappoint through 5 games, Trip.
They just announced that the Norwegian World Cup, should I call it soccer football team, is here. And you know, Mike, with just over 5 minutes to play in the period, you don't mind where you're at. Vegas has played a good period. They have an edge in shots on goal. It's been their best first period stylistically of the series, but, you know, the power plays always seem to even out in these Stanley Cup final games. Vegas had the only one. So you're knotted at 1. Thanks again to your captain. Let's see how you finish the period.
Well, seeing you are the international man of travel, I will allow you to call soccer or football, whatever you will. I'm sure you've attended a match overseas.
Nope. We've been to one.
Oh, I'm shocked by that one. Because we've got more important issues to get to here in Raleigh.
I do know I have the same birthday as Mbappe.
Oh.
I'm a little older.
Happy birthday. December birthday. As this puck is going to be iced by Vegas. And Carolina will get an offensive zone draw here. See if Bryn Moore will send down the Aho line here, or you go with your goal-scoring threat, Jordan Stahl.
Yeah, you go with Aho, offensive zone draw. Count on him to win it. And what you want to see, Svechnikov on the ice, who's had some jump early in this game. No shots in Game 4. You don't want to see him pass up shooting opportunities.
It's the Aho line against the fourth line of Vegas. Dowd, Cole Smith, Keegan Colasar. And their third defensive pairing of Jeremy Lauzon and Dylan Coughlin. Dowd pushes it to the corner, but Svechnikov's going to win it for Carolina. He's got to get back onto his skates to play it around. Second chance to clear, though, now for Vegas. Can't do it. Slavin gaps up. Still loose. Batted around, and now Smith just fires a backhand over the top of Slavin, and hustling after it's Colasar. It was a smart play there because it could have made it for icing. Now Aho will bank this one up. Svechnikov plays it to the Vegas blue line, and Martinook gets a piece of Hurdle. That allows the puck to find Slavin. He'll locate Svechnikov with a pass. He'll go around the boards for Martinook. Martinook plays it back where Hanifin can get a piece. Now Hurdle tries to clear, kept in by Chatfield. Aho will get to it. Aho back for Chatfield. Chatfield's shot doesn't get through. That's a good block up high by Sissons.
That's a good job, though, from the Aho line, valuing offensive zone time. A couple of times, they didn't want to turn it over. They just went to the deep area of the Vegas end below the goal line. So, that's the type of hockey they need to play to produce.
Now Carolina, Chatfield up the boards for Stahl. He'll wave this one in. Delivering a hit was Jarvis, but Vegas moves the puck the other way. Marner with speed hits the Canes line. He'll drop it for Eichel. He draws a crowd, and Eichel loses the puck. Stahl with it. Whipped it across. Good stick, though, by Theodore to knock that and deny entry for Carolina. Now Miller, DeAndre Miller, saw a big hit from Stone coming. He gets out of the way. Theodore will avoid the charging Taylor Hall. Carolina has to jump onside. They will. But Vegas has the puck. McNabb. Again, just the fact he's playing in this series is something for Vegas after taking the puck in the face here in game number 2.
Definition of valiant. And playing well, too.
Oh.
Not just playing.
He's got 6 assists in this series. Now a long shot by Vegas. That's put on by Carlson, answered by Bussi. And now a clearing attempt knocked down by Dorofeev. He'll get this one back for Howden. Now looking for a redirect cross corner pass. Rasmus Anderson will get to it. He avoids Gostisbehere, and now he'll take a return pass from Dorofeev. His pass to the point a little bit pokey, and Carolina will come away. Here's Hall. He'll wing one in. Hart will catch it and keep it moving.
Pokey, huh?
Yeah, looking for another word for slow. 2:15 left here in the opening period. A shot by Vegas along the far boards deflects away, and Carolina can bang this one up into the Vegas zone. As Robinson was speeding after it, but it was put behind him. Now Chatfield with a good stick to take it away from Cole Smith. Play it across. And it's Alexander Nikishin. He gains center ice. 1:50 left. Lauzon steps into Svechnikov. Coughlin, he can't clear. Robinson centering attempt knocked away by Vegas. And then the Golden Knights just throw this one to the Canes blue line, where Miller will flip one back in. Hart will watch Theodore get hit by Svechnikov. Aho plays it around the boards. Another chance to keep it moving for Vegas. Carolina trying to hem him in.
Svechnikov's made an impact in this period. He's been on the body.
Now Eichel will lose it. Aho to Svechnikov. And now falling down is McNabb, but good back check by Mitch Marner. And Vegas up for Stone. He'll whip it across. Chance for Eichel. Low drive goes just wide of the net of Bussi. 65 seconds left here in the period. Hannafin thought he kept it in, did not. Offside are the Golden Knights with 1 minute, 2 seconds remaining in a 1-1 game here in the first period.
That was a key clear because that hard rim, I mean, that just entered the neutral zone, and Svechnikov, who had a good shift, Mike, but he was at the end of his shift and really came back to essentially, below the dots. And so had Hannafin kept that in, he would have had all sorts of time and space. Blue line along the benches to be creative.
Now the draw just outside the Kane zone is one back. Good work there by Eichel. They'll flip this one in. Carlson will step into Chatfield. This one will be deflected into the Vegas zone as Chatfield got enough on it. Marner plays it off the boards for Howden. They send this in. Bussi gets a piece of it but couldn't slow it down. Chatfield plays it for Slavin. 35 seconds left. Loose puck over the blue line. It's going to be a hand pass on Vegas with 33.4 seconds left here in the opening frame in a 1-1 game.
Both teams are making hard defensive plays, and when I say that, they're not fearful of icing the puck, and that's just a drastic difference from what you see in the regular season to the playoffs period, but then magnified in the Stanley Cup final.
Draw at center ice, Dowd against Jankowski. Slap to the left wing boards for Carolina. And it'll be served into the Hurricane zone where Walker plays it for Jankowski. He'll be run into. Dowd will get to it. 20 seconds left in the period. Long shot bounced in from the point, but misses Bussi's net. And Carolina with a second chance to clear. They'll just flip this deep. And they're going to give the icing call to McNabb. And Vegas with 9.4 seconds left in the first.
Yeah, that's beneficial. That could have gone either way, and so back comes this loaded up line featuring both Eichel and Marner. Jankowski, I thought, played the face-off dimension with the most conviction he has in this series in Game 4 Tuesday. This is going to be a big draw for him here with just under 10 seconds left against Eichel.
Face off to the left of Brandon Bussi. And Jankowski wins it clean. And then Carolina flips it over the glass again, but Miller saying it got touched. And it goes off of a Vegas stick. We're going to have a conference for this for sure.
I think they're going to call it delay a game. He's headed to the box. Boy, you win the draw clean. That's an avoidable.
Carolina penalty number 19, 2 minutes delay a game.
Boy, this is just shooting yourselves squarely in the foot with 2 delay a game. And how many delay a game penalties is that for Carolina in this series? 5?
At least 4.
I thought they had Jankowski in the games that were here, and then we had one in the third period of Game 3. Now 2 in the first period. Might be 4. Just start by winning this draw and worry about killing the beginning of the second.
Stahl tries to win it to the boards, and he'll slap it out. And that is how this period will end as Martinuk took a shot from center ice that Hart catches and flips away. That was a power play goal by Pavel Dorofeev. And then the captain. He has scored in all 5 games in this Stanley Cup final, tying it for Carolina.
Well, Mike, Vegas played their best first period of the series. And starting with a 1:55 penalty kill, you're going to have to play your best second period of the series here tonight. You're due. And the way these power plays, no matter how they come, they all seem to even out. So this is going to go 2 for Vegas in these 2 delay games. So this feels like it's an extremely important penalty kill coming up on fresh ice to start the middle period.
Well, we'll see when we get to the second period how it plays out. We'll hear what Adam Gold has to say with the first intermission report coming your way after 20 minutes at Lenovo Center. Game 5 of the Stanley Cup final, tied at 1. Vegas and Carolina here on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
Soundstation and Security, your automotive and audio experts. Car audio, car video, home theater, wheels and tires, and so much more. Plus, did you know Soundstation and Security offers full service for your vehicle? Alignments, inspection, oil changes, window tinting, and custom exhaust. And with a variety of financing options, Soundstation and Security can help you get what you need today. 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Soundstation and Security. Visit myhotsound.com. SoundStationSecurity.com.
Need reliable emergency pool phones? Score big with Southeast Telephone Service, your Triangle leader in code-compliant pool phones. Don't risk getting shut down this season. Right now, grab our playoffs promo. Wireless 4G LTE emergency pool phones. Just $250 for equipment, plus $19.99 per month. Code compliant, dependable, easy self-install. Visit southeasttelephone.net/hockey and lock in this limited time deal. Stay compliant, stay connected, and stay open with Southeast Telephone Service.
Once the game's over, keep the hockey fever going with collectible cards from Triangle Area Trading Cards. It's hockey season all year long at the Triangle's premier destination for hockey cards and collectibles. Whether you're a diehard hockey fan, a seasoned collector, or just getting started, they've got cards, boxes, packs, and collectibles for every collector level. And a huge selection of sports cards, gaming cards, plus weekly events, tourneys, and trade nights. Come find your new passion at Triangle Area Trading Cards, 2865 Jones Franklin Road, Raleigh.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center. We are through one period, and for the first time in these Stanley Cup final games, the Vegas Golden Knights were the clear better team in the first period, but it's just 1-1 as Pavel Dorofeyev and Jordan Staal have traded goals. Dorofeyev came on the rush on the power play after Nick Ehlers deposited the puck over the glass. Keandre Miller just did it right before the end of the period, so Carolina will have 1:55 to kill of Vegas power play time to start the second period. But the Golden Knights, significantly better than Carolina. I think the Hurricanes were sloppy early. Too many icings, missed clearing attempts. There was a delay of game, puck over glass, as I said, about Nick Ehlers. There was the power play goal. Carolina had some opportunities as well in transition. Taylor Hall to Keandre Miller. Hall should have shot it, waited too long, and then the pass was well into Miller's skate, so he couldn't do anything with it. Canes didn't even get a scoring chance out of a 2-on-1, and Hall probably could have easily put it into a half-empty net. But then again, here comes the captain, Jordan Staal, after Jalen Chatfield keeps the puck in. After Braden McNabb couldn't clear the zone, he gives it to Jarvis, who finds Ehlers, who goes to Staal in front. The redirect went past Carter Hart, and we are 1-1. 8-5 shots in favor of Vegas, 1-1 on the scoreboard. I am Adam Gold. Highlights are next.
The best way to follow the Stanley Cup playoffs is here. The NHL app is your place to get every highlight from every game of every series. Behind-the-scenes playoff content you won't get anywhere else. The most NHL Edge advanced stats, keeping you up to date from round one through the Stanley Cup final. When it comes to following the playoffs, don't settle for anything less. The Stanley Cup playoffs are better on the NHL app.
For more than 20 years, Lenovo has called North Carolina home, powering technology that drives progress and connects our communities to the world. That same innovation fuels the fan experience at Lenovo Center, home of the Carolina Hurricanes. From the roar of the crowd to the speed on the ice, Lenovo is proud to capture and celebrate every moment with Canes fans. Together, we're building a future of energy, excitement, and connection. Learn more at Lenovo.com.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
All right, highlights here in the first intermission of a 1-1 game. Hurricanes and the Golden Knights in Game 5 of 2-2 Stanley Cup Final Series. And the highlights are brought to you by Kia. Brandon Bussi called on early and often. Here's Mitch Marner and company.
Shot right on. Bussi makes the save, and the follow-up on Stone as John Tortorella has loaded up a big line with Marner, Eichel, and Stone. And Bussi equal here. Now Carolina.
Yeah, finally Carolina would get that puck out of the zone, but man, those are two really good chances. And then after already scoring one, Pavel Dorofeyev in the slot, backhand try.
A chance to come up with a steal was Hall. He batted at it, but Vegas gets just enough to advance it. Barbashev with it now. Shot fought off by Bussi. Behind the net it goes. Stankoven will chip it.
I'm sorry, that was Barbashev. There was a good save on Dorofeev with a backhand try. Also one with the glove. And then Carolina looking for the equalizer. Where do you go? I think you know.
Theodore helps move it up the boards, but not out. Carolina can keep it in. Ehlers with a shot directed in front. He scores! The captain! It's 5 games. It's 6 goals in the Stanley Cup final. Oh, Captain Jordan Staal has tied it, and this place has gone bananas. What a series.
Yeah, 1-1. Thanks to the captain. We'll talk things over with Shane Willis next.
Hey, Caniacs. As the official security partner of the Carolina Hurricanes, the local team at Vector Security is committed to protecting homes and businesses across the Research Triangle. Our families live here and contribute to our communities, so we have a vested interest in keeping the homes and businesses of our neighbors safe and secure. Visit vectorsecurity.com/canes for a free home or business security assessment. That's vectorsecurity.com/canes.
For almost a decade, the Hurricanes have trusted their t-shirt needs with Cardinal Apparel. Carolina Hurricanes alumni Shane Willis here to tell you Cardinal Apparel has expanded and relocated to better serve their clients across the state. Formerly known as Raleigh Screen Print, Cardinal Apparel will produce high-quality screen printing while working directly with customers. Don't waste your time online trying to order through third-party vendors. Save money and time working with Cardinal Apparel. Visit cardinalapparel.com to start your order today.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center, 1-1. After 1, Shane Willis is here. I get to see you, but you're still here at Lenovo Center. Did you leave Tuesday night?
Yes, I did. I don't live here. Sometimes it feels like I do, but the energy here for Game 4 was electric once again. Obviously, you see the Hurricanes win. Jordan Staal with the big goal in that game.
You could be talking about any game, Shane.
Yeah, really, he's red hot. But the city and the fans so bought in. Great to see the energy here in Raleigh.
Yeah, we got another watch party outside as well. So what do Jordan Staal, Maurice Richard, Jean Bellevue, and Yvan Cournoyer have in common?
A goal in every game in the finals.
In the first 5 games of a Stanley Cup. What are we talking about here?
Just continuing to do, and you and I have talked about this a lot, Adam, where what does it take to score in these moments in big games? It's that willingness to outcompete, outwork, outmuscle players around the net to score. When you look at Jordan Staal's goals, they're not toe drags, let's go around a guy, one-timers. It's in front of the crease where you have to pay a price and utilize your size and strength to score. Again tonight, outworks a player to get body position for a tip-in goal.
Sure.
And this time of year, that's what it's going to take. And there was a video on the Jumbotron in the first period where the players were talking about Rod. And I said this earlier today on a radio show I was on. Jordan Staal is very similar to Rod Brind'Amour in the way they prepare, the way they work, and their mindset every single game. And they have great communication throughout every single game, after games, about the team, what needs to happen. But Jordan Staal is a guy who can come over the boards and just lead by example. And right now he's getting rewarded because that's what it takes to score. And he's got the Midas touch, you might say, right now.
It is unbelievable. For the first time, though, in this series, Carolina was not the better team in the first period. Slow start, a little sloppy in their own end. Too many icings, couldn't clear the puck at times.
And this is the first period that I expected to see during the first 4. A little bit more of a chess match, very tight, clustered in the neutral zone, no room to get through. Vegas gets a goal on the power play. They get through the neutral zone, clean it in. It's a great play. Then the Hurricanes get it back with a turnover by Vegas in that zone. But the defensive structure from both teams is, I thought, what I would have seen in the first few.
Okay.
But the Hurricanes have more to give, right? They have to get things going. This was a game, I feel, coming in at 2-2. We talk about the energy in this building. If you haven't been here, it's hard to explain. It's hard to capture it just with words. From a player's perspective, you almost get too amped, right? You're too energized for your hands and your body all to work together. And so I thought the Hurricanes settled into the first period. I agree with you that Vegas had the better jump. I thought the one thing that Vegas was doing better than the Hurricanes to get that jump was they were shooting more. And they weren't waiting